Hi. I actually wasn't even going to stream today, but my friends wanted a 21A, and I happen to have that in my bags. And they're around today, and I meant to give it to them last week, but I got distracted. So here we are. We're going to do 21A real fast, and then we'll figure it out. Oh, we already found some groups too. Fantastic. Nice. Let's do it. Let's see how it goes. It is Brazil 21AA, and I got most of my folio done. So we'll do some quick stream setup thingies, and then we'll play a game for a little bit. And there's a new podcast episode coming out tonight, which is very exciting. I'm excited to do this one. This one is with Touchpad Warrior, and we had a great conversation about WoW. It was basically like WoW therapy. Otherwise, we're going to vibe to some music and chill today. Because I still feel that it's getting to the point, and chronic illness sucks, because when you feel for too long, people start just getting annoyed. And I don't want to keep complaining about it. But nonetheless, I am complaining about it. So I have not accomplished my goal very well. Work in progress. Work in progress. Playing with Arson today. That's cool. My mind is going to be all over the place. That's all right. That is okay. Oh, he's got his cat. I just went to see. He's got his little cat. I also have a cat in the background, but I can't pick her up because she's the spicy one. And she is, in fact, very happy, by the way. She's extremely happy because she got extra food yesterday. Yup. The cat's so cute. Oh. God, cats are so cute. I don't understand how they're this cute. They're menaces, but they're cute. Like absolute menaces, but they are very cute. That's how they get away with it. All right, let's roll. Do 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 do. All right, hanging out. Let's go. Let's roll. Do 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 burp. Hanging out. There is a video that I might watch with you today, and it was a really good video. I started watching it yesterday. I did not get to finish it. And I was thinking that that was the type of video I would love to watch on stream, because it was kind of just about how Warcraft is not Warcraft anymore. I don't know what direction they were going to go in, but I thought at least the part that I listened to made very good points. And so I might want to watch that with you and get your thoughts on it. I thought it was interesting. What's up, Call? Hello there. How are you today? I am chilling. Good morning, Spanky. Good morning, good morning. It's one of those days, though. I'll tell you that. It's going to be one of those days. I had a busy morning. I had a bunch of calls to do this morning. Tomorrow, I get to record a Blood DK thing, actually. Spanky, you're a Blood DK, right? You like Blood DK? Yep, I'll be right there. Be right there. We're playing with here. It's evening for you. It's morning for me. It's morning here. All right, we got a Aug Evoker plus a Devourer. Let's do it. Oh, she's deciding that she does not want to listen to me yet. All right. Or summon, please. Summon, please. I'll actually ask for a summon. That'll work too. Let's roll. What's up, Gelf? I'm so early? Indeed. Chilling today. I had a bunch of calls, and I started this new sleeping medication that the doctor recommended, and I haven't started a new medication in years. My health has been really good for a long time, except until the recent flare-up from the flu. And I'm not feeling my absolute best, I will say. I don't say my brain ain't braining. It's not working the way that I want it to work. And therefore, I am feeling all over the place. I forgot what I was going to say about that. Oh, yeah. The new medication works. I was a little groggy this morning. I went from getting like 4 hours of sleep to the fact that I was actually in bed for a while. Remember the cat eating food? The cat is actually not in here. She was in here for a second. But she already vanished. Which probably means I can close my door. Ooh, why does my ping feel so bad? Drabs, I swear I actually really notice the OCE versus NA these days. I don't know if it's my brain or what, but when I go, like when we did this dungeon yesterday, what was it, like half this ping? I feel like I notice it. I wonder if I'll die this time. We'll see. All right, let me actually buff up. Let me check my talents, make sure I got Poison Dispel. Although we have 2 other poison dispels, so maybe not. So I guess I'm gonna invent better sleeping meds. I mean, every medication has drawbacks, right? No medication is actually perfect, to be fair. There is no such thing as a medication without drawbacks. Wow, Boomkins, people are... Dude, I know, TH. You said, I just saw the oof. People... It is difficult to make jokes online, which I can't appreciate the other perspective, which is that many people make jokes and they kind of mean it. So it's hard to be sarcastic online. Sometimes, because I'm the sort of person who likes being very introspective, I like going deeper on topics, I appreciate having hopefully fair perspectives on things. If I ever make any sort of content where I'm just like, nah, fuck Boomkins. Like if I make a comment like that, people take it too seriously, and I'm clearly making a joke, but it's not always interpreted like that, right? Ready, sec. Do you know what I mean? So I do find myself in a weird position where sometimes I do just kind of want to joke around and shoot the shit, but I've sort of, I guess, developed a reputation of being very sincere in everything that I do, and therefore people have a very hard time. Sometimes I'm just a gamer and I just say stupid stuff. That's like part of being a gamer. Like, not everything I say is completely reflective of my personality, especially when I feel kind of sick and I'm a little salty, because especially then I'm going to feel just a little bit irritated, a little bit irritable, quote unquote. And so that might rub off a tiny bit on the streams. But you know, what can I do? All right, let's go. Ready? There's nothing I can do about it. At the end of the day, I am here. I'd like to chill. I want to be able to pass my day. Might be a short stream, might be a longer stream. Who knows? But I want to make sure that I always have the ability to just turn on stream and hang out with people. Sometimes I might not have the best takes, to be honest with you. I'm okay with that. I genuinely am. Like, sometimes it is what it is. And that's all right. I can't always expect perfection out of myself. And if I did, I wouldn't stream most days because I don't always feel perfect. I think one of the best things I've ever learned in my life is that it is okay to not feel okay. And by the time I finish all the work in the morning, which I like my work, to be fair. It's very rewarding work. And by the time I finish all the other stuff in my day, I'm kind of just tired. And I'm sort of okay giving myself a bit of decompression and just playing the game. Yeah, we'll see. I've got my Boomkin Starfall up, so this Devour should not rip from me. But we'll see. I should take this seriously because it is a 21. I did this yesterday. I actually didn't have my folio, but and I didn't have an Augavoker with me either. So I guess we have an Augavoker who can Cauterizing Flame me. That should make this pull much easier. Oh, look, he caught me. Wow. And I should have Sun Ring Roar way before this. I missed value. Missed value, man. I'm not going to do nearly as much damage as I could do. Wow, look at that. I know, look, wow. That's so nice. Ooh, my healer also knows to external me on that exact moment. All right, so I've mistimed my reset, though. So I'm going to get the next stack here. And then we're going to go chain this in now so that my Devourer has funnel targets because they're the main character. Wow, look at that, the nice damage. This is good. All right, we win. As long as I don't die and we don't mess up, we win. It's an easy win route right here. Should we do the no skip route quad Echo Knight, though? I actually kind of don't remember. I've been so used to not doing the push route with the quad Echo Knight that I kind of forgot what the percentage of lashers I need are. We're not doing any sort of advanced sleepwalk stuff. That I don't like. We're not doing any of the weird sleepwalk, only pull one caster type stuff. I don't think that's a good idea in this key level. Yeah, but Spanky, what questions, if I was going to talk to Kyrasis tomorrow, what questions do you want me to ask him? If you're a Blood DK person. The podcast tonight is a very fun conversation with our whiskey drinking extraordinaire Viking WoW player, Touchpad Warrior. Really enjoyed my conversation with him. Hopefully I can actually... I'm excited. He's the type of person I would want to meet at BlizzCon just because he seems really chill. He just seems like a kind of a jolly old fellow, you know what I mean? And I like jolly old fellas. He seems nice. And it was fun to talk to him. We laughed. I hope people enjoy that podcast. It's almost about healing from the competitive environments of WoW. Whoa, there's a puddle there. That wasn't a stack puddle. Holy. Will the Blood DK get back from the hands of the war within Season 1? You mean the changes they made to it? I think that Blood DK is unfortunately just slammed. I'm not sure what you want to ask him personally. We're definitely going to talk Blood DK. I want to also ask him just in general how theory crafting works. That's one of the more interesting questions for me is that, you know, he's a Giga theory crafter. I don't know how... I want to know about the process of what it means to theory craft in World of Warcraft. I think that's a really fascinating question. That might just be a personal thing, but everybody always says, oh, like the theory crafting or the sims or the this, but how does that get developed? I think that would be a super cool question to ask. And he would be the person to ask of all the people. Can you not... Do not jump on my computer. I don't care that the treat box is there. Do not jump on my computer. I have no Lunar Beam for this. Oh, please stun. Threat is going to be bad here. My Lunar Beam was a second delayed. Oh, good stun, good stun, good stun. Nice. That's the leg sweep. Nice job, nice job. My Devour was going to die without that. Yeah, I think theory crafting questions would be cool. I think sim questions for tanks and how he calculates that sort of thing would also be really cool. And also, he said, I don't know what they are, because he was like, do you want them now? I was like, no, save them for the episode. He said, I have very unique takes on UI and gearing. And I was like, okay. I don't know what that means. Send it. Now I'm curious. He's piqued my interest. What does that mean? I have very unique takes on UI and gearing. Do you know any of his takes on UI and gearing? Shackle the Unworthy Spanky from... That's a throwback. The Kyrian ability for Blood DK, Shackle the Unworthy. Yeah, I remember it. I got an in card here. I do remember Blood DK back then. But also the reason that you remember that so fondly is actually because it was just so powerful. I mean, the tier set, you had like double primary stat back then. That was a crazy time for Blood DK. I made your group pretty recently. We just started doing 20, struggling, but we're getting there. Nice job, Call. Call, are you still here? Can I ask you, Call Mel Brahim. Can I ask you a question? I'm very curious about this. If you have made a group and you are pushing for the 1%, and that is something that you are very interested in getting, if you didn't get it, would you feel as though your time has been wasted? I am interested to know what people think, because this is something that the 0.1% of keys has had for a very long time. It has been a facet of the 0.1% where you can push the entire season and just miss it by 10 points. By default, some people will have that experience. There is no way to escape that. It is literally part of it because it is a moving goalpost. And if there is a 0.1%, then there's also a 0.2%. And the 0.2% will be just off. I should take this better. That's kind of the wrong spot right now. The fact I couldn't get, but also no, because I made a group that goes into next season. I would agree. I think that's a better perspective and healthy as well. Ultimately, horizontal progression is important. Isn't that the point to go for something not everyone can have? That's fair. And I don't mind that there's an exclusive chase goal. I think that might not, I don't think that's a bad thing, Dazzy. But I want to know how much frustration there will be because the 1% is surprisingly competitive. I would not describe it as, honey, what are you doing? Why are you looking? There's no food up there. Can you see her behind me? Cats. Cats. Dazzy, do you have cats? We'll talk WoW in a second. But, like, cats, man. The 1% is very competitive. I am surprised, actually, by how high it is. When I got 4K in May, I actually thought genuinely that I was like, that's probably enough. It is maybe not. I don't know about that. Are you OC? I live in Thailand, so I'm Asian. I think that it's going to be around 4K. The question is still, the only question in my mind is it just below 4K or is it just above 4K? Hi, Balaziel. How's it going? That's the only question that I have in my head right now. I still think it's going to be just... I don't think that estimate is right at all. I think that estimate is super off. I'm almost... I would put money... Can you not? I'm in the middle of something, honey. There's no food in here. There's no food in here. No pets for you? Can I give you a controversial... I'm going to tell you something, Dazzy. And I'm going to land myself in some hot water here. It depends on the day. It really depends on the day. Don't get pets. So honestly, like 90% of the time, it's like get pets. They're so cute. But they're also absolute dicks. Well, especially cats. And cats in particular. They only get away with it because they're this cute. Don't do it. Save yourself. Save yourself. Don't do it. Do not. They're little terrors. It's unbelievable the things that they get away with. They shouldn't get away with it. We would hold other beings accountable. They are not held accountable. They have no regret. There is zero sense of guilt when they do things that they know they're not supposed to do. In fact, they almost look pleased about it. Oh my god, I got hit by a gust. My hate case here on Server, he is pissed. Dude, she is like almost 15, and she's just a little older. But she is a character. She's very persistent. That's what rides and keyboard and demands attention. I won't let her jump on my desk. I don't know if she could probably reach my desk, to be fair. She's surprisingly spry for 15, but she just very food driven, you know. What's our timer at? Oh, that's a pretty good. Yeah, we're fine on timer right now. Yo, hold up 1 second. Please don't die to fire. Do not die to fire. I need to just look at the route. What is the... It's like this? Is that 100%? No, you need... Okay. You just don't need the corner. I got it. Nice. Oh, what's up, Nicole? Nicole, I have been meaning to contact you for a bit. There's a cat in the background if you hear some absolute screaming and stuff. It's because they are very cute. I don't know if you have any cats, Nicole, but holy... They're terrors. I know, honey. I hear you. You had breakfast and snacks. You have had so much food today. Do not try to convince the people that you are starving. You are extremely well fed. You are amazingly well fed. Stop lying to the people. She's lying to you. Don't believe her. Do not believe her. She's getting you. Yeah. Well, her brother is downstairs and he's the actual vocal one. Give her treats. I have given her so many treats. So my girlfriend is out this weekend, which means I am filling in as the stepdad for the cats. And they know that I'm kind of a pushover. Like, they know this about me because they know they can wear me down. So they misbehave when I'm the only one at home. When she's home, they don't give her shit because she raised them. I've only lived with them for like almost a year now. But she's almost 15. But she knows for a fact that she'll get me. So I cannot just keep giving in. I at some point, I have to take a stand and say, no, I will not give you 10,000 treats. There's got to be a limit to how many treats, we can do here. And so at some point, I have to make this choice. What's up, Paradiddle? Long time no see. Yeah. You can't say no to the kitty? Eventually, you have to. What's up, Glorious? Hey, Paradiddle, I haven't seen you in a long time. Nicole, so I've got a podcast episode with Touchpad Warrior coming out tonight. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to record an episode with Kyrasis, who is one of the best Blood DKs in the world, if not arguably the best. He's the theory crafter for Blood DK and has had a long-standing reputation as being the Blood DK guy. That being said, after that, I want to go back and forth between talking competitive WoW, but also bringing it home to other subjects, if that makes sense. I am super excited to talk to you and Gfo. That would be the first episode that has 2 people on it. But I think I really want to keep exploring. If I do this podcast, and I do want to keep going with it, I think it is so important, in fact, that we have conversations that go past just what the highest end of WoW experiences. I want both. I think that both is the best possible answer here. So I'm very excited, by the way. And I've already thought of a bunch of questions I would like to ask you, and I know what I want to talk to you and GFO about in terms of what World of Warcraft just means to you straight up. Because I genuinely think that it's a very worthwhile point of conversation. I think it's just not talked about enough. Like, the community is so split where people who know you might not know... I should have Lunar Beam there. The people who hang out with housing don't always know how the highest end of WoW works. But I also really believe that the people who are so competitive and talk all the time about the meta pressure, about this, about that, about this, don't understand what the other side of WoW looks like. And then there are people who are involved with both, and those are the perfect people to talk to. So both you and GFO, although you love housing, also interact with the game in other... I just think it'll be really cool. I think that that would be a fantastic conversation, and I look forward to it. We just have to schedule a time, and I have been very busy and stuff. I love yapping about anything and everything. That's perfect. Then this will be a fantastic conversation. I should Barkskin. Ooh, I got a Cauterizing Flame. Meta would be nice if there was... I think that Shaw had really interesting but good points about the meta in WoW. This is not a B-Res. I don't think you B-Res here. I think you hold. I don't think we'll get another Fire Phase. I can Barkskin, and I'm pretty sure we just kill boss. Yeah. Smart. No B-Res. Yep. I'm waiting for the Home Decorator option. I want to ask. I do think that tanks need better balancing, to be fair. I absolutely do think so. And I think that they should look at how the meta ends up playing out. But I think that they need to look at it mostly just because... Wait, so this is double Ravager. Do we double Ravager? I think people are still skipping the Ravager, but then how do I get percentage again? Oh, it's been so long since I've done this route. Oh, no, don't die. I normally have Barkskin right on that. That was close. So you pull this? Oh, I'm like super lost right now. Oh my god, I died. Fuck. That's my fault. My bad. I was looking at MDT. I forgot the route. I genuinely forgot the route, actually. I know who Skander is, yeah. I genuinely forgot the route. What are we doing? How do you get... You have to pull all of this for the skip? You just go... Hold up. I actually was looking at MDT. 1 second. We just do that one more time. Our timer was okay. Wait, you just have to pull all of this instead of double Ravager, right? Because we want to do skip route. I mean, I timed 21... Oh, you're fine. Croft was okay. We timed 21 yesterday with like 50 seconds left. And we timed 21 without skip route. I did 21 yesterday. And I had no folio too with no skip route. But we can do. But it'll save some time. Sec. You have to... So you Warlock Gateway here. And then 13 is going to be this pull. I don't like this pull, to be fair. I genuinely don't know if I love this pull. I think you go... So 7, you just need all... No, that seems like... You just do this. Without the double Ravager. You just don't need 2 of these. No, you need both of these. I actually forgot how to do the push key route. So it's just this. Yeah, so I do need to go pull these 4. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I like this end pull. I don't think you need to do it. I swear you could just do it without it, but it is a time save, so it's not a 22 or something like that. I feel like the 22, maybe. Thank you, barely 5 seconds on the call. These were 10s. It's pretty rare that that happens. Anyways, sorry, I was ignoring stuff. Forest out of the 1,100, how many of them will I be bought? For the 1%? That's not the problem with the 1%. 0.1% people buy it. That's a problem. A lot of buyers for 0.1%. People won't buy the 1% nearly as much as you think. I believe that people will get carried to the 1% way more than they'll buy it. Some people will buy it, but I don't think it's as rampant as people like to pretend that it is. I genuinely believe that the 1% though is very carryable, if that makes sense. So what will happen is that people will want to help their friends get it, if that makes sense. So a lot of people are going to log in and say, hey, guildies, what's up? They don't have to buy it. I think you just kind of leech it. I think I agree with you, Ken, on YouTube. I would say the issue with the 1%, the inflation of it will not be from people buying it, but it will be from friends giving it freely. Just because it's not that hard to carry 21s. It is super hard to carry a 24. Like 24, if you're looking for that, would be near impossible. And there are only so many teams in the world who could sell a 23 or 24. That's hard. A 21 is not that hard to carry. There are some exceptions to this, of course. But in general, I would say that 21 is very... Your guildies will log in and be like, hey, Paradiddle, have I told you that your eyes, they're like jewels? The ocean could not begin to compare to how beautiful your eyes are. Do they change color? Wow. That is incredible. You are beautiful. Have I told you that before? You look great today. Did you do something different with your hair? Wow. It'll happen. What score do you think is safe for 1%? I genuinely believe you're bald. I love that you're bald. I think that actually, I wish I was bald. I don't have the courage to do so. But I love that you have the courage to do so. And I respect and admire your boldness. I wish I could be more like you. I mean, you just win whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like I'll figure out a way to compliment you based purely off of one fact and one fact alone. Oh, sorry, though. He was okay. Are we good? My bad. As long as he's here, that's all right. Yeah. I basically, the point is that if you're good at complimenting people, you'll probably get 1%. You just need contacts. Like the thing about that is it's very, very contact driven more than it is anything else. Well, this is going to skew the overall data a little bit, but it's okay. If that makes sense. So I think that more than the 0.1% title ever was, you're going to have a ton of inflation toward the end. Especially, you'll see it in the next few weeks. Right now, the predictor is not accounting for the fact that a lot of people are about to jump this. However much it's moving currently, I think that it's going to move a lot more. Although the exception to this and the caveat... Wait, am I getting a caught here? Am I getting a dispel? Oh, I'm not getting it. Oh, there it is. I was wondering about that. Sometimes it's actually harder to do this pull with Og because I don't know if he is or is not going to dispel me. The idea is, I have a feeling that the way that, because of how Resil works, I would imagine, and I could be wrong about this, but I'm going to guess that the 1% is going to be Resil 21, either one key before, but probably Resil 21 with 1 or 2 22s. That will be the determining factor. So basically, I think it's going to be 4K. I would imagine, if I had to guess, it's 4K IO. Blue, I think that I need to heal my relationship with gaming because I pretty much only play on PC. EU and NA are also a different factor for this in terms of what it's going to be at. I don't know why EU is just that so much. Can you not be weird? Hold up, sorry, my cat in the background. Don't be like this. Don't do it. I'm looking at this. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get one tapped. Don't let me get one tapped by this big tree, man. It's so. A lot of people, though, I think D3, a ton of people are focusing on the boosting rather than just straight up the fact that if you are my friend, like let me give you an example. I wasn't going to play WoW today. I actually thought to myself, you know what I should do? Probably go to the gym, probably like work out, take care of myself. Haven't been feeling too well. So I thought to myself, and I don't know why Lunar Beam there. I was like, I'm going to just do the right thing for my health today. Then I saw a friend of mine on, and he was like, oh yeah, I still need, Algathar 21 is the last key I need. And I thought to myself, oh, I have that in my bags. And I was like, oh, let's just do it. He's like, I'm going to be gone the next few days. I was like, oh, let's just do it right now then before I lose it. So now I'm here, helping him with 21 Algathar Academy. That's what will happen to the 1%. It's not boosting. He's not buying it from me. He didn't ask me for it like that. He just mentioned that he needed it, and I was like, oh, I have that. Like, let's do it. Let's just log in and get it. That was it. That's why I'm here today. And I'm kind of zoned out. Like, I wasn't really going to play. But that's it. That's as simple as it is. So I think that that's what will happen. And Brazil 21 is accomplishable like that. Brazil 22 is not. Because you have to prog. 22s are much greater checks. 21s do not require crazy strategies, meta this, wild routes. Like you can really get by with the folio upgrades and the item level, which by the way, I don't actually have. I never did my Spore Fall. I only have the ring equipped, I'm pretty sure. I got the ring and what else? No, not the ring. I have the neck on this guy. I did it more on my Brewmaster and stuff. Look, I only have the neck piece for it, which has leech. It was pretty nice. But I don't have the chest. I don't have I have the trinket, which I don't even think is that good, actually. And then I have the neck. But I never got the chest, and I never got the helmet from Sporefall. If you want the 1% title, first of all, significantly more competitive than I thought it was going to be. That's for sure. That's a factor of it. But also, start making friends. Is it good, Nilo? I don't think it's good. Also, who was it that said Skandar? He's not a very well-known guy, but he has reached out to me, and I have talked to him before, so I do think he would be a pretty cool person to talk to. I know he makes routes, and I know he's pretty passionate about trying to help people with their routing. I think I'm happy to do collabs and conversations with people. Long-form podcasts are interesting. I feel like podcasting and long-form conversation is way more about just being a smooth talker than it is about having real information. If that makes sense. Hi, honey. Yes, I hear you. What's up, Zog Panda? Honestly, I've been not feeling very well recently, and I kind of wish I could be a zonked panda. Have you heard the theory that pandas are not real animals? Why do you have 2 ability timelines? I don't know. The answer to most things on retail right now, Steven, on YouTube, you said, why do I have 2 raid ability timelines? I actually just don't have a good answer for you. I haven't played retail push keys since May. I logged in yesterday to do some, and then that was it. And then basically, if a friend asks me to do keys, I'll probably say yes. Otherwise, I have no desire to do retail stuff. Yes. Hello, honey. That's why. Though I actually just been playing PTR. And I mostly want to test PTR because I like testing PTR more than I like playing the end of retail seasons. Fun for me. But Blue Yoshi, if I was to play other games aside from WoW, what should I play? What do you think I should do? What do you think I should try? I don't think oh my god, that was invisible. We got an invisible. Hi, honey. I hear you. It's not like Omega Bis, Geno. I think it's just okay. I don't think it's like any better or worse than some other options. Hi, honey. Yes, I know. Can you see her down here? I don't know if my camera is quite low enough for you to actually see her. Yes, you are so persistent. Are you going to get treats? Absolutely. You wear us down. You'll get some. Don't worry. I should have Feral Frenzied this. That was weird. I need to break some habits that I learned on PTR. Cats. They are lucky they're this cute. The problem is, I'm kind of sensory aware. Yeah, they're going to get treats. They know they're going to get treats. They know that it's going to happen. The problem is, they know that it's going to happen. Wow. Also, Paradiddle. Hi. You mentioned earlier that you've been watching the YouTube videos. Thank you. I don't know if I should make this video, but I had a thought yesterday. However, it's a cook. I don't know if I should make this video because I actually do not like drama. What? Yo, Hashirama. Damn. I didn't realize the founder of the Leaf Village was hanging out on Twitch. That's really cool. I'm a big fan. Big fan. So when you post stuff online, you get what are called haters. Are you familiar with this term? Are you familiar with the term haters? Since the YouTube videos have extended their reach to people, I have received many haters. I read all my comments. I don't always get a chance to respond to the comments on my YouTube channel. Most of the time, I don't get a chance to respond whatsoever. But I read them. I check them throughout the day. And I know what people are saying. Some people comment very rude things. Kinda sorta wanted to screenshot them. Just like the part of me wants to do this. I just don't know if it's a good idea. Kind of want to screenshot some of the worst offenders and then make a video talking about how we should be nicer to each other. I am feeling a little sensitive these days. Normally, I don't take anything personally, not whatsoever. But I am feeling quite ill. I'm not feeling great. Chronic illness is kicking my ass. And I'm feeling a bit more sensitive than normal. And sometimes these comments get to me just a little bit. Normally they don't, not whatsoever. I have very thick skin. We're like 30 seconds behind where we should be, so we'll see what the cross spit looks like. But god damn, sometimes people are very willing, Frost Queen, to say some things online that they just probably shouldn't say. Yes, Griggs, that's basically what I'm referring to. I just don't know if that would be good or bad. I don't know if it would actually lead to more hate comments, but somebody literally commented, and this is not the first time this has happened, on one of my YouTube shorts. No, like on my YouTube short, somebody said, "This is why your wife left you." And I was like, bruh, this is a YouTube short about boomkins. What do you mean, this is why my wife left? What? Why? What does that have to do with anything? That's why. Like seriously, like some really, like, these are the types of comments that I'm talking. I'm not talking about like, you suck. That I meant more like, that's what I'm saying. It would be a bad idea. But I want to, Lemon. The worst part of the sassy part of my personality wants to do this. I also want to make one for class discords. But again, I haven't done that because I don't actually think it would be productive. Unless I come out with a productive way to do it, then I would consider it. I'm actually very sassy. It's probably a bad habit of mine. I'm super sarcastic. The problem is, I am very sarcastic. It's a bad habit of mine. When I am feeling irritable, I tend to become quite cynical. I don't actually like being cynical, but it is kind of my default state. I have to choose to be optimistic and positive, which is something I actively try to choose. I want to choose to be optimistic and positive because that is who I'd like to be. But by default, I'm quite cynical. And I don't think it's a productive behavior. Like, I'm not proud of it. I'm not like, oh, look at me, life sucks. But I can be very self-deprecating and a little bit too, not disingenuous, just spicy. What if I just said the word spicy here? Does that make sense? That is absolutely an aspect of my personality. So the more sassy part of myself wants to make this video. Thank you, Grimmel. The Devour Demon Hunter Discord is surprisingly chill. I have not been in there. The level of spice, too much. There's actually a world where it does not help you to be that sarcastic. Like, it can be a decent coping mechanism And I think it's also funny, but you have to be careful about being too sarcastic. It doesn't help you. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think that it makes it much better to go through things if you are overly sarcastic. There's a limit to that. But I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly. Decent single target burst. Are they chilling there? Okay, so what class discords are actually positive then? The major things is that there have been comments at the start of this season for Guardian Druid, which, again, I just don't really think that people realize that their comments exist permanently on the internet. Like, if you say something online, it does exist. I forget this too sometimes. That's why you also have to be careful about making too many jokes. The things do here, though. Did you ever do the RP skip? You mean go to Guardian Sentry after first boss? I think the 3Bs are better than that, personally, Paisy. For Devour, Demon Hunter cooldowns and stuff. So we're like a little behind. Okay, so we don't need the first Ravager here, but we do need the other Foragers, and I just need to pay attention. This is the pull where I could probably die. I think that for this key level, a lot of that stuff is not necessary. We're pulling these two in, and then I'm going to chain the others. Do I need to SI? No. Bark and Lunar is fine. Yeah, we'll just do Bridge plus the other Foragers after this. Okay. SI in 3, 2, 1, bam. I can get away with no SI here. I'll just be between coverage for a second. Go Sundering here, Lunar Beam there, da-da-da-da-da. But yes, I don't think, for what it is worth, that it would actually be productive to make this video. I'm not a vindictive person. It is not a fundamental part of my personality. But it would kind of be a Giga video. So maybe, on my lesser day, I would consider it. You know what I mean? It would just be one... It would have to be a day for me. Been running with a sick route. I don't know currently what the best routes are for a lot of these dungeons because I stopped actively chasing IO in May. So the routes probably, a lot of them have most likely been developed past that point. I just don't currently understand what they might be. Like the 21 Algathar I timed was what? 2 months ago. I did it with a Prez Evoker and it was legitimately a Prez Evoker plus what? 2 DKs. That comp was a Devourer, Demon Hunter, 2 Unholy DKs. It was Jespar and Heart Cold. It was like, I don't know what they're doing now. I'm sure they're doing like 23s if they've kept playing. Okay, so if I incarn here, I sort of want to desequence the next pull because I could die. Unfortunately, the timings are a little bit off. So these battle axes are very alive, but I've also just sent incarn and I will not have it coming back up. So I'm going to need to kite the next pull if I decide to do it. Unfortunately, the only way I would do this is here. In that video, he did a massive first pull going left, like 8 packs. Early in the season before the Thrash buffs, he posted an 18 Mysara. Yeah. That was a fun... I like Mysara, and I still like that route. That's the one that I've done for 21 many times now. The problem with that route for Mysara is I don't know if I was still pushing this season, if it would be applicable going into 23. That's a stun. Okay, so there's my SI. Then I can get away with just a Lunar Beam. I'm not going to get one tapped with this. Just Combat Potion, Well-Honed Instincts procs. There's another stun. I run. Sundering. SI here. Ooh, too many stuns on this pack. That Deep Breath stun is scary, man. But then we just have Bark and Lunar, and then I'll incarn the next pack. That's fine for now. I think that my route for Algathar will be decent for time. I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. Okay, so I was going to Vortex Typhoon that, but we're going to need to just try to group this a little bit. I'm going to go around. I'm going to walk through for a second. I'll get one tapped. I'll let my Mistweaver heal me. I go grab these. I go here. I Bark plus Incarn plus Lunar, and then I go back in. Nice. This is a key. I'm a little worried. I don't know if Algathar is actually a terrible dungeon this season, believe it or not. I don't know if I would have that take. I weirdly think that Algathar is not as bad as like Seat of the Triumvirate or even Skyreach. But it feels bad because of timer. A lot of dungeons next season with the tuning on PTR are going to feel like that. I don't know if that is better. I don't know what I'd be asking for, but I feel like Season 1 kind of did a pretty fair job. I'm waiting for my kick here. Looks like we're getting all the surge kicks, so I can just interrupt the book then. I feel like one of the main reasons people hate Algathar is just the timer. And I'd be curious to know if next season is considered a good season or not, simply because of timer. Like, if everything is a much tighter check, I wonder if people would have a good or a bad time. The last pull is pretty rough. I trust my healer in this comp, but also it is kind of not comp dependent, but it is very varied depending on who you play with. That last pull. The quad Echo Knight if you have to do it. Okay, that Ravager dies for sure before the next leap. With cooldowns here. We'll see what the timer looks like. I did actually technically pull for the quad Echo Knight. I hope so, at least. Dude, it's been a while since I've actually had to do the push route, so I hope I pulled for it, at least. I might not have. Oh, these orbs are... Okay, I'm just going to take a bunch. It's fine. I missed the Feral Frenzy, but that's okay. Let's go... Lunar. Thrash. Cat form. Bam. Augovoker proc cheat death. Noted for next. He's probably going to need external on the next one. Augavokers are pretty hard to keep alive on this boss. Yeah. Foximus. Are you still there on YouTube? Nope, that's a bad question. Never mind. Actually, never mind. I need to filter a little bit. Remind me today not to get banned. Big reminder, okay? Just say, awoo, no ban. Filter. You, filter, please. No ban. Oh, this is going to be tough. He had to burn external there. Augavoker, use scales, use scales. Oh, thank God. Yeah, no ban. Yeah. No. I was going to ask you a question, but it wasn't a good question. It was a pointless question that probably had more risk than anything else. Not a good question. The first stoops. Sometimes I have inside thoughts that are definitely inside thoughts. They're like intrusive thoughts, except that I have to filter them. They're basically just intrusive thoughts. But sometimes the intrusive thoughts become outside thoughts. There's the Augavoker death. We'll res after the fissure. Right click on retail. Watch the frontal. I feel like you have to have external litany or just have him plan health potion scales a little bit better. 1 second. I might actually be able to save his life if I notice it. So he scales there, which means that next one he needs external. And my healer knows that too. And he can soak an orb during this. I think that I will not Feral Frenzy this. I think I'm going to actually off-heal it. Yeah. That might have been Litany there, too. There you go. He's fine. My healer was aware there. I'm going to plant here. I don't know if that losing the Feral Frenzy there is actually necessary. I don't think it's probably worthwhile, because I don't think the Wild Growth really saves anybody, but... Does that actually... Is that one regrowth going to make a difference? Is it worth costing me a little bit of damage? Probably not. But we'll try. Hey, what's up, T-Quist? I asked a bunch of questions yesterday and never got to say, oh, of course. I love answering questions. You can ask me any questions. That's part of why I stream. I stream to talk to people. So actually, please talk to me. I'm lonely. Not really like lonely, but I don't really interact with people in real life. So by all means, ask me questions. I munched my kick there. Could be bad. That one could go off. Ooh, the stun. What is your thrash macro? Always Iron Fur. It's macroed with Iron Fur. I'm going to get this kick. Incarn expiring here. Let's bark. Yeah, macroed with Iron Fur. War Stomp. So then we're doing the Warlock Gateway skip after this. We'll see. How did you end up in another country, Stoops? Oh, no, you can... Again, no problem. I am very okay with answering the same question. I don't fundamentally believe I can't answer a question because I've answered it before. Kiwi, I macro my Iron Fur. I have done so for a long time. You can't macro Iron Fur with Moonfire because then you will actually... This season, you don't really have instances where you need to pull Rage. There are 3 exceptions to this, and all of them can be managed by simply pressing a single mangle. And I believe inherently that it is absolutely worth just not macroing. Our timer is really good if we live this pull. I'm going to stealth ahead here. I'm going to set the pull up. Good gateway. This is the check. This is the actual one. If we live this... we time the dungeon. I haven't done this pull in a long time because this is absolutely not something that you should do on an average key level. Okay? Pat is all right. Pat's decent. Pat's decent. Pat's decent. Watch the kick, though. We don't have a DK to grip this, so I'm going to spend both my SI charges to help my healer, and then we're going to go inside. Inside to avoid the Pat. Inside, inside, inside. And then I think we can line of sight a few of those Echo Knights as well. No pet shenanigans because we have no DK, so should be all right. Wait for it. I'm going to go charge back in for the kick, but I missed. Honey, locked in. I'm locked in right now. Watch the kick. Whee. Bro, this pull is super rough. Scales. 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 Use scales. Press scales. Don't save it for boss. Don't save it for next dungeon. My Mistweaver, he's getting locked out of melee right now. Ooh. I don't know. We're getting another set here. This could be rough. This could be rough. The Pat's outside. We can't use the doorway. Kill it. Kill the pole. Our timer's pretty good for boss. Our timer will actually be okay for boss. Live. Live. Wait, I can't actually reach it. I'm locked in. I need to help my healer out. Live. Oh, no. Live. There's going to be another set. I think I got to pull boss now. It's 4:30. I have to pull boss like right now. I have to. We're not going to kill boss otherwise. The boss has to pull now, and then we're going to have to just figure this out. Maybe with enough damage, we make this work. I get 2 Feral Frenzies if I go Feral Frenzy right now with the SI. Okay. Now we're shooting against the timer problem. I don't know about Quad Echo Knight. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like it's actually not even that bad to just not Quad Echo Knight and just do this. As a pretty new tank 3.6, how do you deal with the pull after third boss? Skyreach is just a nasty pull for Bear. The answer is, if you understand the mechanic, it is actually just about movement and kiting. But also your team on higher levels are supposed to help you because they apply their bleed. Oh, that's it. I think there's no way to recover it from there. Okay, aside from the 3 deaths, we would have had time. 3 minutes at this point? I don't know about that, because he loses his duplicate and damage here. He loses pretty much all of his damage. I don't know if he had just pressed Eben. When Augavoker... Could we time it with 3 minutes? It's not impossible, right? We try? This guy is kind of healthy. 73%. Let's see what happens. I think you still fight this, and there's just going to be one more suck in. It's going to be right here. Try really hard not to die for a second. Just don't die, don't die, don't die. You don't want to ransom kite. You have to kind of kite that pull, though. And then this is going to disappear now. So you want to kite on top of the solar orbs, and there are timings for it, D3. where the first solar orb always spawns basically on your first reset. So the way to do it and the way to understand that pull, yeah, you can't run 24/7 because then your DPS can't do damage, and that is absolutely problematic and not good. Yeah, you have to be very careful about that, 100%. But also a dead tank is a brick run anyways. And on 17, your timer shouldn't be that tight. Can be. Ooh, I got hit by an orb. Honey, shh. We have 2 minutes for 54%. If cooldowns were just used, I think we would be within 5 seconds of the timer. I have a feeling, though, that this is probably going to be a little bit of a reset, which is no problem. I only get this last Feral Frenzy here. I get this bomb, which is fine. I just SI here, and then we'll see. So in-cap roar is not a reliable reset for that, and you do want reliable resets for Skyreach. The better understanding is you Vortex first without Typhoon so that you can keep things stacked, but you want a Vortex on the first Solar Orb. The second Solar Orb, you try to see if you can get resets on each of the Solar Orbs, because that's when you actually need to move on top of the orb anyways to help your team do damage. So the answer to your question is the Solar Orb is the prio target. Okay, I saved this last combat potion. Dude, it's not going to happen. There's no way. There's a minute left on this. Our comp is not crazy. The Augavoker losing dupe there. There's no way. It was close. It was really close. I don't think so. Even if I combat potion plus Incarn here at the very end, I don't think we could kill this boss from 27%. I think this is a reset. 40 seconds, 25%. Reset. It's got to be a reset here. Yeah, reset. Reset. Save key. Close. Close, 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 close. Ultimately, I don't rely on the crit or the random RNG chance. Any tank knows that it feels really bad to have RNG issues, you know? What's up, Sergio? I found your videos about Guardian Druid like a week ago. I mained a Rat Pally. Oh, yeah. I think the timer was okay, otherwise. I mained a Rat Pally, and now I'm tanking on your old Druid. I'm glad that my videos have helped you, Sergio. I hope. I'm glad the videos have helped. I think it was okay. Yeah. I don't think the route is an issue. I am being a little bit blamed for the route. I am noticing that. The party chat is telling me that the route. I really don't think I have to triple pull Veximus in 21. I have a feeling that the deaths were more responsible for this than otherwise. We didn't even do the skip route last night, Drebs. And we timed it pretty cleanly. I'm pretty sure the 4 deaths were more of an issue. But it's okay. It's okay. Every time Tank tried to do it in 21... yeah, is okay. I think the route's okay. It's not 22, it's 21. I don't think it's needed to do that. Yesterday, I don't think it's needed to do that. We just need to live a bit at that end. That's all. We just had the deaths at the end. That was pretty much the only thing that cost it. We would have had time pretty easily there, though. Yeah, Kenshin's cool. It's tight. It did. Hold up. I'm feeling spicy. Don't be spicy. He's not actually being mean. Relax. I think we'll send same route, but we own this time. We ride this time. Yes, I don't think you need to do so. I think we send the same route, but we ride. No problem. There's really no need to overcook the route. I really don't think that this is an overcooking route problem. Don't feel pressured. Don't feel pressure. Don't let the DPS players pressure you as a tank. I am glad my videos have helped. But this is like an IO thing. Because the Demon Hunter is 4136 IO. He is telling me that I don't know how to play the game. And that is okay. I understand. But IO is often confused with ego. And if you have ego, then you should go. That was clever. I should save that. That was good. That's not bad. I should make an entire poetry about this. That was pretty decent. I've never come up with that before. That's new. Yeah, thank you. Wait a second. That wasn't bad. All right, let me read the comments. I was a little distracted there. Put it on a t-shirt. Thank you. True, Pants. That's true. That's a fair point. That is why I was not spicy. I was originally wanting to be spicy. Let me tell you what is spicy. Allow me to explain. No, he wasn't being rude. That was more me. Well, listen. It is okay. I'm just being spicy today. How you recommend to manage the Echo Bites? The Echo Knights exploded. If I was doing a 21 with any amounts of normal comp, I would absolutely just do no skip route. I think I wouldn't try the skip until 22 plus. Yesterday, we timed 21 Algothar with a death with 50 seconds to spare, 40 seconds to spare, 50 seconds to spare, and it was just a regular W route, no skip. Thank you. I appreciate that, Spec. I hope you are doing all right. Actually, fuck it. I hope you get ice cream and have a great night. That's it. Sometimes you're not doing all right. But what can you do? I hope you enjoy something. A treat of some kind. You deserve a treat. Good night. Spec. That's the reason I'm always thinking of quitting tanking. I think that at the moment, I'm just feeling... I acknowledge that I am feeling sensitive, so I am more liable to take things personally when things are not actually meant personally, or for what it is worth as an attack. No one's trying to attack me here. He did not mean it like that whatsoever. I have to have some level of emotional maturity to say, he mentioned the route. It was frustrating that we got to the end of the dungeon and didn't time it. Fair enough. And he was making a suggestion. I would be much more inclined to say it like that. No, Saint. I have almost no sensitivity there. Thai people are really into that, and I don't really understand why, to be honest with you. It has never really been my thing. Careful what you ask me on stream. No matter... Okay, listen. You can't offend me. You cannot shock me. But as of right now, I am feeling a little sensitive. So you know what? You can probably... Not offend me. But there are some things that do make me question humanity a little bit. What's up, Repsh? Yeah, Thai people are super direct. Not every Thai person. Every statistic is a generalization. So there's always exceptions, Tequist. But I would say it's a very honest culture, a very straightforward culture, yes. Do you have any plans on playing over on EU? To be honest with you, my ping would be much better. Because if you look at my ping right now, it is 337. Like, yes. I do wish that I could play on EU, to be fair. Absolutely. I think that would be great. I would rather not play a 21 Algothar Academy on 337 world ping. That does sound like a really better time. And I probably would have much better ping on EU. However, my friends are here. So I couldn't restart my entire WoW account. There'd be no way. It's so crazy to think about restarting something that has this much attachment. I missed the thrash there. I don't think I would ever be able to talk myself into it. And all of my network, all of my contacts, all of my friends, I'm not a mount collector. I'm not an achievement person. But can you imagine just restarting your account? I still have too much attachment. I don't think I would be able to do so. Not really. All right, so we're going to reset. Actually, don't need to reset the bleed. We're going to get this bite. Yeah, perfect. Smart play. I do think that the game would be better if we just gave... The Demon Hunter is good, by the way. The Demon Hunter just did a giga move there. He saved his own life. I noticed those things. There were 3 bees coming in. I clearly was going to not have aggro for a very few seconds, by the way. And he moved to not be between me and the mobs. The Demon Hunter is good. I certainly don't want to pretend like he isn't just because he gave me a route suggestion that I did not agree with. He said it nicely. He did not flame me. He was aggressive with it, but I will clarify that was way more, that was on me, not on him. He was good there. A lot of Demon Hunters just casually send collapsing stars in melee range and rip threat and then get mad at you for that. So, respect it. I used to live in Taiwan for 2 years, and I've had some things that would never happen in Sweden. One time I was with a landlord who was like, and you've put on... Yeah, so they're not afraid to talk about weight as an example. They absolutely... Thai people will just tell you that you are overweight. The stores here are not sensitive to that fact. It is a different culture than a lot of Western countries. In many Western countries, it would be considered extremely rude and also just not okay to say many of the things that Thai people would be willing to say to your face. Yes, not all Thai people. But if you want to shop and you are if you are overweight, the shop that you will be shopping at is in fact probably just called chubby person shop here. Like they're not subtle. It is absolutely a thing. But this doesn't mean that they're rude or even negative. It's just a culture difference. They're not meaning it malicious. It's not in any way, shape, or form meant to be malicious. It's just culture. It's just, they're very direct. I'd rather stop playing the game and start again. Khan, I don't know, man. Do you think Blizzard's stance on gearing next season is overall negative? This is a big opinion question, Une. I personally do. I think that what will happen with gearing next season is a step backward. But to be honest with you, some people view it as a positive. It is not universal, and I think it very much depends on your perspective and interaction with this game. Because many raiders have felt somewhat slighted, and especially if you're a heroic raider, there really is no reason to raid heroic. So the gear changes will definitely encourage people to do more heroic raiding, which is not inherently a bad thing. I don't agree with the mythic changes, to be fair. I really don't. I think that it will cause more harm than good. I think that Season 1 was decent. They just needed to fix the relationship with heroic raiding more than anything. So I am not positive about it, but I can play devil's advocate to my own arguments and recognize that my perspective is simply one of many. And there are a ton of people who are quite positive about the fact that mythic raiding will be rewarded. Does that make sense? So, do I incarn here? Yes, I have to. Does that make sense? So, I think that when you force people into doing things like Mythic Raid, it's going to be a bad time because you're going to... What's going to happen is you're going to create a lot of toxicity. Just because if you feel like you have to Mythic Raid and you get to a Brew Twister, depends on how they design the raid. Dude, you're going to have a terrible time. Like, on some level, you have to want to be there in raid. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really believe from my experience with raiding in the past, if you don't actually want to be there, it's going to cause problems. And I do think that that's kind of the system that we're going toward, where there's going to be a group of people, like a selection of the player base, who now feels pressured into raiding, but it's a bad idea. They would probably be better off just not raiding. But then they feel pressured into it because the 1% of keys is very competitive. It won't just be the 0.1% of the player base, which would be less of an issue because it's not that many people. It's actually just the straight up 1% wild chargeback, if that makes sense. And that's a lot more people. So if there are 5,000 people who decide to raid because of these changes, Blizzard might view it as a W in the short term because more people raiding is inflated statistics and shareholder value, and I get all that. The problem is that I really believe of the 5,000 people who try it, the majority will not be happy. Like, they will be actively unhappy about this. And also, I am the sort of person who just won't do it, and I do think that paradiddle, it's not just you or me. Many people not only won't do it, but also can't do it because of a problem of access. It's not so easy to mythic raid. You can't just go and find a raid. It's a very, very weird take, in my opinion, that you can just find a raid. You sure? I don't think it's that easy to just find a raid group. Like, timing matters a lot. Whether you like the people matters a lot. Whether you can find 6+ hours a week, which is more than that realistically, matters a lot. I don't know. I don't think it's that easy to just casually be like, oh yeah, let's just raid. Like, I don't know. There are people who will buy it for sure, but I don't think it's going to be as... I think that people... It's such a controversial topic because people are so passionate about it that, like, you know, don't buy boosts in game, and I get that. And I agree. Like, it is bad for the environment of, wow, for what it is worth, I don't think it's as crazy prevalent as people think it is. Like, do people buy raid boosts and key boosts? 100%. But is it like 50%? I don't know if it's that bad. I also don't think it's as destructive as people might want to argue that it is. I personally believe that the problem with boosting is why people would want to do it in the first place. That is an interesting psychological phenomenon that should be examined. Like, you should 1000% consider why people feel as though they need to spend this much on a boost. That's a phenomenon. I don't think saving time is the answer. I think I don't even know if it's hoarding. I think some people just have it, first of all. Like, there are people who just have either a lot of money in real life, and they can totally spend they don't mind spending $100 on a WoW token to get some progress in game is genuinely no problem for them. $200 on their hobby is very, very chill. There's a lot of people who have also spent a bunch of time making gold in WoW, and so they just have 50 million gold, and if they want to spend some, it's chill. That's what they do, and it's all good. If you have hundreds of dollars to spend on your hobby, you should totally just do coaching with me, and I'll help you out. That you should spend your money on and you should do other things with your money. What is the wave-looking thing in the middle? These are my pug macros. Deco's probably listening to stream a little bit, maybe. You don't actually need to heal me that much. I'm just saying. These are my pug macros. I think they're very helpful. It spams heal me for 5 seconds if I ever need to in a party chat. Because you can't communicate with pugs. But you should make me do jumping jacks or something if you have that much money to spend. Point is, I have 3 pug macros. One of them says CC, please, I'm kiting. It's a good one. One of them says external me now. And one of them just says heal me for 5 seconds if I've messed up my defensives and need healing for 5 seconds. They're pretty useful, actually. I think that they're easy. You just spam party chat with it, and I think it's actually... Yeah, it's not bad, because I've been pugging for so long. I made these back in Shadowlands, and I've just been using them since. I actually think they're kind of useful. If I don't know the healer or don't know the group and stuff, I don't think they're bad. Some people can't actually sit there and be at the computer the whole time. 1000% Frost Queen. It's not just finding a guild. The other problem with Raid is that it's a committed time slot, which is surprisingly difficult to make work. And again, it's a very tone deaf approach. It's very tone deaf to say you play WoW 8 hours a week, just raid. It's like I play WoW on my own time for 8 hours a week when I can. Not always Tuesday night, because sometimes my kids need me, or sometimes this happens, or sometimes that. I play WoW on my own schedule. Some days I have 5 hours, some days I have 0. My schedule is inconsistent. My shifts at work change, so I cannot commit every single Tuesday night to play the game. Just because I play 20 hours a week does not necessarily mean that I can commit every Tuesday night. And you're like, oh, that's a problem. And, when you join a raid guild, you just call out sometimes when you need to. It's like, no. When you join a competitive raid guild and you have tenure and a reason to be there, then you just call out. When you join an average raid guild, if you call out more than a few times, you get kicked. Like, it's a little tone deaf, in my opinion, to just be like, oh, like, everybody just just suck it up and raid. It's like, I really don't think that is the right approach, because I don't know, man, we're all a little older. No young person plays World of Warcraft and doesn't already have a raid guild. Okay, some people do. But most of the time we're older, we have kids, responsibilities. Like, raid is a multifaceted problem. Forcing people to do it is a problem. But again, the bigger problem is the fact, why do you feel like you need 2 item levels? Does it really matter? No. Probably not. Most of the time, the reason that you brick the content you're trying to do is not 1% DPS difference. Sometimes it is, but pretty rarely. I think the bigger issue is this absolute craving. Not craving. I think that the hidden part is the psychology of needing to min-max. I think that is problematic. It's not just FOMO. There's a very real meta pressure. It isn't just perception. It's driven by community perception, but the meta in WoW, I mean, if you're not playing it, you can literally just not be, you might just not be able to play the game. But even Litany, heroic Litany versus mythic Litany, normally does not make or break somebody living D3 for what it is worth. Like, if you are going to press your heroic Litany, almost certainly people will live. The difference in shield value is not nothing. Watch this. It isn't inconsequential, and like right there, a mythic Litany might actually make a difference. Although it also would have helped if he used blur. Oh, he died again. Shit. But the idea is the value of 13 item levels on Litany, it might have more to do with your actual item level. Ooh, that was rough. That's probably time on 21. That's too tough. Okay, reset again. No problem. Yeah, that's a reset. So I think it's actually the item level of access. Like, I seriously think that you might get declined for not having Mythic Litany. I pug Mythic Plus. Got 2 little kids, wife, and a job. This gives me flexibility. I agree. Accident, Nilo. No problem. Yep, that's okay. Happens. I could have spent my globals there as well. They should say in party chat. I think in say or party chat works, but I have 3 macros. I'll show you them. I think they're pretty cool. Yeah. How come you took a crit pot? Crit for Guardian is not bad. All secondary stats work for Guardian. I happen to have crit. Sometimes it's kind of hard to commit. Frost Queen, I respect genuinely that you care enough to play the game, but also your priority is your real life, your child. Thank God that you care enough to say that. I hope you don't mythic rate. Because the concept that you should somehow forego your real life responsibilities to play a video game is, again, just a bit tone deaf. Back when we were 20, maybe. But today, this should be, I think that they need to maybe not get with the times. That might be too harsh. I think they just need to understand that people do play for different reasons. And Sior, absolutely. Getting boosted? We're talking about anything right now, Potts. You've been in my stream for long enough. I have no idea. I personally, we can talk about logistics, but you know the real problem with rating? Like, we could talk statistics. Dude, statistics are not the problem. Wait, I'm not lead. Do you know what the actual problem is? This is crazy. And what I'm about to say might blow your mind. What if you just don't think it's fun? How come that's never part of the argument? I swear WoW players are super weird. Because we can have like a 40-minute discussion about the logistics behind Mythic rating, and we could completely forget about asking the question, do you want to do it? Is it fun for you? Some people find it to be very fun. Some people don't. Okay. Like, it's actually crazy to me that is a missing part of the what if it's just not? What if you just don't want to? What, like, you know, I think that's actually weird. I don't even have health potion on my bar. Yeah, you want to see my 3 macros real quick? So I got 3 of them. They look like this. I'm ready, by the way. I've got this one. You can see target Vi Relic. I never even updated the name. This one just says external me now. It just slams party chat. It just goes do like this. You just click it. External me now if you're playing, depending on the healer. Target Vi Relic was back in Shadowlands. And then you have this one, which is CC Please I'm Kiting. I put them in Discord before. I think they're kind of cool. I don't mind them. But I think that it's good to have more casual content. Tonight there's... Oh, it's Mikey. Sorry. Tonight there's a podcast coming out with Touchpad Warrior. I personally think it was a great conversation. I think I need to heal part of my relationship with World of Warcraft because sometimes I get too caught up with competition and forget to have fun. That can happen. I do think we all just have weird relationships with the game at this point. Boom. 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 Wait here. Boom. Yeah, I'm excited for that podcast episode to come out. So I wanted to start a WoW podcast, and I wanted to feature different perspectives on the podcast. One of the things I'm very excited to do is basically have the different sides of WoW try to come together and recognize that we are all playing this game because we actually find it fun. Some people find it fun to compete in a ranking of Mythic Raid and Mythic Plus and shoot for very high level content. Other people do not find that fun, which is also okay. That is one of the things I really want to talk about, is just how both of those aspects are totally valid. If you enjoy that, great. If you don't, that's also fine. If you want to just play the game with the one button rotation and you enjoy that, great. If you don't, okay. Seriously, it's that simple. I really wish that people realized it was that simple. We play for fun. There are so many different ways to enjoy World of Warcraft. None of them are wrong. Oh, we killed the wrong one. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Whoops. The last lasher was left alive. Quick reset. Quick reset it is. But there are all these different perspectives on the game. Part of it, I think, is important to talk about is if we all came together to realize that we're in the same spot, it would be better. The mythic raid changes don't actually affect most players. But the perception on the community is important. And our perception of the raid will matter. Okay, is the cat in here right now? I'm just going to close the door for a second. I need to be moving a lot more. I should be doing more movement for sure. Let me just do some right now. And then we'll go do the key. That's nice. I'm trying different things to manage pots while I play the game. I'm trying my very hard. Ugh. How did you reset the bleed? Oh, I could have reset the bleed there. I just thought that we had killed. It was the last lasher. It was the first one. It was just mistiming. We marked the wrong target. That's it. That was my bad. That was my bad there. I should have realized and actually ran earlier to reset. I saw that one of them was going to die, but I didn't realize it was the wrong one. Almost ready. All right, let's go. That little bit, just a little bit of something, and liquid and fluids. Let's hydrate as well. You got her. I actually have to do this though. That was the Augevoker cauterizing flame, Alex. We are playing with an Augevoker. He cauterizing me at 5 stacks. If he didn't, I would have run out earlier to reset. But if you reset the bleeds, in order to do that, you need to time it. Peter Pan socks. To manage pots. It's been kind of kicking my ass recently. Yes, it was the Evoker Dispel. Hydrating. Sorry, brother. We got it. I don't think this key is too bad. Also, Jack, if you are playing this game, Jack says on YouTube, I don't play for fun. I play to get e-girls. You know, I can't blame you for that. I would never judge you. This is a judgment-free zone. So however you decide to play, I wish you luck. I have certain recommendations, to be honest with you. Yep, ready. I do have certain recommendations. If your goal is to obtain the mythical e-girl, then you want to make sure you're putting your effort into the right direction. What are you drinking? Very heavy electrolyte water. I would actually tell them to dispel. Oh, it's my key. I would tell them to dispel not that early. I would actually ask for dispel later because I'm an incarn. So I would ask for dispel after the 3rd application. So you go 1 set, 3 stacks, 2nd set to 6 stacks, basically capped at 5. I would ask them to dispel on the 3rd application at 9 stacks, technically. Sergio, you bring up a very good point that is interesting because I think that we've all forgotten why we really enjoy World of Warcraft. No joke. I'm being very serious about this. Sergio, your comment was, the times that I have the most fun in World of Warcraft are when I'm just on Discord with my friends, hanging out, shooting the shit, not really talking about anything too serious. Isn't that actually what makes WoW magical? I'm being for real. Think about it. WoW has always been an MMORPG first. That's the whole point. The whole point is to connect with people, to play with people. If they put gameplay systems in that focus only on the gameplay systems, that is problematic. They should encourage people to socialize. Okay, so there's the application there. But see how That one I reset. That was just good timing. We can pull this in now. That application is tough, so now I have to run. There's a video, remind me, I might watch it with you later. I started watching it earlier, and it just really reminded me of an era of WoW that I don't think has been around for a while. And it was just the era of absolute worldwide phenomena. But it was always a phenomena, because that which has no life cannot be destroyed. No, I mean, like, but that's always been kind of the identity of this game in many ways. I got a question. Yeah, sorry, Dather. If I ever miss your question, just ask me again. Do you think more people would tank more if the overall tanking gameplay was more about being tanky? Oh, yeah, 100%. But it depends on how they design it. I think that designing tank mechanics is important, Dather. I have an opinion of this, which, to be honest with you, I know for a fact that a lot of people do not share. Like, I am aware that my opinions on tanking are not... They land me into hot water for the higher key community. Any tank that is a competitive player does not normally agree with me on how they should design tanking. But I strongly believe that tanks are at their best when they just don't die. Because even if it is boring, quote unquote, or just not fun, if a tank dies in any key level, it's the most anti-fun, potentially toxic experience. You get yelled at, you get blamed, the fingers start pointing, your DPS hate it, they were in cooldowns, your healer hates it because they don't know what they could have done to save your life. 0% of the team enjoys it when a tank dies. And your key is over too. I really think that you have to make it so that tanks at a plus 15 basically almost cannot die unless they are very specifically misplaying. I think that if they straight up removed, and this is the cook that lands me into trouble, if they actually removed half the tank busters that currently exist, I think we would have a better version of the game, not a worse version. I actually think that more people would tank, not less. Because the take that tanks are boring because Guardian Druid is so strong right now is not a good one. At a plus 22, plus 23, plus 25, like the higher end of keys, the 1% of keys, there's an expectation that your tank kind of knows what they're doing. But I swear, almost every tank at a plus 15 walks in without a defensive and gets one-tapped. Pretty much certainly. Like, it's very, very, very extremely common this season for a Guardian Druid to walk in and get absolutely destroyed. And this is Guardian Druid we're talking about. Imagine if the meta tank was a VDH or a Prot Pally. If Guardian Druids are dying a lot, imagine when the meta tank is not Guardian Druid. They have to be very careful about this. Because I don't think people realize how spoiled this season has been, considering that the meta healer was Mistweaver and the meta tank was Guardian. This season was not easy to tank. And I would not describe it as being very easy to heal as well. It was easy to DPS this season. And they're trying to move more into the fact that Season 2 is going to be harder for DPS. Which we will see if that is a good or a bad thing. I don't know if that is necessarily a good thing. It seems like it would be on the surface. But I'm not actually sold that that's going to be better for the game. But I definitely think if they just... DPS this season have been really easy because the checks are not... They have to check you somewhere. And this is why I have to be careful about this, because I don't have a perfect solution. No matter how you design this, somebody is not having a good time. If you design it so the check is the tank, then your tank is getting destroyed, and I don't think that's good. If you design it so that your healer is the check, I don't think that's good. But both of those things allow you to not have so many kicks, to not have so many stuns. That's why Midnight Season 1 doesn't have ridiculous CC chains that are required for a lot of these pulls and casters that don't feel as punishing. But ultimately, it means that you can pug. And I'm kind of okay with that. Game design goes a long way in giving you feedback about how your season is going to go. Think about this. If they design it next season so that your tank is not the bottleneck, and that actually your season will be determined by your DPS's ability to coordinate kicks properly, is that going to be better? Your tank won't die as much, but now there are 3 casters in a pack, and each one of them puts a stacking 25% damage down on the team. You have to get it. Now there are 3 casters, and that means 3 kicks. Is that good or bad? The consequence of not checking the tank is that you have to check the group somehow. I don't like some of the dungeons in Midnight Season 2 because of this design philosophy. In their efforts to take some of the responsibility away from tanks and healers, they have put it on the DPS. But if we got more keys like Algothar Academy, would that be good or bad? Because I don't think that Algothar Academy is actually a terrible dungeon. I think that people's relationship with Algothar Academy feels really bad, partially because the timer is so tight. And it feels like you are beholden to your DPS half the time instead of you being able to play as a tank or a healer. Algothar Academy seems like it is so determinate, just based randomly on does your DPS do enough damage, because the timer's tight. And so if I do the aggressive routes and I do the pulls and I do everything I can as a tank, sometimes we just don't time it. But that's not true for a lot of the other dungeons. In Mysara Caverns, it's pretty hard to get to the end of that dungeon if you're a good tank and your healer can also heal, and you pass all the checks. It's kind of hard to get to the end and not have time. So I'm curious how Season 2 will end up being. I would agree with you that the dungeon pool next season is very suspicious, but I also think that more suspicious than the dungeon pool is the dungeon design. Game design has a lot to do with how you feel in the season. You don't have to put the bleeds on the first pull of Algothar Academy. It could exist without them. You don't have to make the battle axes clap the tank as much as they do in the following section of this dungeon. But it was a choice. Like, you have to intentionally put that in, because that was a design philosophy of saying, well, we're going to make sure that the check for this part is the tank. Like, your tank has to understand their exact timings here. Is that good or bad? Pros and cons. That's why I'm careful about this, because I don't want to come at you like I have a solution. But I can tell you from my testing that there are many packs next season when they're experimenting with damage downs. I feel like every healer wants that. Healers are like, please, it's a little toxic for game design if the thing that checks you is just a one tap. Because that means that either you press a defensive or you're dead. And I can do HPS, but you know, not every healer works with giant Oracle Disc Priest shielding. Like, that's not how healers are designed in WoW. I don't prevent you from taking damage. I just heal the damage if I'm good. And maybe if I'm literally, I can predict the future, then I can external you and make a giga play. But that's pretty rare. So a lot of DPS have no idea that that's how healers work, by the way. Like, genuinely, I swear, a lot of DPS just think that you're permanently giving DR and stuff. I don't actually know if there's an awareness of that. The point is, there are a lot of kicks next season which put a 25% haste reduction in Altar of Fangs, but the 25% haste reduction should only apply to the DPS. And then if your DPS get a 25% haste reduction, guess what? The pull lives forever. And the pull has a stacking in rage for your tank. Your tank can game it by outplaying it because it's a kiting thing. And you can just basically run away for 2 seconds if you have some awareness. And they made it pretty obvious. So I don't mind that mechanic. But if your tank gets minus 25% haste stacking because your DPS miss a kick, they're dead. At a higher key level, at pretty much any reasonable key level, if your healer and your tank on actual checks get a 25% haste reduction, like that's not good. I don't know why they're so unwilling to look at the design of saying, well, maybe we don't make this apply to tank and healer, and we actually keep it as a damage down. What would that really be so bad? If there was a damage down designed mechanic and it basically affected your DPS players instead of your tank and your healer. I don't know if that would be bad. I feel like that's the direction they should take it in. But currently, when they're putting this in, they're doing it in a way which will very much kill your tank and your healer, and that concerns me. So it's not just that King's Rest is in the dungeon pool because, oh my god, I didn't actually play BFA, by the way, and I tested that on PTR, and yes, that is a actually terrible dungeon. I am pretty shocked that they decided to bring that back because I don't know why it's a Mythic Plus dungeon. It is actively terrible. It is very unfun to play. There's almost zero redeeming quality about it. Genuinely, I couldn't really find one. I think that there was a single pull in that entire dungeon where I was like, okay, this is kind of fun. There's like one AoE pull, and then everything else is not only forced RP, but amazingly unfun pulls. Like, I am very confused why they put that back in the dungeon pool. That was a choice, and I think that was the wrong choice, to be honest with you. They have tried to change. It's better than it was, supposedly, and still terrible, which is impressive, because that was a really rough experience for me to try that on PTR for the first time. There's Temple of Sethralis. I think that Temple had more redeeming qualities than that. But again, I actually don't look so much at the pool itself because we have seen them change things before to be very fun. An example is Brackenhide Hollow. On Mythic 0, that dungeon was an abomination. But then in the season itself, by the time all the changes went through, I don't think Brackenhide was that bad. The last boss should have been changed with totems, but that's dungeon design. The second boss could have maybe had this. I actually think Brackenhide, I remember that dungeon mostly fondly. Like, I think that Brackenhide was actually a lot of fun. It had good, fun AoE pulls in the middle. It had pretty decent pulls at the start. Like, DPS just want to blast. People want to have a good time. When you limit them to 2 mobs in a forced RP pull that also has aggro problems, by the way, that's an issue. Like, that's a fundamental misstep on their part. Ooh, then we got a third one. That's tough. Okay, we might still be able to time it. We ride. Go, 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 go. So I do think that they need to take a look at the dungeon design for Season 2. That could be the real stinker. If they're not careful and we go back to a meta where the only thing that determines the success in the key is not just your DPS's ability to do damage, which is kind of fine, it's actually going to be way more about your DPS's ability to get stops and CC chains, which is not fun because it's very difficult to coordinate that in keys that are not the top level keys. Like, if you're not in Discord with people, it's very hard to get 5 kicks. Or let's even call it just 3. I mean, 3 is a pretty reasonable number, but if all 3 of those kicks are mandatory, I liked the dungeon design of Mysara Caverns, where if a kick goes off, your healer has a chance to outplay it. If you get truly 0 kicks on that pull, you might die. Somebody's probably going to die, but it doesn't immediately bolt you to death. You have a chance to outplay. I do think that the chance to outplay is very valuable in terms of dungeon design, and I think that right now, Season 2 does not feel like an outplay moment. It feels very much like a, haha, good luck. Because some of the mechanics are super punishing. And I question their dungeon design on that. There were many times where I was alive, to be fair. I didn't feel as checked as a tank. But the consequence and the price that we're paying for me not being checked as a tank is congratulations. Now the check is basically whether or not we're getting all these stops and kicks. And I was spam resetting dungeons on PTR like it was already a Resil key because the first pull of the dungeon requires 4 interrupts. And anytime we missed an interrupt, we basically died. They gave some nerfs to that dungeon this morning, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was... They should have just removed a caster. I feel like it's a little suspicious that they're not just removing a caster straight up. I just don't think the caster needs to be in there. I think you could just take him out. You could have 2 casters. That would still brick keys. 2 casters? You're still not getting those kicks. 3 to 4? That's dungeon design. So personally speaking, I think more than the actual pool of dungeons that we're going to be fighting, I think that that is a interesting dilemma that they found themselves in. But I also don't know what I am asking them to do. I don't think if they gave me permission to design the new dungeons, I don't know if I would come out with a perfect system here. There are fundamental issues with no matter how you decide to check, somebody is kind of... Because of how Mythic Plus works and because of how competitive it has become, people are just going to end up doing keys where they get checked. And it's kind of hard to say whether we know exactly what they should or should not do. Is the tank supposed to be the linchpin? Is the healer supposed to be the one that decides the success? Are your DPS, should they have more responsibility, or are they just there to zug-zug? That's a good question. And I don't pretend to have a real answer for you. I have a conversation. This is a conversation about dungeon design. I am not a game developer. I am in fact not confident that if you gave me the option to design the game, I would even come out with a better system. I don't know if I would or would not be able to figure this out. But I do think it's interesting. And I think it's definitely worth exploring more. What do you guys think about this? How should they design Mythic Plus so that people can enjoy it at a plus 12, a plus 10, and a plus 20? Or I think that ultimately, I just don't fundamentally believe they could do that, first of all. And I think that my end thoughts about this are that instead of trying to do that and generalize it and design it for everyone, you need to kind of pick a demographic and roll with it. And I think that this is the take that lands me in hot water, to be honest with you, because a lot of players at the higher end disagree with me vehemently about this. But I strongly believe that the game should be designed for the plus 12. And then people will degen the higher stuff anyways. The people who want to optimize and get to a plus 25 are going to be doing things that are not meant, that you never designed the game for them. They're already addicted. You don't need to market toward these players. They're already doing things at a level which are undesignable. So I don't think that that's what you consider basically at all. I think that you have to consider where most people shoot for and what most people experience. And we have this weird thing in WoW where we genuinely believe that everybody is playing at like a 4K level. They're not. By default, that's 1% of the player base. And it is a chase goal, which should be there, but most people don't want to chase that goal. It's one of those, I will say, I mean, I'm going to use the forbidden language here, but you think you do, but you don't. Because actually, most people are logging in after work to just hang out. Like, in general, I really feel like most people are just basically chilling when they play this game. And you want to just basically be able to do keys. And the argument is, well, if that's the case, then just do a plus 10. But it's like, I don't think that's a good argument. I think that you should design the game with the lower level in mind and then let people degen the higher level however they decide to do so. Because you can't fundamentally... It's like designing for Liquid and Echo the Raid without designing for a more cutting-edge experience. Oh my god, I let an orb go through. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I messed up. I messed up. Healer, go. You can do it, healer. I'm sorry. If anybody dies right now, that's pretty much my fault. Oh, thank God. All right, good job, healer. That was on me. That was on me. I was not paying attention. I've actually been taking this dungeon very poorly. There are many mistakes that I have made thus far, but we're chilling. I'm more engaged in this conversation right now, to be honest. I got the orb. I'm moving the boss. Don't die. Live. All right, good. It's kind of the same. I mean, the next conversation I have about this, tank should, I mean, I should soak as many as I can. It's mostly just that I'm being lazy right now. No one should soak on the mana bombs, Riaran. So you can soak an orb outside, but if you let it come, like I'm taking him in the middle right now, like that orb right there, that Aug Evoker soaking it is a problem because he's almost going to get one tap by the actual mechanic, so he can't take any additional damage. I can go soak as many of these pretty much as I want because I'm not going to die to it, but I have to be careful about moving the boss, and it's just been a second since I've done Algathar. Oh, he has scales. Okay. Whew. I actually was going to off heal there. Timer's a little bit suspicious. The thing that keeps WoW addicting is Mythic Plus. That's the conversation. The Punisher. I don't think so. That's where I disagree with many of the takes about WoW, because no, I don't think that the competition of Mythic Plus is what keeps WoW players logging in. I think WoW players log in because of the MMO aspect of the game. I don't think it's the competition. I think that some people play WoW for the sake of competition. I think that more people play WoW chasing the nostalgia of Classic still, even though it's retail. That feeling of Classic, of you play with people, matters. I think that more people play like that. My opinion. This is a social game. I think that if Blizzard does not design it with that social... I think that if Blizzard designs it to be a competitive game, we lose something. Because I actually don't believe that is why most people play. I also just don't believe we get a better product. I think that it's like a weird cook in the hierarchy community, or the vocal people in World of Warcraft genuinely say, but of course everybody logs in for Mythic Plus. That's not actually true. Some people log in for Mythic Plus, not everyone. And we have to acknowledge that, if that makes sense. Like there's a world where you have to say at some point, that's not the motivating factor. Although you upset people either way. If you make it purely competitive based, I don't think that's a good model. There are games that have done that successfully, but look what they become. Think about it. My boss told me that we human are people person. I think it applies to WoW. Yeah. Edgar, think about a game like League of Legends. League of Legends is a purely competitive game. You log in to rank up. That is the only reason you play League of Legends. There is no other reason to subject yourself to it. You specifically play that game because of the competitive nature of it. It is a lobby game. There is no other reason to play. You don't play for joy. You don't play for basic human decency. You're not exactly trying to make friends or socialize or find a guild. You're trying to rank. That isn't WoW. And I think that if WoW ever became like that, we would actually have a significantly worse product. Not like a little bit worse. Like, I think it would be significantly worse. I think that would be so harmful for the game. All right, let me make sure I do this pull right. We gotta watch the pat, and then we're gonna go in now. Everybody in, everybody in. Come. I went in like a second too fast. The caster will line of sight around this corner now. And then we're going to kick that caster. And then perfect, okay. If we live this, do we have time right now? It'll be kind of tight. We just got to live this. We go around here. There's circles here, so we got to go. You can, if we need to, we line of sight over here now. We're just going to have to live. Live. Okay, good. That's a really tight timer with these deaths. All right, let's go. 4 minutes. I don't know about that. I should have pulled the boss early. Oh, I had to try. I didn't see the timer. My timer's hidden by in chat. Damn. I do have to combine a poll. Croth is... We're getting 3 fire phases on Croth. What's our Croth? 439? I'm not sure what to do to increase the timer here. Wonder if Deco's logging this. Just the people out there who play. There are collectors. People who just log in. There's a lot of people, yeah. Hold up. It's just bridge with the previous worm. I think bridge with Ravager. But it shouldn't be this tight. Nah, I wasn't logging though. I don't know how to check dog damage. We also still had a bunch of kind of... The Croth, I think, is the 3 fire phases is tough. I don't think you're supposed to heal 3 fire phases. Being a healer without a kickling of those ads casting would be crazy. Can't wait for season 2. Yeah. I do think I'd probably have to play that. Good night, Frost. This morning I went to a metal concert in-game at somebody's house. It is cool. I think that it's so awesome that we have that capacity in World of Warcraft. I genuinely do. I have a podcast episode coming out tonight with Touchpad Warrior talking a lot about that. About like why we play WoW, what the actual motivating factor is. What's up, Beast? Yeah, I don't think I swapped my log either. I just want to check. I'm always curious. When you play with AUG, I have no idea sometimes. I don't either soar, but keep in mind that it's... I did not make the group. I, in general, don't... AUG is very hard to play. But also, I can't say. I have no way to check without actually logging. Maybe he's top damage right now. I have no idea. You literally can't say. It's one of the reasons I do think they should remove AUG from this game. Boomy and AUG. Boomy, we should remove Boomy too. That's a personal take. I'm biased on that one. But AUG, bye-bye. As someone who actually used to main AUG too, I actually like AUG. I think the way that AUG plays in keys is very fun. I enjoy that spec. But it's so hard to progress because it does matter. You could also argue that it doesn't matter. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Delete AUG and make a dragon tank. Okay, they can't make more tanks cones until they balance the current tanks. Try. I can combine Bridge and Ravager. No. I can combine the Bridge and Ravager. Okay. You cannot add. I want them to add more tanks. I think that would be super hype. Like, if they just basically announced next month, they were like, we have 2 new tanks coming out, I'd be like, sweet. But, not sure. Skyclash, is that you? I have no idea. I wasn't logging. Sometimes I wonder if our times are a little bit slow. I don't know. I actually don't know. But I like AUG in terms of how it plays. Is that you, Skyclash? You have the same name. I can speed up the route here a little bit, for sure. I can try. AUG is the troublemaker spec. It's actually just that to play AUG well requires a ton of interesting thought process. I was asked to do some 20s or some chill keys to help somebody out with Kess. In like tomorrow maybe, like the next 2 days basically. I know you struggle with high ping and me as well because I live in Korea. Did you know that there's a thing called spell queue window? Yeah. I think I've set mine. I'm at like, what is it right now? 243 ping. It just means my damage is lower. I can't get as many globals, so I tend to have lower damage on 243 ping. You get used to it, but it's still hard. I should also move around. Make me move, guys. I gotta do either. I'll just do some neck PT. I've got some space here. Watch this. The cats are not here, so we'll just. This will look wild. This definitely won't look well. I don't know what this will look like, but it's gonna look weird. Just go with it. No problem. No problem, Pixel. Just I'm practicing the necessary skills so that I can find my way into some Brazil 23, and I don't have enough gold to buy the 0.1% title, so I have to resort to other tactics. It's a bouncy ball. Whee. I'm just moving. I'm supposed to just move more throughout the day and probably strengthen my neck. Does that look weird? I don't know what this looks like. What's up, TH? I'm just moving. I don't know. Enjoying the life, enjoying the game. Ooh. Wow. What's up, Random? Hi, Random. How are you? And what game are you enjoying right now? Also, thank you for the Prime sub. That's the first sub today. Leggings, stockings, hybrid, thank you. They're very tight, TH. Yeah, they look way sluttier than they actually are, to be fair. I have shorts and stuff on. Hold up. They're medical grade. But look, they're like way, yeah, they're very tight. Look at this. I mean, they're like, but I think they help. Yeah, they're medical grade. That's true. Some people like nurses. Ooh. No. It's an autoimmune condition. I have a connective tissue disorder, and it affects like my body's ability to circulate blood and whatnot. It's like a lot of headaches and head pressure and stuff. Chilling on a while a little bit. Diablo, real life stuff. Fair. Do you want to try to go for 1%? I'm very curious to know how people view the 1% after it's already happened. I think it's going to be way harder than people think it is. It's going to be higher. What I are you at now, Random? It's going to be high. I still think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I still think so. What? Hi, Pixel. I'm doing okay. I wouldn't call this a midlife crisis, but it looks like one. It's not. This is a makeshift bench. It's not actually a midlife crisis. I'm working through some things. Yeah. 4120 is definitely 1%. I just think that it's going to be around 4K. I bring this up, but are you hipper? Oh. I mean, I don't mind talking about divorce and stuff, but give me a second to go pee real quick. I don't mind talking about marriage and divorce. We can have a conversation about it. Let me just go by real quick and then we do this. There we go. I think 4K. All right. I'm now taking care of myself. Let's get it. What's up, Zaykath? You didn't know I was divorced? Yeah. All right, ready. You didn't know I was divorced? It's not exactly hidden knowledge. No, I'm happy to talk about it because it is a pretty niche thing that I've been through, but gave me a lot of perspective on life. At the time, it felt like the most destructive, the most overwhelming thing that just like unbelievably tough to deal with. At the end of the day, oh, we did a countdown timer, my bad. I'm still here. And in hindsight, my life is better today. In the moment, I thought everything was over because I wasn't expecting it. And the situation of my divorce is I don't think any divorce is quite identical. But mine was weird because it happened. I was blindsided by it. I didn't know it was going to happen. I had zero clue it was going to happen. I had 4 days to process, and then I never saw her again. We never got a chance to go to counseling. We never got a chance to work it out, which again, in hindsight, is not necessarily a bad thing, because I think, and I realize now as I'm older and more mature, that this was never really meant to be. Like, the only mistake we made was the fact that we shouldn't have gotten married. That was the only real mistake I think that we made. We were young. I think that we should have dated for a little bit, realized that we maybe weren't compatible with each other at the end of the day. We just had fundamental different philosophies on we had fundamental different love languages, different philosophies on many things. So, yeah. We dated for a few years before we got married, which, to be honest, was not enough. What? Did the bees kill somebody? I'm assuming one of the bees went and killed somebody, right? Yeah. All right, quick reset it is. Do I believe in positive stereotypes? I mean, yes. Does anybody not? What is a positive stereo? Wait, hold up. Before I agree to this, what's a positive stereotype, Allegro? Could you clarify? What is a positive stereotype here? And I'm sorry that you are going through it as well, Pixel. I mean, it's like you have struggles. You always have to fight for staying married. I think there are so many different perspectives on marriage, and I don't know if any of them are wrong. There are some people, I believe, I look at some relationships, and to be honest with you, I think to myself, the only reason that, you know, my grandparents are still together, or like some of the older couples I see, is because divorce was not an option. If they were in a relationship today, almost certainly they would not be together. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of marriages I see like that. There are also some marriages I see which are just, these people were always going to be together. Like, this is the most amazing thing. You get to live with your best friends. Holy shit, this is amazing. I mean, there are just so many different perspectives. You can't generalize it, because what culture are you talking about? What demographic are you talking about? Marriage 50 years ago was quite different than today. You know? Let me take some salt 1 second. Right? I cannot tell you I have a full answer about this. I can only give you perspective. My perspective is, I would not have ended up. There are so many things to talk about, and I'm going to be kind of all over the place just because I'm a little out of it today. And this is a topic I take fairly seriously. I'm not upset that I got married, because I got to have this experience. But I drastically pray and hope that I am not bitter about it going forward in my life. My marriage did not work out. And the way that it ended was really tough for me. It gave me a ton of doubts about love and relationships and whether or not I would ever be happy. That doesn't mean... It's been 2 years, and I very much want to tell you... I very much want to tell you that I would never get married. I don't know. I think about my relationship with Kitty, and she's away for the weekend, and I miss her. Like, she's at a party with friends this weekend, and she's not here, and I miss her. I wish she was here. She's awesome. I like spending time with her. Who knows how the future ends up? I could certainly tell you that when this was all happening and I was going through this, I really felt like my world was ending. It was not. Can't imagine getting married with a best friend, because we know each other so well. The good, the bad. I mean, like, your significant other should be your best friend, not like you should marry your best friend. There's two different things. You just keep in the voice. Oh, yeah, we're not in voice chat. I mean, I'm playing with Arson, and I know Arson, and I'm playing with the healer, and I know the healer. I do not know this Og nor this Devour. It's a... You never know what you're going to get, Pixel. If I let the bad things in my life dictate my future, I would have a very terrible life indeed. A lot of bad things have happened to me. Most things in my life have not gone according to plan. Very few things, in fact, have ever gone according to plan. It's interesting. The way that my divorce, I can give you my experience, which is that when this all happened, it happened over 4 days. She came home. I really got to actually confirm the day. I'm pretty sure it was a Wednesday night. Keep telling you, this has come up a lot recently. I'm not sure why it's come up a lot, but it has come up a lot. I'll tell you about it. Wednesday night, it was, I know because I had work at exactly 10 p.m. And I was going to work. She came home around 9:30 or something like this. And I was just kind of getting ready for work. And she came home from her sister's house and she was just like, I think I want a divorce. And I was like, what? I had no idea this was happening. She had been considering it for a while, as I found out later, but I was pretty blindsided. Perhaps I'm just autistic. Perhaps I should have seen it coming. I don't know. But everyone in my family and in my world, and I think her parents as well, who I kind of miss. I liked her family. Her family was really cool, actually. I think that everyone was shocked. I don't think anyone knew it was going to happen because we had a pretty happy, productive relationship. It's not like our relationship was super toxic or anything like that. But it was basically a very unexpected thing. And then I remember I told my mom that this was, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was like this was a conversation we were going to have, like we were having a problem or maybe even like a fight or something like this. And then the next day I was like, okay, so we're going to work this out. And then the following day we had a decent day. And then the day after that, it was all back to the same conversations. And I was like, what's happening? And then the next day she left and I never saw her again. And I was completely just, I was like stun locked. I just genuinely didn't know what happened. It would have made a lot more sense. And in many ways, I feel like I actually would have preferred it if somehow something really bad had happened. If there was an event that preceded this, if I cheated on her, I actually would have been more okay with this somehow because I would have been able to process it. But the fact is, nothing happened. So, well, as far as I know, I genuinely am just like, bro, what? My mom was like, is she okay? Like, is there a medical thing going on? We were all trying to figure out basically what happened. And I never got an answer. Not really. The reasons that were quoted from her perspective, and this is where I can look back with a little bit of, here's the thing. We were young. At some point, she recognized that I was not the life that she wanted. That is fair. Maybe not fair. I am glad she realized that when we were 27, instead, she's older than me, instead of when we were 37, because I wouldn't not have left. So there was a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, 100% originally. But what's the point of being angry about this? From her perspective, you have to try to get out of your own head about this. That's how I saw it. From her perspective, I had been neglecting her for a while, which was very interesting because when she told me that I was neglecting her, I said, could you describe to me what that means? What does it mean to neglect you, basically? And then a better question is, what does it mean to spend time with you? Because from my perspective, I was like, I see you every day. We hang out every day. What would I have to do in order for you to feel not neglected? It's a good question, actually. You should ask your partner this. And most of her answers were things like, you never take me out. And I was like, I don't take you. That's just me. I don't go outside. I don't like going outside. But if you want me to take you out, like I can do that. Like you just tell me like how often do you want to go out? And she was like, see, that's the thing. If you have to ask me, then you don't mean it. And I was like, but this is never going to be something that I want to do. And I was like, I think that's fair, I suppose. Like, yes, I don't mean it because you knew that about me though. Like, that's not a secret. That's not something that should have blindsided you. So that's where I was upset, because the argument basically stemmed from the fact I was like, but this has always been me. This is not new information. Like, I was kind of just sitting there like, why did you marry me if you didn't want that life? If you want to be wined and dined, I'm not the right person for you, you know? So from her perspective, though, she didn't know. We were young. And I think that for a long time, she thought that the life we had is what we wanted, because we were mostly happy. It was not. My problem is that all of the reasons listed were basically just that I suck, kinda. And I had confidence issues that I have never had before in my life because of this. Basically, the reasons quoted were, why are you like this? And I was like, I'm just me. Like, I don't know what you want me to do about... Like, I'll change, but I don't know what I'm supposed to change here, because you're basically asking me to change everything. And I was like, okay, some things are reasonable, but asking me to fundamentally change is not going to happen. I was like, I don't know what you want me to do, you know? So that was from my perspective. I tried very hard not to attack her. I only, in 5 years that we were together, I only raised my voice at her a single time, which I can also tell you exactly what happened, because I'm not a prideful person. It is rough. It is very unfortunate. The way it was handled is the point that I would love to bring awareness for and talk more about, just because I wish she would have been more considerate of my feelings. I wish she would have recognized that this was going to be really hard for me. I have no friends and no family here. But again, I'm glad that it did not get to the point of resentment, because you're absolutely right. Resentment is a problem. I am very happy that it did not get to that point. Well, okay, it did get to that point, but I'm happy it didn't go past that point. I am trying to have a reasonable take on this now, because for what it is worth, it still hurts. But the thing that hurts, and the thing that's a problem, Grizzly, and what you asked me about earlier and what sparked this, hi, Onos, we're having a conversation about my divorce, which is probably not what you expected to hear going into a WoW stream. And if this is your first time in my stream, I don't know, this is probably really weird. But here we go. Well, I'm not single anymore, and I'm very happy about that. I don't like being single. That's not really my priority in life, Mr. Duck Photo. I'm in a very happy relationship currently. A relationship that is so significantly better for me that, to be fair, I never would have found or understood that this is what I might have needed the whole time. Basically, when I was married, I can give you more specifics, but at the end of the day, what I could do for her was never going to fill what she needed. And sort of vice versa, although not really. I think I'm kind of easy. Yes. But Big Grizzly, the hardest things to contend with, I can get over my anger toward her because I recognize that she is a person. She's scared. She made a choice. I wish she would have handled that choice with me in mind and realized that we were on the same team, and that if this is what she needed and she came to me and she was just like, hey, this is going to be, I don't know how to tell you this, but I think I need a divorce, and let's talk about how we're going to make that happen, I would have had a completely different response. Like, it would be a different story. Instead, she came to me and basically said, you're responsible for this. The way that you do things sucks, and pretty much you're a terrible person. Not in those exact words, but it was sort of the message that was conveyed, that this was all my fault, and that was really hard because I don't like to fight. So I'm not the sort of person, if she says that it goes, no, it's actually you, and blah, blah, blah. I actually think that, to be fair, one of the reasons that was quoted was the fact that I was not one of the things that would have been better is if I was more argumentative. She felt that because I didn't argue with her, I was not passionate and did not care. I would not defend myself in the sense of yelling. I would defend myself. I am a little bit too empathetic. It's not that I didn't take offense. It's just, what's the point of yelling about it? But in many ways, she actually would have been happier if I had. I think what she wanted me to do was if she came to me and said, I want a divorce, and then I said, I'm not letting you leave, she would have been like, oh, okay. Like, I feel like that would have worked. But instead, I was like, okay, tell me about it. Like, what's going on? And I was like, I was very much the type of person where if this is what you need, okay. The problem is that was a fundamental incompatibility because I am not an argumentative person. Does that make sense? That's actually like one of genuinely, I believe that is one of the reasons and one of the things that I could have done differently if I think back to it. But 10 times out of 10, I would handle it the same way. I'm just not argumentative in that way. Do you know what I mean? It's not that I'm empathetic in the sense where I sacrifice myself. And I wouldn't describe myself as being Sigma. I would... I actually would describe myself as being quite... I mean, this is, I guess, your definition of the word here, Exco. I think that I am so independently, stubbornly alpha. Actually, like if I had to use that terminology, I would describe myself as being hyper fucking independent, which is a problem. Because, you know, the lion does not concern himself with that's my problem, actually, if anything. I don't really know what a Sigma male is either. It's not exactly the language that I would normally use, but I think if I was to use that language, I would actually describe myself as being very, very, very dominant. If I was to use that language in that sense. Does that make sense? Yeah, can you give me a better explanation of what that actually means? I don't know what it means. I'm probably using language here that doesn't make sense. Sigma males are independent, introverted leaders who operate outside social hierarchies. Oh, wait, really? Oh, never mind. Okay, so I'm okay. In which case, I didn't wait. That's what it means, Baron? There's no way that's what it means. No shot that's what it means. Really? That's what it means? Okay, I'm very off on this then. Never mind. Ignore everything I've just said. Wait a second. I have never heard it used. Is that the actual definition? Where is this definition coming from, Barons? We gotta clarify our meanings here, I guess, if we want to have this conversation properly. Okay. You're saying Sigma leaders, Sigma is independent, introverted, operating outside of social hierarchy. Yeah, I wasn't invited, Wallane. It's because of my time at Vought. They're still mad for what I did to Starlight. Okay. Okay, so a Sigma male is a popular internet slang term used to describe an independent self... Oh, wait a second. Oh, okay, never mind. So I am Sigma. In which... That is actually a fair description of me. Okay, so wait a second. I'm wrong about this. I'm glad we've clarified this definition. According to that, I am very Sigma. Yes. All right, so then I thought it was basically just with respect. I kind of thought it was being a little bitch. I must have... I don't know where I crossed the wires here. Yeah, that's beta. Oh, that's beta. Why the fuck are there so many Greek words for this? Oh, that's... So wait, hold up. There's alpha, sigma, and beta. Is this correct? Are we getting this right now? That's a good cross time. That's much better. All right, we win right now. Do we want a double bridge? I don't have Incarn. Okay.
Care aggro sec. We'll have to do this poll. It's fine. Oh, no. Okay. So wait a second. I'm Sigma. What? God damn it. Fucking. All right. If I don't fuck this up, we probably time this dungeon. Can they wait a second for me to go pull the bridge? Please don't pull the pack behind me. I don't like this poll. I mean, I'll do it if I have to do it, but I think this is a very dangerous poll. And then I think we're going to chain those in. So right when these guys hit me, I have Lunar plus Bark. I won't die. But this is a quad Battle Axe pull. Okay. It's SI here. Walk back in. Collect threat. And then it's Vortex and run. Because I need Incarn for the following pull. Like, I need to kite this pull so much that I don't know if it's really worth it. I guess it has been a second since I've actually done push key, so I don't know how lethal this really is. And then there's the frontal here. So I think I need to commit the second SI here. But if I commit the second SI, then I'm in danger for the next pull. This is Bark. I really don't know how I feel about this pull. I cannot Incarn. I wouldn't be able to live the following pull. But then I think the positioning is I'm supposed to be taking those charges because the Ogrevoker is going to proc his cheat death, and him doing that ahead of Veximus is a problem. I'm going to die in 3, 2, 1. So I run away, and then I chain this in. And I take this charge. Oh my god. And the Foragers kill my Warlock because we're playing with a Warlock. Oh. Dude, I don't think that pull is necessary. I don't think that is a good pull, genuinely. I was peer pressured into doing this, and I don't like it. I don't think it's a good pull. I don't know how hard it is. I don't know if I get one tapped without the SI going back in. I seriously just don't think that pull is worth it. If I do that, we lose damage, I swear. Because AoE. I have to kite it. I don't know why we do that. I mean, you can do it, but not with this comp. Arson has cleave. There's too much cleave. There's too much cleave. I don't think you do that. Like the prio damage, not with. I don't think so. Like don't you lose a lot of damage? Is it? No. Sorry, not blaming you. So wait, hold up, wait. Let me clarify. Didn't mean like that. I don't think that pull. Not blaming you. No. Sorry, not blaming you. Not blaming you. Just saying. I don't think we do that. We should do that. I don't think that pull saves you a lot of time at all. Sigma is independent of the hierarchy because he's okay. So I'm definitely okay. Apparently we figured out. I'm glad we've clarified that. I think we're Sigma. We had a really good timer there. 14-20 after Croth. That was actually a good Croth split. No, Allegro. I would not describe that as a positive stereotype. There are pros and cons to everything, but I would not describe that as being a positive stereotype. There's no way that poll is worth it. I guess I would need to know. We stunned the battle axes, so I had to kite. I can't really be in this pool with 4 battle axes that long. How is that not a positive stereotype? You think people in Japan have a positive work ethic, or rather a positive work? Do you think they have a positive relationship with work? I suppose it depends on what you determine that to be. I view a positive relationship with work as in you have good mental health. I don't know. I've never been to Japan. But from my understanding, I would not describe Japan as having a great culture around mental health. Like the rates of, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. You know what I'm talking about. There's literally a term for it in Japanese culture, as far as I know, simply because, right? Is there not a term for people who get so overwhelmed with their relationship with work that they die? Yeah, I don't think it's based on positive stuff. He just runs away the entire. That's what I'm thinking. So guitar, any time that you have to kite, that's what I'm pretty sure what you have to do though. No, it's just I have to kite to perma run with quad battle X. It's not me that's gonna be. It's not. I don't have a problem with that pull. Like I can live it. But then Warlock is clothy, and because of how this works, so Warlock got destroyed by the physical damage there. Yes. No, not that term, Jinx. That's a different term. The way I see it is like it's a stereotype. Oh, Zaykath, you're not allowed to say that. I know. I see why that got modded. I know you weren't actually saying that. Yeah, that got modded. Not quite that. What's the term? Where's my phone? Oh, it's here. Big Grizzly. If you're there, I wanted to talk to you some more about it because I think that it's impactful. Yes, okay, I know, Zaykath, I understand. Twitch did not understand. That's why they got that. No, I am talking about... Karoshi. I'm not going to try to pronounce that correctly. I'm talking about people who literally get so overwhelmed by work pressure that they... it's a super weird thing. I actually have such a hard time talking about it because there are just very strict rules about talking about that type of thing. Yeah, I hope you understand. There's no need to label it specifically, but that's why I just wouldn't say that that's a positive stereotype. Yeah, like if you have to install nets on a roof, then you don't have you don't have a positive relationship with work if you're doing that. You know what I mean? Like that, in my opinion. That could be just an opinion thing though. That's Mikey. So a lot of times pulls like that, I think I could do the bridge pull, but keep in mind that we're going to have very low damage there. Yo, what's up, Jay Breezy? 14 months of subscription. Thank you. I appreciate that. I get what you're saying, though. It's not really a positive outcome. Yeah. I also think that talking about a culture that you haven't actually been to and experienced and lived in yourself is always going to be flawed. Jay Breezy, have you ever lived in a separate country that you were born in? Dude. I thought I knew something about Asian culture, and then I moved to Thailand. I didn't know jack shit. I didn't know anything. Like, my understanding of how Asian culture actually works was based off of literally and physically I would just describe it as propaganda. I would go so far as to say propaganda. I wouldn't even say misinformation. I would actually just describe it as propaganda. I knew nothing about how other countries functioned. Growing up in the US, I was not taught any of the information that I now would use to describe living here. If that makes sense. Like, it is so different than I thought it was. One of the random things is, you know that in Thailand, I have never been to a place that has more freedom of expression. I'm taking these bites. It's not a problem. That will reset on me. I just need to time this perfectly, otherwise I die. Please don't. If this lasher resets on me, I am super dead. I need to oh my god, that was close. Thank you, Benny. Dude, in Alcathar? I'm just helping friends. It's okay. I'm chilling. I have zero interest in doing any of the keys past this. I'm just chillingly. Propaganda is what a British person does when he wants to take a good look at... That's not that funny. That's not that funny. Wait. That's not that funny. I mean, come on. I mean, it's... It wasn't that. It's not that. Oh, I just have a bad sense of humor. I don't. I don't know. It's not. It's not actually that funny. Nice one, Paradiddle. All right. Something like a positive stereotype doesn't exist in your opinion. I just fundamentally believe that there are two sides to every coin. If you have a country that prioritizes mental health above everything, you have a country that, okay, country, that is a massive statement. What about people? What about reducing it to people? That's too macro. Saying country, like I could talk about politics. You know, at one point, I got offered a job on Capitol Hill in America. This is a random story. I've never shared this story before. Be careful about how I share this story. When I was in high school, I was offered a job working at a senator's office. I got to be on. I actually don't. I don't want to get into politics, but I specifically chose not to, which was a great decision. It's just one of those things, man. You have a kid, Big Grizzly? How old is your kid? You there, Big Grizzly? Tell me, how old is your kid? Hi, Sir Dude Rave. Father's Day, so 3 weeks. Father's Day, 3 weeks. Wait. Your kid is 3 weeks old, and your wife has just asked for a divorce. Hold up, that changes things entirely. Clarify for me. I'm not sure I understood that correctly. You have a 3-week-old child. She's just given birth, and then shortly after giving birth, she asked for a divorce. Is that correct? 3 weeks postpartum is a completely different story. Postpartum is a significant, absolute, wild. I mean, I love medical science, and I could not begin to tell you the effects that would have on somebody's mental and physical health. It is okay. All right. I was going to go into a whole thing about a certain level of acceptance and this and that, and I was going to maybe even offer advice. You need to just, okay, I cannot tell you for sure. I cannot tell you. I have zero ability to tell you what's actually going on here. Do not sign divorce papers. Yeah. Not yet. You got to give that way more time. You cannot make life decisions postpartum. Yeah. Like, you, obviously, she gets the benefit of the doubt here, and she gets to go through whatever she's going to go through here. But do not make life decisions in this moment of time. Yes. And that puts you in an absolute bind. Part of your responsibility is to navigate that bind. But yeah, your job here is to somehow learn, as you are both incredibly sleep deprived and dealing with absolutely everything that you are dealing with, somehow you're going to have to just both simultaneously take her seriously, but also understand that she might not be in the most. It's tough because I don't want to discredit her feelings, right? Like, I don't want to say that she might not be in the right frame of mind, because maybe she is. I don't know. But that is a specific, that's like a gigantic red herring and red flag, basically, that you cannot say. And you definitely don't get divorced during this time period. In fact, what might help you is straight up finds a statistic about how many women ask for a divorce postpartum. I bet you that statistic is a thing, and I bet you it's much higher than you think. The amounts of people who have experienced, I know of your husband smells really, really, really bad. Because it's just a biological impetus. Like, once you have given birth, that your body just goes, for whatever reason, some women just say that their husband disgusts them. And it's like, what? But it passes. And I simultaneously don't want to be like, oh, it'll pass, because that's discrediting what she's going through. But at the same time, look up the statistic. Ask if you have AI and you're by your computer, Big Grizzly. Go ask AI. Talk to Claude and ask Claude real quick, or whatever AI you use. Ask it to pull up any sort of research on how often and how common it is for a woman to ask for a divorce postpartum. Not a bad thing to know at this point. No, you have to be careful about that, Zakath. Children are like one of the weirdest things to talk about, because everybody you ever ask is like, God damn, oh my God, I'm going to die. I got hit by that. Children are a weird one. If you go by people's experiences, they will simultaneously tell you that it's the hardest thing they've ever done and the worst thing they've ever done, but also the best thing they've ever done, and nothing has even come close to being half as rewarding. And it has made their life complete, whole, and just, you know what I mean? Like, that's such a hard one, because people have such weird, they tell you both. They're like, never do this, but also do this. In fact, you have to do this. In fact, if you don't do this, you're missing out on just a fundamental part of life. Like, it's the weirdest thing. And a lot of people missing, as far as I know, have had that experience as well. I definitely would just, from my perspective, it's a never say never. Big Grizzly, first of all, congratulations on your child. That's big. Congrats on becoming a dad. I'm so sorry that your wife is very overwhelmed and may have put you into this bind here. 100% you're not signing any papers today or tomorrow. Somehow you're going to have to process the fact that this might have just been a thought, and the thought might not have been passed through filters, and it might have been said in relative bad faith. And that's going to be your mission, is a little bit of forgiveness, a lot of grace. Okay, the breaking up, you have to, does that include marriage or does that include all? Use AI sparingly. Make sure you put the right thing in here. Does that include marriage? Kids are tough. Everyone is a little sleep deprived here. And if you have a kid with somebody who doesn't, if you don't like how they solve problems, you're going to be in for some trouble, because both of you are going to be in absolute, not despair, but you're going to be in a very big problem solving state for a while. It is, I guess I would say, it's certainly not over. Lot of grace. Just a ton of grace. And whatever you do, don't make a joke telling her while she's recovering, you're going to go see Grace. That's a bad joke. Don't say that. Don't do that. That's something I would do because I can't help myself. You have to help yourself because you're in this situation. I think that everybody can agree that the right thing to do here is not to sign papers. Not yet. Like that's not the direction that this is for sure going, is what I'm saying. Is that for somebody who has actually had children, missing teeth, Kafaze, am I right on this? Are we in agreement here? Because I don't have kids, and I'm not a woman, so I am not really allowed to comment on this, but yes, if you are in that situation, what do you think? I think Spanky is referencing the fact that I was on a dating show last year, and one of the questions that was asked on the dating show was what not to talk, like what would you not talk about on a first date? And there was just a fundamental mismatch of me and the other person on the show. That was a real story. And I should go ask for that clip because you know what? I never actually received that clip. That's what Spanky's referencing. This is some kind of almost deep lore. No, I'm going to get hit by this. Fuck. Holy shit. No, I sent Bark there. That's a problem. Oh, we got to kill it before the next AoE. Go, 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 go. Boss needs to die right now. Okay, a little bit behind schedule. Am I doing the bridge pull here? I would say don't. Yeah, exactly. Give time and space. Absolutely allow things to process. Figure out who you are after giving birth. But also, Kafase, to be fair, something that isn't talked about or isn't respected is also hard for a man, too. Like, man, Big Grizzly, you're a father. Holy shit. That's crazy. You ever think you'd be a father? We're going to do the poll. I'm going to we're going to figure this out. I'm just not going to chain the other 4 early. So both of you are in a very sensitive spot. Both of you are sleep deprived. Neither of you should be making life decisions. I hate this poll because no one dies if I don't do this poll. Right. Yeah, it's a massively challenging thing. Oh, okay. I hate that the timer is so tight. All right, we just don't do the poll. How did he die? To melees. Well, why'd he get meleeed? To the bridge pack? Because I'm gathering it from... I don't think this poll is ever worth it. If you're ever in a situation where this can happen consistently, just don't do the poll. Okay, we're not doing that. If it requires coordination, don't do it. It's a 21. This is not a 23 Alcathar Academy. That are out of whack. Hormones are very impactful. Now our 3 kids, but apparently, yeah. Pixel, pros and cons. Pros and cons. I separated from your daughter's mom before she found out she was pregnant. Seeing her go through postpartum is not pretty. It's tough. It's tough for sure. I don't pretend to know everything about this, not by a long shot. Also, hi, Rampage Grim. If you are listening to this conversation, it's probably not what you were expecting out of a WoW stream if you're new here, but an important conversation nonetheless. Because holy shit, imagine that you weren't able to ask this question here, Big Grizzly. I thought this whole time that you were talking about divorce that it was a different situation of like, hey, you know, our kid is 11 years old. We've done all this. Now we're getting divorced. That's different. Yeah, the hormones are a big deal with how you feel. So, very impactful. I'm glad you were able to ask. Goddamn, I hope you both get some sleep soon. And I hope that this passes reasonably. Congratulations on being a parent. A seemingly very impactful decision.
Well, not seemingly. So the next, yeah. That's what I think the problem would be for me. But as much as I used to say when I was younger, I would never have children, I don't know if that's true. I can tell you I would never have genetic children. That is a decision I have been very set on since I was young. Because I had a lot of genetic problems, and the statistical likelihood I survived most of them were very low. So I knew for a long time that I would never have children of my own genetics. Like, that's something I've known for a long time. I've also known for the longest time that if I ever wanted kids, I would adopt. And that has not changed. That is something I know. But I also said for a long time I would just never have kids. And I don't know if that's true. Never say never, for sure. Things change. A lot. I don't know. Our timer... So if we do that poll... Basically, that poll requires a few things. It requires people to know not to hit the pack that I'm gathering from range, because I cannot physically walk in and thrash it. That would be a big time loss. So no one can hit the pack from range. You have to be to the right of me, not to the left of me. It will require me to kite a bunch. If you stun that pack, I must SI or have big cooldowns, because I'm going to die. And on top of all of that, I need to be running around. So the baiting of the Ravager on top of all of that, I don't know. It just seems like a really kind of toxic pull. I would almost rather do the triple Vexmas platform if I needed to do it, though. Oh, yeah, I never even finished it. I did all of it yesterday, but I forgot to do the last one. I never even did the last one, Falk. This. I don't know what I'm supposed to be using. Don't ask me. I haven't played retail in 2 months, by the way. This is the first real... I did an Algathar 21 yesterday. It was chill. But we did not have an Og Evoker, to be fair. Are you an EU? I'm on NA. It was Resto Shaman, me. Was it a Demo Lock? We had a Warlock. And then we had a DK and I guess a Devoured Demon Hunter, I'm pretty sure. I'll take you. Yeah, you're welcome. But I do really appreciate these conversations. I think they're quite impactful. I'm going to go defrost an ice cream sundae. One sec. I have no idea. You'd have to look at logs for that last key as well. Okay, I'm checking. I'm gonna go get a little snack. A little snack. Oh, also, there's a podcast episode coming out tonight. This is very exciting. I should make a little command for this. trying to do a 21 Algatar cat is the last they need for resilient. I'm aware. Yes, you are awake, and life is misery. You could be Big Grizzly. Would you rather be in his position? I don't think so, buddy. You don't know what that's like. Yep. Your balls were cut a long time ago. You don't have any balls now. So you could never be in his position. Yeah. That's right. You have no balls. It's a shame. I know. But honestly, you're a great example of someone who should never have children. Because imagine if they were 50% as annoying as you are. That would be crazy. I think Cookie would be the type of dad who would absolutely end up hating his own children. Like if he did have kids, if he had little kittens, he would get so annoyed by them because he's already so annoying. So annoying. So annoying. Yeah. Yep. I know. Yep. You have anything else to say? Yep. Anything else? Is that it, buddy? More? You want more of the bounces? He's purring, by the way. Just to clarify that he actually likes this. He's a weird cat. The thing is he likes it. It's not abuse. He genuinely enjoys attention. You can hear him purring super loudly. He'll only get upset if I put him down, kinda. Or eventually he'll tell me. Like right now he's telling me he wants to go down. That's fine. But mostly because he wants treats. No. Buddy. Stop. No, I'm not going to pick you back up and give you more attention. Plain Jane, how do you deal with it? They're the most persistent creatures. They have no respect for boundaries whatsoever. They have no respect. They do not listen. You feed them breakfast, they ask for lunch. You feed them lunch, they ask for dinner. You feed them dinner, they ask for dessert. You feed them dessert, they ask for second dinner. There is no placating them. I miss dogs. Well, the only reason you get away with it is because you're so cute. Imagine that you weren't as cute. Yeah. They would have thrown you out on the street years ago. Yeah. You know, he has, by the way, he has some diarrhea today. Some vomiting. Because he knocked over the trash can, which contained things. Yeah, I mean, I got a vasectomy specifically to avoid this, but somehow we are here today. Yeah. And then the maid came in. She was like, is he okay? And I was like, yeah, he's okay. He's just a dick. Because there was a treat pouch in there. No, he's literally on my desk, right? I can see you. This is close. You're not getting these. Can you get off my desk? You're going to hold up. He's going to break something. No, off the desk. You're not even actually out of the stream room. Out of the stream. Now that we mention it, out of here. High violence. 1 second. It's cat aggro. I don't trust you in here. You're gonna jump. He did this in Skyreach the other day. You're so cute. Shut up. Why are you so adorable? There. It's tough being a single parent. It's tough. Kitty is out until tomorrow, so I am responsible for them. Ah, man. Question as a prop Pally in the first poll in Algatar Academy. I get destroyed over half the time. What can I do to get rid of the debuff on Dark Iron Dwarf? Oh, that's my key. Does the ratio work for it also? Yes. What you do is you walk in and you Sentinel Web Slinger. The very first thing is you use cooldowns. You want to rely on your cooldowns first. And I would probably get to 5 stacks of the bleed before I commit my dwarf, my Dark Iron Dwarf. You want to go Sentinel, big cooldowns, Divine Toll. You will live for about 15 to 20 seconds. On the 5th bleed application, around that time, I would probably see if I can live that long. And that's what I would do on the 20. Then I would Dark Iron Dwarf. The next 3 I would bubble. And then after the bubble is where I would either have to kite or commit other things. And I'm probably going to have to overlap Ardent potentially earlier. I think I did this on a 20 on my prop pally, but definitely you have to cycle. The key there is the cooldown cycling. You wouldn't be able to just get by for nothing. Whoops. Do you reset this if you have a death there like that? That might be. Does that make sense? Prop pally is a lot of reps. Why bubble on 3 after dwarf on 5? Because the first part I have Sentinel and big cooldowns, so we're okay, and I'm going to be able to get to 5 stacks, but I actually believe that I would die on the next 3 application. So the next 3 application, I'm not in cooldowns, and I probably go 1, 2, 3, and then if I try to sit that for too long, I'm going to actually just die, and I would floor pov. Does that make sense? Prop pally with no cooldowns basically is death. That's why. We can see what the timer looks like. It's a 2-minute poll. Yes, yeah, you're welcome. Next season, Prop Pally is going to be in a really weird space. If Prop Pally is meta with post-damage nerfs, I think it'll be more reasonable. I do think you'll see a lot of people wanting to play Prop Pally, but if that tank is meta, holy shit, people are going to be in for a rough season. I think, actually. I think that it could be really problematic to have a Prop Pally season with how it's currently playing. Losing Sanctified Wrath and basically making it extension-based gameplay for Sentinel. You're going to have some Prop Pallies that sit in Sentinel for literally, 15 seconds on the first pull, and they're just going to die every time. And then you're going to have some Prop Pallies who have a 40-second Sentinel. Because it's going to be a massive skill diff to extend properly and understand how to game that extension and then make a plan with that extension, which is very difficult to do. Yeah, well, I mean, it's high APM, but it's not just that. It's that Prop Pally, it is not so RNG as it is just technical, but I wouldn't describe it as being easy. It depends on the floor versus ceiling, and next season seems like it's going to be a very high ceiling with a higher floor instead of the other way around, and I just don't think that's... I think that's really tough, actually. Oh, I still have a bleed on here. Bouncy, bouncy, bounce. Holy shit. How do you extend? Look at the talent Zealot's Paragon. It's in the bottom right of the tree, and even next season, it's going to be a bigger thing. I mean, I'm fine. I'm not going to die. To the bleed, I'm chilling. I'm the one that doesn't need to soak. No, I'm fine. The bleed doesn't... It tickles me. I'm chilling. I don't even need... Even on 2, I'll be fine. I barely use cooldowns on this boss. So that there's a little bit of force resets about this Kizume, and next season, because of the new talent for the Lightsmith, which is currently a talent now, but you have this talent called Sanctified Wrath. It's a base duration increase to your wings, and they are removing that. Now, the only way that you actually extend is through Zealot's Paragon, and the base duration is 12 seconds. So by just casting Judgment, which you should cast a lot, you're going to get a lot of resets. But there's a limit to that. Because your globals are so demanding that many Prop Pallies overuse Consecrate. I made a video on Patreon talking about exactly how Prop Pally will feel, not its actual rotation, but just the pressures that you will face and exactly the thought process you're going to have on every pull for Prop Pally. And I find it to be a very high octave split-second decision-making of, at any moment, do I cast Blessed Hammer, Do I cast Consecrate? Do I cast Judgment? Or do I cast Avenger Shield? And you have to make that choice. And prop pallies who make the right choice are heavily rewarded, and prop pallies who make the wrong choice are heavily punished. You want that gap to be reasonable. Like, you don't want it to have no expression, but you do not want that gap to be massive. Anytime there's like a gap where it's like, holy, you are crazy punished for doing this wrong as a tank, it's problematic. It's just a different philosophy I have about tanking, where at a higher level, I expect you as a tank, or me as a tank, to have a pretty good awareness of my extension-based gameplay, my rotation, my this, my that. Like, I expect me and other tanks to have a plan at a higher level. I do not expect that in a plus 12 or plus 15. And the way that prop pally is going to operate is the fact that it will die in plus 12 and plus 15. I still think you do, because what people don't do, Zakath. Oh, no, I mean, you're not going to have to play it, but that's a really weird take. You don't have to play Guardian right now either. But meta pressure in WoW trickles down to an extent that it's unreasonable that it does. I hate that it does. I don't like that it does. But anyone who... I don't think you can argue that the meta isn't... I hesitate to use the word toxic, but I don't think you could really make a strong argument that the meta isn't straight up toxic in World of Warcraft. It's crazy how much it trickles down. I do think that tanks have a weird bell curve where at like a plus 12, if you play any tank, they'll take you. Same with healers. Like, people are liable to take a Holy Priest or a Blood DK just because they need a tank or a healer. But as keys get higher, that pressure gets very demanding, and it happens at a level that it should not happen at, and definitely doesn't matter at, and also probably hurts you for even trying to choose it, but it does happen. Yeah. I think, like, but the thing is that I just don't know how many people interact with keys at a plus 12 right now. I feel like the new plus 12 is plus 15. It's 3,400. Like, plus 15 to 16, I know some people do. But I think that we almost have to stop viewing it as like you either do plus 10 or plus 20. There's a ton of people who operate in the middle of that. And how the game affects them is very important, because that's actually most of the player base. Statistics skew things like crazy, because when you look at the Raider.io statistics of like how many people are in the 1% or how many people do keys, it also accounts for any character that has done literally a single plus 2, which is many, actually. So I don't like personally viewing it like that. I think that that's weird. You can't really say, well, actually, I think like the 1% is more like the 2%. And there are more people who are between the plus 10 and plus 20 range than you might imagine statistically, just because the statistics don't account for that. Does that make sense? I don't know if I said that right. But you should not really count people who do like 1 plus 2. Like, you have to filter it somehow for how many players interact with the plus 10 to plus 20 range. I know some people interact with the previous, like, post 10, but I don't think it's... I might be wrong on that. I agree at high keys. Yes, we should also expect that high keys. I mean, it depends on who you ask, Zaketh. What, I think... Okay, I don't want to be toxic. I'm going to be toxic with this take. Bro, the amount of... You would think that this just doesn't happen. But goddamn, the amount of people in a plus 20 who would probably do more damage using the single button rotation is actually not zero. The amount of tanks who... Like, the amount of Guardians who walk in on a plus 20... and don't press Barkskin and die on Gather is more than zero. It is a surprisingly high number. The amount of Mistweavers who don't hit Spinning Rain Kick at a plus 1, you'd be surprised. Like, their pretty basic stuff gets failed very often and very frequently at this level. It shouldn't. Oh my god, I trolled. Sorry. It's an extra second. I think it happens a lot more than you might think it happens. I don't know if we should be designing around that. I agree with that. I mean, you shouldn't, Zagath. I have takes about tanking, which I think I really liked my conversation with Shaw because he has near polar opposite takes. We both want tanks to feel good to play. The way that we would engage with tanks is fundamentally different. The last podcast episode I did with Shaw is really a great conversation about tanks. If you have takes and you have not heard it and you want to listen to some background noise, it's 2 hours of us talking tanks. We fundamentally disagree on a lot. But we have the same goal, which is he wants people to have a good time tanking. I want people to have a good time tanking. His perspective on tanks is different than mine. I think that's like BIS communication. What podcast? I made a podcast. There's 3 episodes out. The 4th episode is coming out tonight. I have a podcast. I want to talk about all things WoW. The 2nd episode was Healing with Korame, a very high-level raider and Mistweaver player. She's just a healer player in general. 3rd episode was with Shaw. Came out last week. Every Saturday. So today is Saturday. Basically, what time is it right now? It'll come out every episode Saturday, 6 hours from this point right now. Yeah. Can anybody link it? Artemir was the first episode, which I wasn't even intending to do that. But the podcast, I love listening to background noise. I also think that I am just kind of maybe just TikTok brained. I don't know. But I can't handle silence as much as I used to. I swear I used to be much better at just sitting in quiet. I'm really bad at it now, so I always need something in my headphones, and I pretty constantly refresh YouTube and just look for something to listen to. I don't do YouTube Shorts. I actually don't really listen to YouTube Shorts myself, but I always want this. Yeah, thank you, Wiz. So episode 4 tonight is with Touchpad Warrior. But if you have takes about tanking, the Shaw podcast was... The last week's episode about tanking was certainly spicy. And tomorrow, I have Kyrasis. Tomorrow, I'm recording with Kyrasis. Very cool. Maybe because you've been streaming. Maybe. I don't know, Baron, but it's a little weird. Apparently, I'm just Sigma. I've learned something new about myself today. I thought Sigma was the same as Beta. It turns out it is not. Raid tanking versus key tanking is also a fundamental difference that cannot be equated. I really think that as long as... I mean, I'll talk about this with Kyrasis. You know who Kyrasis is? If you're a tank player and he's the Blood DK. Literally the Blood... I don't know how else to describe him. Wiz, do you know who Kyrasis is? He's not exactly a very famous content creator. He doesn't put himself out there as much. Do you know who Kyrasis is? He is the Blood DK. Yeah, okay. So I wanted to record with him tomorrow. I don't know him that well. I've never actually talked to him before, but he reached out to me. Yeah, okay. Tomorrow, what if you want me to ask him specific questions to be featured on the podcast? Tell me. I don't have a script. This podcast is not scripted. I have zero script for this. I have no real plan. I just walk in and start talking to people. I know I have a few subjects I want to talk to him about. We're not going to get too crazy, only specific about Blood DK. I actually want to ask him specifically about how does one theory craft? Because he's the theory crafter. Like, he does this, and I want to know the systems that go into theory crafting for WoW. I think that would be a really interesting conversation to have. I'll just ask him things that I'm interested in, and I think it'll be a fun episode. I don't know him, though. I've never actually talked to him before, so I have no idea how smooth it will be. But it'll be cool. It'll be interesting. We're going to get a third overlap. AMS right now. AMS right now. Good. Thank God. That was actually going to be death if he didn't AMS that. Whew. All right. Good job, Salazar.
So I'll talk to him about tanking and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if we'll disagree a lot. Can find some crazy stuff. Exactly. So how does he find it though? That's the really interesting question. Okay, our timer is tight. I think I have to do the poll. I don't like this poll. I think I'm gonna do it. I don't like it, but I'm gonna do it anyways. No, he is literally like, I cannot express to you how interesting it is that might have the chance to talk to him. I don't know him personally, but that guy is so interesting. All right, I'm not gonna pull those guys just yet. That's a stun. I walk in with SI. I settle. No. What are people dying to here? SI again. Yeah, it should be really interesting. Okay. If we make this work. There's a surge. Hold up. I'm taking quad battle axe on 21. 1 second. Doesn't matter how overgeared I am for this. I have like 7 more item levels or something than I had when I originally timed this on 21. And I have folio, which we didn't have before. But my incarn is expiring in 5 seconds, give or take. And battle axes are almost dead. So we're going to go chain over here now. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to really have like a lot of raid takes because my perspective on raid is very much an outsider's looking in perspective. I do not like raiding. I have never really liked it. There have been times in my WoW journey that I have felt pressured into doing it, but I don't think I have ever enjoyed actually having to raid. There have been times I've done it, but I don't really like it. It's not my thing. Okay, he should be able to heal this, no problem. That Ravager is going to die. We got to go into the next pool, which is going to be tough for me. I don't know if I like this pacing. Deco will be able to heal it. 6 Foragers, maybe with Warlock, could actually be a problem. I'm going to delay this pull for a second. Oh, no! I'm bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To be fair... Don't show that to Kyrazis. Don't show that to that. He doesn't see that. He doesn't see that. Listen. He did that. That didn't happen. Bro, all you could do about that is laugh. There's nothing else you could do about that. You just have to laugh. That's funny. All right. That's very funny. That's good. What's up, Birdie? Any tips for doing more damage as a Guardian Druid, Eden? There's a YouTube video I made about min-maxing it, the damage for Guardian. It is for members. The membership on YouTube is very cheap if you are interested in it. I think it's like $2 a month. And then Patreon has a bunch more content. The Patreon is like $5 a month. If you really want that video and you cannot afford a few dollars a month for a membership, just tell me. I'll probably send it to you. Min-maxing Guardian Druid damage has 2 components to it. 3, primarily. The first one is the easy one, which is straight up rotation. You got to understand where your damage comes from. But the second one is globals, where a lot of times people will hit globals. If I was trying to min-max my damage, I don't want to miss a cast that's important. So if I have to hit Frenzied Regen, I only want to hit Frenzied Regen. No, there's a lot more to it than that, Un. It's not just Thrash more. It's understanding the amps for Thrash, and then understanding specifically the demand for globals. This is every tank, to be fair, but right now for Guardian,
There are a lot of Guardians who will be, for example, hitting Frenzied Regen when Thrash is off cooldown. So you're going to miss Thrashes. Thrash CPM is something to look for in logs, but Lunar Beam uptime is the other thing to look for in logs. There's a lot of Guardians who will hold Lunar Beam for way too long, treat it like a cooldown instead of rotational. No. I don't really get to... I understand what's happening here, Wiz. Given that last poll... No. I see the problem with me giving advice right now. Kind of fun, though. No. Zaykath, your Lunar Beam uptime right now? Yes, Trunta, but no. I'll tell you in a second. Give me a second I'll tell you. Lunar Beam uptime in combat should be like 60%, maybe more. Your overall Lunar Beam... Oh, I tripped! My legging... Oh, it's on my shorts, it's fine. Yeah. All right. Where was I? Your Lunar Beam is very high. If you look at overall damage, including downtime in combat, it's a massive differentiator for Guardian Druids right now. It's just straight up Lunar Beam uptime. But go to target dummies right now. I mean, this is something I literally do in coaching. Go to target dummies. Go do your basic rotation, cast Lunar Beam, and look at your uptime. Just like walk in. You don't even need to incarn. You could incarn if you want, but the idea is walk in, cast Lunar Beam, and check your actual uptime on it. You will realize it is way higher than you think. It is not something you hold. There are very few instances where you want to hold it at the end of a pack or something, but almost never. You can send it on the first mob you hit in Nexus Point. You can send it on the very first 2 mobs in Skyreach. It will help you with threat. It will help you with survivability. It will help you with the gather, because it will be back up by the time you get to the pool. Any gather that has any distance whatsoever, Mysara Caverns, you can send it on the first 4 guys, because by the time, if you're not doing nothing, by the time you get to the pack, Lunar Beam's back up already. However, that changes in Season 2. We have no Lunation. Season 2 is more of a conversation. Yeah, think about it. Just literally go to target dummies right now, Zaykath, and hit Lunar Beam, then just hit Thrash and Moonfire, and check your uptime. It's got a 12-second duration. It's got you have 5 to 6 seconds of downtime. It's a little bit RNG, to be fair. But in Season 2, based on PTR testing right now, yeah, you can send it on the gather because it gives you near double damage and way more survivability. Lunar Beam is very powerful. Changes in Season 2. It is probably the main thing. I mean, you say that Guardian Druid is very simple. Many Guardian Druids are dying mostly because they either hold Lunar Beam or cooldowns, but a lot of times you walk in without anything and you just die. And the red flag is, if that's happening, by the way, to Guardian Druid this season, imagine what happens when Prot Pally is meta. or imagine if VDH is meta. Ha. Ha. Bruh. Can you think about that for a second? Yeah. I wouldn't describe Guardian as being hard to play, for sure. But if Guardians are dying this season, imagine that it was any other tank aside from Brewmaster. Brewmaster is weirdly very good at carrying above its weight because it doesn't get one tapped and doesn't require defensive rotation. Imagine a tank that really requires that. Like, there will be tanks that get evaporated from existence. It's not... Pally is actually not squishy on pull. Pally is significantly tankier than Guardian Journal, but you need to make a plan for the pull. Pally is a weird tank. Technically speaking, it's got supreme aggro. It has amazing aggro. It has very good range threat because you have shield and judgment that can cast from range. If you understand where it comes from and you have a plan, wings into toll is giga defensive value right away. If you set up the pull correctly on Pally, you are very tanky right on pull. You just have to have a plan for it and game your movement. You should not be taking hits on Pally before you set up the pull, but that's a tank skill. No, tank should not be RNG. But it's also just like VDHs with their high mobility will just casually leap into packs and die, even when they're very powerful. It's not really tuning, it's a little bit more design. Like, I hope VDH is not meta specifically because they actually just Infernal Strike and die. Do you remember? It wasn't not at the end of Dragonflight when they were super OP. I'm more referring to, what's it called? The War Within Season 2, right? That's when they were meta. And you had things like Cinder Brew Meadery. Yeah. The War Within Season 2. Your VDH would just literally go, boop, and die. Immediately. Like, they would, boop, and dead. You would just be like, all right. And that was with Oracle Disprees giving them Pain Sub. And that was with a healer that could give him Pain Sub too. You combine that with a healer that can't give him Pain Sub. Oh boy. Yeah, die. I think that dying on Gather as a tank is a super tough thing because I don't think it teaches you how to get that much better. And sometimes you can't express why it happens. Yeah. It is a bit of a skill issue, but I don't like looking at tanking as a skill issue because the issue exists. And if tanks can't live, then no one plays the game. So, on one hand, I agree with you that you should learn these skills. The next question would be where and how. Because Blizzard doesn't teach you. Like, how do you learn that, for example, Sepul, how do you learn that mobs sync their auto attacks? Well, I mean, you technically learn by dying. You learn by walking in. I mean, the first time you go into Priory, you're like, bro, what? But then you have to have some history tanking to understand how to process that. Ready. Without the previous history and long time tanking, it's like, yeah. It happens a lot, D3. The amounts of Pallies who will walk in, no Ardent, no nothing. They'll just walk in, proc cheat immediately, and then die. It's unfortunately very common. Oh, it's my key. Anti-locked. A general Discord for you? What's this? Uh-oh. I have 2 seconds to look at this. Finally, my ice cream Sunday goal. The one yesterday was very cute. I like the one with the orange cat. Sepul, I suppose this is a perspective issue. I can play devil's advocate to my own point, and I can openly acknowledge that the way I view tanking is not shared by many members of the community. I think the more I talk about tanking, the more I realize that I might just have weird takes about it. I'm okay with that, and I don't mind having very weird takes about this. However, like even right there, I lost a second of Lunar Beam uptime. Yeah, I think, and I kind of wish that we were more okay. Bro, where's my mouse?
Where's my mouse? I'm trying to click Sundering Roar. All right, that's the best argument for key binding Sundering Roar. I couldn't click it there, so I'm going to lose some value here. That's okay. Then you tried Bear, and then you like them both for different reasons. I think Missing Teeth, here's kind of the problem. When you are spoiled... No. Don't judge me. I, in fact, do not have a keybind for Sundering Roar. What? It works. Am I dead? Am I alive? Old people thing? Yeah, I'm just old. That's what it is. You don't want to know how. Yeah. Well, if you're a Blood DK player, Oscar, tomorrow I am recording a video. It won't come out for another week, and I don't think I want to do early access on Patreon. I don't think I want to model it like that. I like the podcast idea. I like doing it. If I record the episode with Kyrasis tomorrow, it wouldn't actually come out for a whole week, which is kind of rough because I think it would be very exciting for me to be able to talk to him. I think that a lot of tank players view Blood DK as like the quintessential tank, considering that the history of Blood DK is that you're super independently responsible for yourself. But it has, and I'll talk to him about this. He's the literal best person to ask. I don't know what his opinion is because he plays Blood DK at a high level. But it's not the self-healing tank. I would feel more self-sufficient on most other tanks than Blood DK right now. I do find that to be weird. You can do the normal awoo thing and hint at the episode, then stop yourself from saying something and tease us all week. Yeah, I'm a big tease. I'm like all about that sort of lingere lifestyle. It's one of the reasons I'm so good at tanking Nexus, Wiz. There's all those like lingere images, and that's like my specialty. What's your take on tanks being self-sufficient? Do you like that, or do you think we should need healers? I think when it comes to tank Zakath, I think tanks should be next to Immortal at a plus 12. I think that the only way you should die is if you significantly misplay. I think you should be quite self-sufficient at a plus 12. I don't mind there being skill expression, and I don't want it to be so easy that there's no skill expression, as in you are automatically guaranteed to do a good job. They have to check tanks somehow. If not by survivability, the skill expression could be DPS. Although then we're just damage bots, and I don't like that. Which, by the way, I don't know. I do like posting stuff. But yesterday, somebody left a comment on my video about this, where I specifically mentioned, what was it? Oh yeah, it was the title was, what's it yesterday? I saw it this morning, actually. I'm a little sensitive these days. I'm not feeling so well. My health is wrong. Dude, somebody left no, it wasn't that. It was the Boomy short. Yesterday, I woke up this morning, and I checked the comments on YouTube, but like I normally do. I don't always get to respond to them, but I always check them. And somebody left a comment on the Boomy short, and it just said, "This is why your wife left you." And I was like, bruh, the fuck? People can be real nasty online. I was like, what does this have to do with Boomies? I didn't even play Boomy back then. But maybe, because I could never figure out a reason why she did leave, but maybe that is the reason. Maybe they're onto something. Maybe this person is actually like a 3,000 IQ type person. And if I recall, around the time that she asked for a divorce, it could have been that I was experimenting with Boomy for like a key or two. Because I remember I had my Druid, but I wasn't playing Guardian at that point.
It was a prop pally season. So it's possible. Interesting, interesting. Maybe this person is trying to tell me something. Yeah, every time for some reason, Die 3. Did you notice that? I noticed that as well. Oh well. I'm just gaming, it's fine. Not that fussed. I don't actually need this key. I have had this for a bit. I actually still think the comp that I timed this key with was like a giga comp. It was 2 months ago with Kig. It was the comp that I originally timed 23 Algathar, or sorry, 21, goddamn. 21 Algathar. We had like 2 minutes left on the timer, and it was a Prez Evoker, 2 Unholy DKs, and a Devour Demon Hunter. That was the comp that we played for the 21 Algathar. That was like in May. That was like second week of May or something like this. That's okay. I don't know if people realize this, but you can check previous comments on YouTube. And if one person is willing to comment that, they almost always have left other comments as well. And I did think about potentially making a video because I'm a little salty right now. And I screenshot some of them. Here. Let's review some. I won't actually make this video because it will just start drama, unfortunately. And I don't actually like starting drama, unfortunately. I kind of wish I was. Let me just turn my volume off in case I accidentally open my private tab. I'm home alone these days. Observe. Oh, wait, sorry. Let me read the full comment. Yes, the Boomy video. You suck. I see why your wife left you. That's my bad. That was the exact terminology here. All right. The second, it just sounds like he is listing reasons he hates masculinity and prefers children over adult. What the fuck? Bro, it's a WoW video. It's a World of Warcraft video. Who would leave that? Why do people do that? I don't actually understand what the motivation is behind sitting at your computer and leaving a comment like this on a YouTube video about World of Warcraft. All right. That one had a chain of comments, actually. King Crybaby of the clickbait's hard at work again. That was the video I was referencing. This is literally just Season 2 tank meta update. Are we just damage bots now? That's the subject of the video. What's clickbait about that? That's not clickbait. That's actually what I was discussing. For 10 minutes, I discussed whether or not we are just damage bots now. That's not clickbait. That's the subject of the video. That's not what clickbait means. That's literally the whole subject. That was the purpose of the video. What am I supposed to title it? If not that, what should I title it? I thought that one was very on point. Another content creator going full circle. Whiny meta drivel. The game is so dead with these meta mentalities. Bro, this is a short about how Holy Priest isn't that good in keys. Is that controversial? What's up, Zong? Hi, I saw you earlier. Hello, hi, thank you for saying hi. I'm reading some troubling YouTube comments I've gotten recently. Was that... And also, yeah, if the content is good, is it a problem to get people to click on a video? That's a good question, actually. It's Jack on his alt account. It was like, of all the comments to do that, also calling me a meta... I am not a Fodom reroller Guardian Druid. Just because Guardian is meta this year, I didn't re-roll to it. I have been a Guardian for a long time. This is my favorite tank. I played Prez Evoker before I played Guardian. Me? That's actually funny that people who don't know me are like, man, what a Fodom reroll. Me? Me? What are you talking about? I actually had Fodom rerolled at some point, but not for a while. I notoriously did not play Prot Warrior last season. I played Guardian Druid last season and other things. I know, man.
Yeah, I won't play Boomy, I'll tell you that. Hi, Mr. Zong Panda. These days, with my health, I wish I was a Zonked Panda right now. But instead, I'm taking 21 Algathar Academy reading funny YouTube comments. I do kind of wish I could make a video about this. Boomy is fun. It's not my thing. I've been tanking for too long to like Boomy. That's the problem with it. Please post something of value. This is just reused dumpster juice. This is a YouTube short. You're on YouTube Shorts. You can't say that. You're literally, what are you doing on YouTube Shorts if you don't want dumpster juice value? I don't know. I did screenshot a few comments this morning. All of those were from the last 12 hours, by the way. Every single one of these screenshots is from the just like this last day. And I don't know, maybe I'm just a little sensitive right now, but I will say that I am a human being, and recently they've been getting to me just a little bit. I'm like, I think my content is pretty positive. I don't mean to just complain about WoW, but I have been feeling it a little bit. Like they're not getting under my skin, but ever so slightly, my skin is not as thick right now, and I'm kind of noticing it. It just feels a little eh. Do you think Guardian Druid would be a good... Will it be a good tank? Yes. And also, who asked me earlier about whether or not you could still play no Apex? For the people that are curious about whether or not the no Apex Guardian Druid will still be viable next season, with current tuning, the answer is yes, except that it's not no Apex. There's going to be a middle ground between what we're playing right now and a tank with a bit more complexity, but not that much more. And I think that they've nailed it. To be honest, I'm not upset about Guardian Druid on PTR. I worry they're going to nerf it. I have a feeling they will, and I don't want them to because the damage breakdown is a little bit skewed toward one ability. But I think that it's good. There's just enough min-max for it to be not degenerate. You don't have Lunation, so you're not in this weird spamming Moonfire over everything else gameplay just for CDR. You are actually using your kit. You have Mangle on your bars. The spamming Moonfire is gone, so you've got Mangle. You're rewarded for using it properly. It's still a lot of thrash. You even have Swipe on your bars potentially, although that's, I guess, a bit of a tuning issue about whether you Swipe or... Moonfire on those globals to fill. But I'm not upset with Guardian on PTR. Will we be the meta tank? No, probably not. Just historically speaking, almost certainly not. They don't like that. Will we be decent? I think we'll be right now. If I had to rank them and I had to guess, first of all, we might get nerfed again because I actually don't think I think we're a little bit too good on PTR potentially. But in terms of where we're going to end up for next season, Season 2, I have a feeling we're going to be solidly okay. We'll be very decent. That's what I think. Not a terrible tank, not the meta tank. I think we'll be like second or third because we have a group buff, and I think it's going to be all right. What's up, Reckless? Reckless, I would ask you a question, which is, what's the worst thing somebody has said to you online? But it would actually be probably so vile that I wouldn't be able to actually ask you that question. Hello. I think that that's not a bad place either to be. Like I said, I'm okay with how Guardian Druid feels on PTR currently. However, oh, that's a stun on quad battle axe. 1 second. Let me make sure I get my kick. This pull, I'm going to have to lock in. If I miss a global here, I'm dead. This is quad battle axe. 2 seconds, please. I rotate SI. I go like this. I go like that. I pop Incarn momentarily so I don't get one-tapped. This is not actually that scary with the increased item level and stuff, but holy... Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. God, battle axes are anti-fun gameplay. I kick that surge. I go like this. There's a stun. Many stuns. Okay, I'm in Incarn, but I'm going to die if I'm only in Incarn, so I'm basically going to kite this in like 3, 2, 1. Good. I'm going to pull these now. I'm going to make sure that I have aggro on all of them. That's perfect. I've set this up exactly where I need to. Perfect. Okay, that was a good execution on that pull. All right. I don't need those last 2 foragers. They're not in the routes. If we quad battle axe later. Great. Okay. That was good. that felt decent. That was a good pull there. Now we just have to keep it good. That's it. I don't have Incarn for this next, so I'm going to have to just do here, though. Yeah, don't fall. I know. Told me as a tank because I didn't do their route or something. What's up, Zeeg? Yep, the good old toaster in a bathtub. Yep. No, I just walk in here. I just can't bark skin on this global. I just have to walk to the side. I need a few seconds more of uptime on this pull. And then I'm going to Hellstone here. The foragers are going to walk in. Nobody will get one tap. That's a stun. All right. I commit the next SI in 2 seconds. 3, 2, 1 SI. He is stunned. I want to Vortex Typhoon. And then I run. And now I need to kite. I didn't kite the last one. I need to kite this one a lot. Yeah, stun. CC. Stun. Woo! Running away. Running away. Running all that miles in range. All right. Running back away. Oh, no. Incarn. Battle resing. Right click. I actually can't. I'm like trying to spare a global. 1 second. Surge. Kick. Done. It's actually not as scary as it used to be. To be honest with you, this was a lot scarier back when I was undergeared. And I wasn't playing with a Mistweaver. My health is just bouncing back up. I'm actually kind of okay. All right. We're probably still okay. Somebody CC that. Now we do this. Okay, so any time that we made up on the previous pull, we have now lost. Less than ideal. Oh, battle axes are still alive. Would this season have been better if they just nerfed these battle axes by like 20%? This is when we were talking about tank design earlier, where it's just like, what if they didn't do this? What if they just let it be a little bit? Oh, I'm sorry for the Typhoon. I thought it was going off. Somebody CC. It's happening. I see it. It's happening. All right. How's our timer looking? Don't tell me. How's our timer looking? Oh, I never reset this meter. It's only been 2 deaths. I mean, it's not looking good, is it? We wouldn't be able to afford any more deaths. You know, this is kind of a tangent, but it's also not. I am directly responding to what you're saying. Dude, do you know how expensive it is to die? It is so wildly... I learned this the other day. Do you know how expensive it is to just die? You can't even die today without... It's like tens of thousands of dollars in the US. So, like, you have to, like, buy a casket and the whole funeral home. There's, like, managerial cost to dying. Holy shit. I didn't... That's not really a thing in other cultures. I didn't know that until more recently. Bro. What the hell? I mean, it's not your problem, but it's somebody's problem. Yeah, you can clip that. It's a good clip. It's a genuine... I think that we need to be asking the real questions. If you die in Bulgaria, you need $1,000. That's not even that expensive. That's cheap. That's a cheap death. Yeah, who can afford dying in this economy? And let alone dying. You know how expensive it is to give birth? Also something crazy. That doesn't make any sense to me either. That's not good. In Europe, giving birth is free. Is crazy. Can you imagine being a hyena? Can't even laugh right. Kitty really wants a hyena. She says it will be good for us. I disagree. Nope. The minimum pay in Bulgaria is $600. Like minimum pay, Spanky? What do you mean by that? Also, I forgot what we were talking about beforehand. The minimum wage? That's bordering on a conversation I'm actually weirdly not allowed to have. Minimum monthly salary. If I get comments like, you suck, this is why your wife left you on YouTube, currently posting videos about maybe the holy priest needs a look at for Mythic Plus, what comments do you think I would get if I opened a video with, here are my thoughts on the minimum wage? Probably not good. I guess it depends on what my thoughts are. Don't worry about what other people think. That's a great point. Maybe I should just start every video. And I think that I could be very persuasive. Like, I feel like I could be very passionate about the subject matter. So what if I start every video with, here are my thoughts on immigration? That's a good one. That's the one right there. That's the spicy remark. Because then I'll get social media attention. I won't do that. I wish I could just be... Hold up. Something more important about this. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about that. But not specifically calling him out. But that's a rough thing to tell your healer on Veximus. that's a tough thing to hear as a healer. He's trying, man. Yeah, we were doing good there. That was we did really good on the bridge pull. I think it's a hard pull. I really started the game. What's up, boys? I really liked how positive you are towards the game. Do you have any tips for a newbie? Do I have any tips for a newbie in WoW? Absolutely. Which is make friends. It's so much better to play with people that you know. There's a lot of toxicity in WoW, and I'm not a fan of those. I'm not a fan of the fact that that exists. But, boys, the best advice that I can give you as a new player to WoW is very simply, try to make friends. What's up, Tide Effect? Hope your day's going well. Not bad right now. Just been in Algathar Academy a little bit. Thank you, Wiz. Yeah, you need a modder. I need to give you remote access to my desktop so that you can basically just moderate me every single time I try to say something I'm not supposed to say. That's the key. WoW is not for the faint of heart. It can't be like that. The other map before, it's true. I see. So, Boris, WoW is a game where it's difficult. It's not easy to play World of Warcraft well, hold up. Let me think about that. That's the wrong way to say that. Basically,
There are so many different types of people who play World of Warcraft. One more? All right, bet. I think our timer was okay. We can do one more. There are so many different types of people who play WoW that you end up in a situation you don't know who you're going to meet. And that's one of the hardest things to understand about WoW. It used to be that there was a lot more consistency across personalities in Azeroth. Nowadays, when you meet somebody in a Mythic Plus key or in a raid or just in the world, you don't really know if you're going to get along with them. It's pretty RNG. People have different senses of humors. Some people think I'm funny. Some people don't think I'm funny. Those people you can add to your ignore list because obviously they don't have a sense of humor. The idea is finding your people will actually make this game addicting. Finding how you engage with the community will make such a difference in your experience playing this game. Not the rank that you get, not the progress you make. That just isn't actually what captures and isn't the point of playing WoW. A lot of my videos are going to be discussing the meta and the top end and the competitive part of WoW. I might make a tier list soon. I care about that stuff. I talk about that stuff. But at the end of the day, the real meta is the friends that you made along the way. And I know some people are going to be listening to that and think to themselves, oh, woo, that was so cheesy. I can't believe you said that. But who doesn't like cheese? E mozzarella. You see? So that's the best piece of advice I can really give you. And you can clip that. Don't worry. Sometimes I don't normally have time to do so, but very occasionally I watch back my own streams and I make myself laugh. I don't tell the jokes for anyone. I tell the jokes for me. Oh, I just want to feel better though. I need to go eat. Actually, I should order bacon. I'm gonna order bacon right now. What's up? Someone just asked in the UI channel of Xbox. Oh, has it been 10 times? I feel like it's only been, I think it's been like less than that. Let me get a flask of some kind. What flask do I have? Haste flask. Do I have no other flasks? I should go to the gym. We too want you. Thank you, Bunkers. It's been rough. I might go get blood work soon. One of the hardest parts about having chronic illness is I want to solve this. I want to treat it like it's a problem, but I know what the problem is, and the problem is just time. There's almost certainly nothing new going on. It's just time. But time is the most frustrating answer. Because I want to feel better now. But I'm not going to. Like, I just need to heal. No, I mean, it's not a bad idea to occasionally get blood work. But the thing about blood work and the thing about health in general is if you get levels, you should always ask beforehand. You should ask yourself what you would do. Don't just randomly get blood work. Thank you, Jay. Like, ask yourself, if this level showed that it was off, what would I do about this situation? For example, if I got blood work and they told me I had low iron, I would not take an iron supplement just because of my views on health and my understanding of how the body balances iron. I would almost certainly look at mineral balance. If I had low iron, like I was straight up anemic, I would look at ferritin, making sure that it's not total iron. I would make sure I have a better understanding of what's happening with my blood work, because way too many people just go, "Oh, hey, my vitamin D says that it's low on my blood work." What form of vitamin D? Because most of the time they test vitamin D25 instead of actually looking at what might be the impactful ratio of vitamin D. Some clinics are better at this than others, but there are many ways that the body balances and regulates, and because one level is off does not mean that that is the thing that is a problem. In fact, very rarely does that mean that. So if I had low iron with the way that I eat, I would absolutely be looking at a mechanistic approach to it and thinking to myself, how could I have low iron? This doesn't make any sense. Instead of just saying, oh, I'm going to take an iron supplement. There's no way that an iron supplement would help me given my current lifestyle and my current diet. If somehow my iron was low, I would definitely need to look at my general health profile. But that's getting into some weird health stuff that people don't talk about. It is very interesting, though. A lot of people just associate and trust blindly levels that appear on a blood work, but the blood work doesn't actually tell you why things are happening. Yeah, I'll ask Kyrasis tomorrow what he thinks about my blood. Negatively affect my condition? What could I ask what you mean by that, Sepul? When you say negatively affect my condition, you mean in what context? Makes it worse? No. The main thing that makes my condition worse is straight up stress. If I'm stressing and I'm not taking care of myself, that is, sugar can't be good for you. Could I ask you why you think that? And processed stuff. What processed stuff do I eat? How much of my diet is processed? Obviously, you see me eat some chocolate sundaes. That's processed. What else is... I'm not trying to call you out. I'm a little tired. If you get your health information, there's not a lot of other places to get information right now, for what it is worth. But if you get your health information from a podcast or from Instagram, just know that it's lacking context. Not to say that it's wrong or not helpful, just know that it's lacking context. And that is a massive flaw in our understanding of health, because many people rely on content that is specifically designed to be divisive and create argument as a source of actual information for what they should do about their health. It's problematic. Not to, I mean, where else are you going to learn? Because the other option is to learn from a doctor, and sometimes doctors their information can also be outdated or not reflect current standards. Most doctors don't exactly retake their medical license. Sugar has a myriad of negative effects, like damaging blood vessels, spiking insulin. Where does the damaging blood vessels conversation come from? And also, if I didn't have insulin, I would be dead. So, is it a problem that my insulin responds to digesting glucose? And then the answer is, it depends. Because there are significant risks and adverse reactions to that being not well regulated.
That's called type 2 diabetes. But a normal insulin response? Why is that bad? Timed any 21 academies yet? I mean, yeah, I know. I timed it like 2 months ago, Purple. I'm chilling right now. Spiking it frequently causes insulin resistance. In what populations? And that's an interesting conversation, Sepulcher, because that starts to get into context where I would not be able to tell you because I don't think we have, oh, the cast went off. I don't think we have enough research to say that right now. And I cannot give you medical advice based off of this information because I just think that the information we have is actually very lacking on this field, because it's just like information warfare more than it is trying to help people. And that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. It is possible that we say 20 years from now, I can't believe that any of us were eating sugar. Sugar has been the worst thing that we have ever invented, basically, except that we didn't invent it. But the fact that we're eating it is by far the most destructive thing we've ever done to ourselves. Maybe we find that out. Maybe 20 years from now, we're like, damn, holy shit. I don't think that will happen. The trend of the history of food and our history with nutrition tends to be that something is always demonized. Because 30 years ago, the thing that was demonized was fat. 30 to 50 years ago, look at the history of how we've understood nutrition. Yeah, the saturated fat argument. But today, we know that we were wrong. The initial assumption was that the body worked with A equals B, but then we found out that C has an impact on A, and then we found out that actually D has an impact on this. And that should have been obvious because everybody wants more D in their life. Well, not everyone. But the idea is there are so many levers that get impacted. There are so many chemical reactions that we don't even begin to understand today. There are probably some scientists right now who are able to have a much healthier perspective and understanding about all this. We will not see that information for a very long time, unfortunately. It is incredibly expensive to fund a study to prove or not prove that sugar is good for you. It is very expensive and also very difficult. How would you prove that processed meat is bad for you? Just as an example, right? Like nitric acid. Okay, so nitric acids, fair enough, from processed meats. What do you eat then? What are the greatest source of nitrates? Sepul, Google it. But you highly doubt sugar will ever be considered healthy. In moving to different cultures, I think people should be more worried about fiber. Ooh, that's a more interesting question. I mean, I have thoughts about fiber, and depends again on what doctor do you listen to. Google it. Look up the nitrate content if you're worried about nitrates. Look up nitrate content in deli meat or bacon versus a radish. Just as an example. And then also, how do you measure nitrate content? Because we're taking a lot of things for granted, and I think that the more I have learned about health and fitness, the more I realize that almost this entire thing is completely turned on its head. So much of what we know relies on measuring techniques and tools and data that were improperly collected to begin with. If that makes sense. Yes. Like, for example, I have not had any fiber in 3 years. That is not me saying that you should do this. I have a medical reason why I have to do that. I cannot eat fiber. Fiber makes me very unhealthy. the best they've ever been. Although occasionally things flare up, like right now. But I have a unique medical condition. Also, traveling the world will give you a perspective on health that really challenges your opinion. Because when I was in the US and I lived in the US, I was far more into research and data than I am today, simply because of that. The abundant antioxidants and vitamin C present in radishes effectively block the formation of carcinogenic compounds. Okay. The vegetable path, sure. Look up the pathway for how vitamin C is processed in the human body. And also, okay, let me put it this way. Rather, because that's fair, Sepple, and appreciate you clarifying that. Let me ask you this question. Because I love talking about health stuff. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's a fascinating topic for me and something that I've been interested in my entire life. Right now, 2026, I have access to more tools to gather information than I've ever had in my entire life. We have the internet, but I also have AI and Claude and this or whatever. I could go right now, find more studies than I've ever been able to find. I have more access to information than I've ever had, just out of curiosity, okay? Yeah, I can give you doctors to look at, but there are plenty of doctors that are very biased, and there are plenty of doctors who I would view as more reasonable voices on the subject. So that's up to you. But okay, let me ask you this. If I wanted to argue right now that a vegan diet was good for you, would I be able to find, don't say yes or no, don't get up in arms just yet. Just bear with me, okay? Would I be able to argue yes or no and link you studies that prove this? One way or the other. I was going to recommend Mason actually too, Wiz. The answer is yes or no. The answer is unequivocally yes. If I wanted to argue that this was good for you, I could find studies right now that basically point yes. I could also find studies that point no. Okay? If I wanted to argue that a carnivore diet was good for you, which could not be more opposite on the end of the spectrum, could I find studies and data that basically say yes or no? That's the next question. Those two could not be more opposite. And the answer is yes. How can both exist at the same time? That's the critical thinking that we have to apply to our health. Because if you are there's a certain mentality which basically just says one has to be true. There is also a mentality that says both are true. And that's the more interesting one that I would rather focus on. I am of the camp that both are true. How and why? Well, then all of a sudden you say, well, it depends. Now context matters. You say, okay, what's the context that you're applying? Well, let me ask you a question. I live in Thailand. I'm from the US. Are you telling me that the people in Thailand, with their very unique eating patterns, well, just compared to Asia, let's just call it Asia versus the US. Do you think that people who grow up in Asia are exposed to all of these aspects of Asia that you just wouldn't find elsewhere? My girlfriend, she grew up and they used to hunt wild frogs and eat frogs. Just casually. It was their weekend activity. They had a well next to where she grew up. They used to just hunt the frogs and eat the frogs. That was like their thing. They ate a lot of frogs. If I did that, I would die of bacterial poisoning. Like, holy shit, my stomach is not equipped to deal with this. She could right now go outside. She's not here right now. But she could go outside, catch a grasshopper, grill it in some olive oil, lightly salt it, and just say, if I tried that, I would end up in the hospital. My system, her system, not the same thing. We are fundamentally different. I ate a scorpion once. It didn't go well. Does that mean that scorpion is bad? Well, there are cultures that eat scorpions. How was it prepared? What was my experience? Like, there are so many aspects to this. Isn't that a very small sample? Correct. But if you zoom out, you'll realize that there just cannot be a one size fit. There's no way that we all, every single human being on earth has a has a universal, this is the best thing you can do for your health. I just don't believe it. That was the third overlap. We're short on damage here a little bit. I fundamentally do not believe that my 80-year-old, actually she's 90 now, my 90-year-old grandmother needs the exact same dose of a supplement as my very ethnic girlfriend who's in her 30s. That doesn't make sense to me. It can't. But when a doctor prescribes a supplement, if both of them register as anemic, both of them are told to take an iron supplement. And yet, how would they possibly need the same level of iron? That isn't uniquely tailored to them. They just say take an iron supplement. But iron is affected by vitamin C. So all of a sudden I might think to myself, well, okay, are we processing vitamin C? And you say, well, iron is also regulated by how much copper you have. If you take copper, though, you have to think about the fact that zinc is now affected in the body. But if you're taking zinc and copper, well, you want to combine them. But what ratio? Sepal, I don't think you and I mean, we might be the same age. But how is it possible that me, you, Patrick, Kraft, Zeralian, Nutter, Scudder, Jahib, how could we all need the exact same thing? And when I am studying nutrition and doing these meta-analysis, who, where, what, why? And also, if I was going to do a proper study, which was examining a much larger population instead of 20 people, because that would be a better representation, where do I find these people? Oftentimes, the people who you find for these studies are in college, because you pay them a little bit of money, and you post a thing outside of a college campus, and you say, hey, we need people volunteering who are going to be willing to do this for 6 months. But most nutritional studies are done how? Are they gonna, they're not done with autopsies. Think about that. Are they going to dissect you and look at your gut afterward? You're alive. They're not allowed to do that. Are they going to take a stool sample? How many people are going to volunteer to give a stool sample? Think about it. Like, how do you measure this? This is where it starts to get a little bit weird. Because let's say and again, not every study, this is a generalization. So some studies are crafted very well, but most of the time, it's very expensive to hire 1,000 people or look at 10,000 people. And the larger the study, the less control I have over the study. Now, watch this. When I am doing a study, an analysis, let's say 20,000 people. Whoa, that's a big study. Not many studies, 20,000 people, that's a lot. How do I collect the data? Probably through questionnaire. So I'm going to say, do you solemnly swear to be truthful and remember every single thing you've eaten? They say yes. Now give me my $100. I am critical. Hold on. I think the Demon Hunter is pretty good. So, okay, we have to basically go over this. Now we have to go even further than that. Think about it. Just be a little critical. A lot of these studies are done. No, Sepal. You're not wrong, and that's why I want to clarify. You are not wrong. You are probably right. The extent to which you are right is the question. And that is what I have an argument with, and that's what I have a problem with, because we actually do care about our health. We really care about our health. And a lot of what people are saying is just not quite with the context of making people healthy, if that makes sense. That's my problem. I think that a ton of people are like,
You gotta cut out sugar. Sugar is the devil. It's bad for you. And I would just say, why? And you provided an actual argument, which is much farther than most people go, because most people stop right there. You at least said, here's why. I said, okay. What else does that? Just as a general thought process. The things that you said, causing, I don't remember exactly what you said, oxidative harm, causing this, causing that. What else does that? How can we minimize the other effects that might cause that? That's the point of research and studies. I agree. The more I learned about the research and the studies, the less I like them. Because I just wanted to provide a little bit of context to the studies. The history of food studies are tainted. It's a tainted history. It would be kind of exactly, there is a narrative for every study, let's put it that way. And if you examine, it's not hard to cherry pick data. It's not hard to narratively assign data either, because of how the FDA specifically allows you to not publish findings. That's a big problem. What's up, Arson? Arson, I was happy to game. It was fun to play retail for a second. Oh, no problem. I'm chilling. I don't know if you're around. If I'm around tomorrow, we can just keep running this. I'm chilling. We're having some crazy conversations right now. We're actually talking about nutritional studies and basically data and cherry picking stuff and how things operate. If you've come at a nice interesting time, because I love this conversation. It gets very nuanced very quickly. How do you find the participants in the study? How do you examine those? And how do you get them to be truthful? Because most studies are very, very, very rarely, it'd be near impossible to get them done in a metabolic ward, which is basically you are under lock and key for 24 hours and I actually control everything you eat. Most studies are done through straight up questionnaire. And they say, have you consumed ice cream in the last week? And you go, me? No, I didn't do that. And it's like, that's weird, interestingly enough. That's a lot of how it works. That's like a big part of how this works. And you say, okay, some studies are done, a lot of our medical knowledge and textbooks come from autopsy studies, which are hailed as like a very high metric. But then does the dead human body work the same way as the live human body? There's a lot of information that we know about the nervous system, about how our body works because autopsy. And it's like, as far as I know, when you poke a dead person, they don't respond. That's kind of the whole point. So it's interesting when you start to realize the potential caps of studies and what goes into a study and how those things are controlled for, and also how easy it would be to assign narrative value to studies. That's why you need many studies across many years in different populations. That I would agree with you. We're talking about now the king of scientific information. Like if we could get that, Sepple, amazing. How many of those exist? And also, still, how many do you follow? Like how many of those are accurate? Because that's really tough. Like those are not easy to do. You want to follow an actual population for how many years now? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Again, how do you collect the information over 10 years? Do you get blood work done every week for 10 years? I mean, maybe there's a study that exists like that, but none that I know of. So, Jahib, it's I only have an issue with people demonizing anything when it comes to food. Any time in our history that we have demonized a particular form of macronutrients, of micronutrients, of this, or any time that we seem to think this is the absolute best thing, we almost always land ourselves into hot water. Many cultures around the world have been very sure of their cures. Some of them are right. Some of them are wrong. Let's take a step back, though, and realize, Jahib, Sepple is coming at this from a completely... No. Sepple's trying to help. They're not being argumentative for the sake of being argumentative.
they really believe that this information is the right way to look at it. And I am not telling you that you're wrong. We might find out you are exactly right. And thank God that you were spreading the good word. In our history, there have been so many times where we've spread the good word and ended up burning witches at the stake. But remember, we weren't burning witches at the stake at the time. At the time, we were freeing them. It was the right thing to do because we were basically saving them. They would not have made it into heaven otherwise. We had to do it. It wasn't for us. It was for them. We had to do, we'd just be very careful about our version of being absolute in history. At the time, it seems very right. We're always right at the time. When we say the way that things are metabolized in the human body, I am personally of the opinion that we do not have the full picture of how things are metabolized in the human body. There are so many points of that process which are inherently very complicated and very differential depending on who you are. An example, a lot of people who have GERD or acid reflux are told this is the name for it, is acid reflux. You ever had this before? Very annoying. Did you know that a ton of people who have acid reflux, the actual problem is that they have low acid? You haven't. Do you know that you might have low stomach acid? And that adding a little bit of acid, adding some salt might make a big difference? It might not. I'm not giving you medical advice. But for a lot of people who have significant reflux problems that aren't being solved by normal means of solution, you might want to check yourself for low stomach acid. You might not have enough acid because the lever in our body tunes it so that without enough acid, we say, must produce more because that's how the body works. Yeah. And so there's all these levers, there's all these chemical reactions. We don't even begin to understand all of them and how they all work together. That's complicated. And so all I'm saying is that we might not know. It seems to me that many people are incredibly healthy having sugar their entire lives. And it seems to me that many people I know of that are super anti-sugar are also super unhealthy. That does not seem to be a great metric from my own personal anecdotes. I know some people that are super strict and they just do everything right. And every year they have more health problems. And they're always seeing doctors and they're always trying to do the next right thing. And I know some construction workers that have a Red Bull for breakfast, 3 donuts for lunch, and seemingly never go to the doctor and have no health problems. The fuck? Is that right? No. And the argument, well, do they have hidden health problems? Probably. But nobody ever tells them they should feel bad, so they don't. A lot of times. There are more people who are the construction worker than there are the first one. But it's a bias depending on where you live in the world and depending on your environments. Because if everybody echoes the sentiment of, well, you gotta do this, then that's what you'll believe. Bro, there are so many people who have like the most anti-healthy lifestyle but have no health problems. So then you say, is it genetic? Oh, man. We'll find out 10, 20 years from now. Hopefully we'll have some studies that confirm this, that the way we talk about our health is probably the single greatest factor on the outcome of our health. I hope that they'll prove this one day. The way we talk about our health is gotta be one of the most unbelievably impactful metrics for the outcome of our health. And I believe that because one of the chemical reactions that isn't talked about enough is hormonal differences. And hormones are directly impacted by your emotional state. That's a big metric. It's a huge lever. If you're angry and you eat, you digest and metabolize differently than if you're calm and you eat. Not just genetics, your emotional state. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's tough. You can check this. You could probably do it yourself, by the way. If you are relatively, and I'm not telling you to do this is not medical advice, but if you're intolerant to a food, as in relatively intolerant, got to be very careful about saying this online. If you are, let's say that you normally, if you have some dairy, you tend to get quite gassy after. You just have like some gas and a little bit of stomach discomfort. If you're out at a birthday party and you like being out, this is a good clarification. You're not an introvert. Like you're just having the best time. You're hanging out with friends. It's just one of the best days ever. And I sneak some dairy into your food, you almost certainly won't have a reaction. And that is actually similar for people who have blood sugar issues to a degree. There is a limit to this, but it's just an interesting thought process. If you're like feel as though you're super sensitive to sugar, there's a chance you are. But there's also a very good chance that if I sprinkle, I'm not saying I would do this. It's a hypothetical situation. God damn it. But if I sprinkle a little sugar on your food while we're out and you don't know I've done this, you probably won't have a reaction. But if I tell you I've done this and I haven't done it, you probably will have a reaction. Why? If it's so physical, why? How is that the case? Imagine you were eating something right now and I was like, oh, I've snuck sugar in there. You go, oh, no, sugar's so bad for me. This is going to damage my organs. Ooh. I could convince you of that. That would be psychosomatic. And I am telling you that a lot of things that we experience are not psychosomatic. Are psychosomatic to a degree that we don't understand. Psychosomatic is almost a simplification of how our body really processes things. And we know this. In my career, if you come to me with low back pain and I say, it's no problem, we're going to solve this. You say, oh, thank God. And if I say, oh, this is a fucking problem, you are in trouble, you'll go, oh my God. And the amounts of pain you will experience is dramatically changed by me saying that. Is that psychosomatic or is that just physiological? I would say that there's not a big difference between the two. This is not applying to everyone. I'm just offering a perspective. Well, some people have celiac. My mother has been gluten-free for, oh my God, she's older now. Almost 60. For 60, basically almost 60 years. My entire life, she said that she has celiac. But recently, she got tested again, don't have celiac. Tested again, don't have celiac. Tested again, probably doesn't have celiac. But every time she eats gluten, it seems to affect her. Might not be gluten. Might be something else. Blood work, actual genetic, like I have been tested for it when I was 14, have been confirmed to have celiac. Does that mean I will never, ever eat gluten? Yes. But I also believe that 6 years from now, if I'm in a better place, I might be able to literally hypnotize myself and be able to eat gluten without any physiological damage. It's possible. Yes, she did many times. Every time she's tested negative. I have been no gluten is the one thing I'm allergic to for many, like 2 decades now. I genuinely believe I could hypnotize myself in like 6 years. Not now, because I have way too many other factors in my life. I think it's interesting. Also, hi, Hufky, mean boy. Nice name. Seppel, do you understand what I am saying? She may be gluten sensitive. Or she has a similar genetic profile to me and can't handle fiber or filler ingredients or starches or gums. I can eat dairy. Every time I try to eat cream cheese, oof, I have celiac, like genetic, I have the markers for it.
Yeah, I got it tested through blood work a long time ago. Not a skin test. The skin test, the histamine intolerance is like a hilarious test. You can alter that. You can alter that like crazy. Yeah, yeah. You can alter a histamine intolerance test, like the skin test, is very, very. I don't like it. It's not a gold standard. Should not be used as a gold standard. Dude, the histamine intolerance thing is really weird. Look up the little bit of history about that examination. That's a weird one. When they measure that either through blood work and tell you all the foods you're intolerant to, it's such a weird test. I don't know how that passed the medical board. I have no idea why they still do that. And the skin test even is just very strange. But yeah, no, I have it diagnosed through the blood work a long time ago when I was like 13 or 14. I don't remember exactly how many markers there were. They tested 9 things. I don't remember. It was 2 decades ago. There was like 9 things, and I had flagged for almost everything. That is a different test. That's the histamine test. It's the I forgot the abbreviation right now. Practical application of health. Hi, Spec. You would love this conversation we're having. It's been a good rant for the last little bit. I'm sure you would have some strong opinions on this. I like that you care, Sepple. I do. And I hope you know that I am not. There are some people who can be contrarian about this topic because they care a lot. Hi, Stargazer. Good morning. And hi, Xerxes. Many people can be very passionate about health and what you should do for your health. I am hoping that I provide context with this conversation and maybe give you information. I don't mean to call you out or single you out. I just want to provide a little bit of additional information because I have both unique lived experience, but I've also been doing this for work for 10 years. And the things that I have seen and the things that I've been able to overcome both personally and professionally go beyond what we currently know about health. That's why I corrected it, and I'll clarify that you were coming from a good place. Debate's cool. When it comes to health, just know, excuse me, sorry. We have this weird thing. So much of the information out there is very good. But we have a weird relationship with information about health as if it was somehow all good. And that's weird. I will not get into politics. But if I just generally asked, do you trust everything you ever hear about politics? I hope the answer is no. We will not get into specifics. But I really hope in 2026 that your answer is no. You have to realize that this is intentionally divisive. It depends. Where do you get you're asking questions now. And we won't get into those questions, but it's a very easy one to understand. No, I'm not asking, I'm just, so you have to be careful. We won't get very into it though. I'm just saying at the moment, okay, that's an easy one to understand. That the answer should be like, medically, we don't have that relationship with that information, but we should. You should be equally as critical about the things that you hear. You can make a good argument that you should do this and you should do that. You can make a good argument you should do this and you should do this. And they're completely at odds with each other. And who's right and who's wrong? We don't know. Not medically. But in general, demonizing any one particular thing is almost certainly taking away from the context that our health is in jeopardy, our health is in crisis. There are many health conditions we have today that we should not be contending with. Why? What's happening? There are much larger risk factors that are actually stopping people from obtaining good health and reducing it to, but it's definitely the sugar, or it's definitely the this, or it's the processed meat, or it's that, is a very simplistic approach that, in my opinion, is more aimed, it's almost meant to be divisive and get you complacent. Because it builds complacency. You say, well, I'm just going to cut out sugar then. And it's like, that doesn't account for, are you sleeping? Are you this? Are you that? How's your stress? Those things are hard to quantify. Do you drink water? And you're like, well, no, but it's got to be the sugar. And it's like, do you move? And you're like, well, no, but I don't eat sugar. And it's like, okay. What do you eat then? You're like, the vegan Crunchwrap Supreme. It's got no sugar. And I was like, okay. Like, you see the end result of thinking that it's only one thing could be that harmful. It's problematic. But there are people, and when we talk about sugar, there are people who are so passionate, but also very, in my opinion, misguided in terms of actual health. Because way more people eat sugar regularly, consistently, and have zero adverse health effects that reasonably could be stated than people who have problems with it. You just don't know that because it depends on where you look and where you're from. In the US, when I went to high school in LA, holy shit, sugar is it's goddamn the devil. Everyone knows that you can't eat processed foods and you can't eat this. And also you have to have protein. That's why protein's in everything now. How do they measure protein in a product? Ooh. Well, back when I was growing up, a single glass of red wine that's really good for you. It's got resveratrol in it. And now we know all alcohol is bad. I would still argue against that. And you say, how could you argue against that? Well, it's been debunked. If a glass of red wine, I'm not advocating for this, but you have to apply critical thinking because we're thinking of the body way too physically. Way too physically. If a single glass of red wine is your pride and joy, you might have bigger problems, first of all. But second of all, if it helps you relax and just it is the highlight of your day. If I take that from you, that might have more adverse health effects than the actual glass of red wine. And Jay McMadden, thank you for if you are a nurse and you actually work in healthcare, by all means, I agree with. So I would say that there's a bigger problem at play, and we should probably consider why that should be considered. People want an absolute, and health doesn't work in an absolute. But I can tell you this. The one thing that can't really be studied, and I wish it was, this is very, very impactful, by the way. This is super impactful. If you hold yourself like this, I've got to do something. You're just, basically, if you're tweaking about your health and you are so strict about everything, I can almost guarantee, I will make a bet with you right now. Look at my camera. If you are just like this all the time and you're like, I have got to, I'm because you don't understand. Like I'm sick and I have to do everything right. And if I don't do everything right, then I'm going to be in trouble. And so I'm going to cut out sugar. And then the new thing says, and I've got to do this and everything. And I've seen this and I've got that health result. I got blood work on. And I got this and I have this condition. Well, you don't understand. I have this condition. If you're thinking to yourself like this and that's you are going to develop health problems. Almost certainly. It doesn't, almost certainly. You haven't told me anything physically, but I would be willing to put money that personality type, that thought process of health, of needing to control every aspect of it, leads to more problems than any physical thing you could ever do. Borderline. Exceptions, you can argue with that. But you have to be very careful about that. Because there are so many levers in the human body. You are affecting your ability to heal. You are literally preventing yourself. Your body
is a magnificent, wonderful creation. And it has healing potential that it is crazy how powerful you are. Sometimes you need to let it do its thing. If you are, there might be something physical going on. Probably. You gotta learn to breathe. You gotta learn to relax. I'm not saying breath work. I'm saying you gotta just, yeah. And supple, I have found that seems to have a greater impact. I'd be willing to say that this conversation saves more lives than any medical data we're gonna get. I would put my entire bank account on the fact that information right there would actually make more of an impact on people's well-being than any documented finding we will ever have about sugar. That's why I'm passionate about checking. I think the first one is the vast majority of it. My experience. Yeah. It's a difficult conversation, and I am not trying to say I have all the information here. I don't. But I don't hear anyone ever talking about that. And I think that it needs to be part of the conversation. There are so few doctors where when you walk into their office, they specifically go, "Are you sleeping? How's your stress? Tell me about your life." They don't really have the time nor the resources nor the tools to do so because those things are very hard to prove and study. And if a doctor recommends something that isn't scientifically accurate or proven, there's a very real chance that they get fired or sued for medical malpractice eventually. It'll help a lot of people, and all it takes is one bad patient who has a grudge. And you stop suggesting anything. Our lung health will get better. Yes, Apple, there is. But does that make sense? And you can ask people in the medical industry how that works. Good evening, afternoon, morning. What's up, Jay Wallaby? I said I would go to the gym today, didn't I? I did say that. Oh, I said I would go to the gym. What day is it today? It's Saturday, my time. Look, I can't take you to the gym. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't have a way to like read this. Great, Sepple. Then you can appreciate this conversation very much. And yes, there are. What did I miss? Hold up, Nutter. What did I miss? I see your comment got auto-modded. I just don't know why. Wait, hold up. I missed something. Sort of running to... It's not an... What? I've still missed context. I must have missed something. What time is it where I am? It's 5:30 p.m. 5:25 p.m. here. Oh, that's a tough conversation for sure. All I can tell you is that I would never judge anyone for feeling like you need to do pretty much anything just to get through your day. Goddamn, life is stressful. And I don't think anyone should have the moral high ground, probably, to actually sit there and say, I can't believe you manage your stress like that. I would never smoke. I mean, I scroll TikTok for 2 hours a day, and
probably do a bunch of other things that I shouldn't do, but I would never smoke. No one is perfect. Every single one of us has vices. Sometimes the vices are obvious and easy to argue against. Sometimes they're not. Everybody's addicted to something. Ain't no one perfect. It's 2026. We are all fucked. Knowing that, there is so much we can do to improve our health. But ain't nobody has the moral high ground to sit here and judge you for getting through your day. If you don't like something about your life, you can change it. It is very difficult to do so. And if anyone is in a place where they are currently unhappy with their health and feeling unhealthy in any way, shape, or form, I guarantee you that they have tried at some point to fix this problem. I would bet my entire bank account balance on the fact that they have at one point attempted to change and either did not have the information required, did not have the right set of life circumstances, because that's a big one. And that's a massive one. Can you imagine how much easier it would be to quit addictive substances if you could just move to Thailand and have no financial responsibilities and also no children and basically no obligation whatsoever? Well, that seems like a great idea. Do it. Well, unfortunately, you have kids. Well, imagine how much easier it would be if you had kids, but not this. It's like people are way too okay with saying, but I managed to do this. It's like, I don't, what's your situation? Maybe it's a genuinely impressive story. It probably is. Sounds like that'd be really hard. But it does not have an appreciation. Really. When people ask me how I got off most of the psychiatric medication that I was ever on, I used to take a lot and depended on it for most of my life. I was on lithium for 17 years. 6 to 23, 6 years old, prescribed a lot of lithium, by the way. Went toxic from it multiple times as a child, but it helped. So I was on it. And they told me I'd be on it for the rest of my life. I got off lithium when I was 23. And I had next to no financial responsibilities. And COVID happened. So I was at home on the countryside in Thailand with no children. And at that time, didn't end up working out. But at that time, a girlfriend who became my wife, who supported me through 7 months of withdrawals, where for a week I went blind, couldn't see properly. And for a while, my body would twitch every single time I titrated down doses. And I would go through uncontrollable muscle spasms. I couldn't even walk up and down the stairs in our 2-story house. But I had 7 months, so I did it. I wanted to do it. Today, ain't no way I'm doing that. Yeah. That was the multiple chains down. We tried many other things first, but none of them worked properly. It ended up being about that. Lithium was the thing that actually made a big difference for me back in the day. Yep. I know. So, everybody's got vices. Yeah. That's what I was diagnosed with when I was 6. Type 1. Donation goal, never. Well, I don't want to add more medication. Oh, yeah. I did say I would do jumping jacks. Thank you, Stargazer. I will do some jumping jacks today. Thank you. I would love to. Wait, no. 10. Not 100. I mean, hold up, wait a second. $20 million. I'll try lithium. That's fine. You have a confession to make. Oh. Careful what you confess. This is a public forum, Zeralian. Don't confess too much. Filter. Inside thought. I was for like 4 hours while I was sleeping. You only got 4 hours of sleep? I hope you get more sleep than that. I hope you get more sleep than that. 4 hours. That's not enough. Oh, my bladder. Okay, 10 jumping jacks first. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that just felt really good. I'm going to double that. That actually just felt good. 19, 20. All right. That's good. Thank you. I should actually just make them stream redemptions instead of bid goals. I don't want to depend on that all the time. I think they're fun bid goals, but I don't think I should actually depend on it being bid goals. Because if I actually went today with doing 0 jumping jacks, that would kind of defeat the purpose of having them. Maybe I should keep it a bid goal. Well, I guess I know your orientation was not a holy priest player, huh? Okay, was that a 9 out of 10? You ranked my jokes earlier. One with them, we got 4 out of 10 earlier, and then we got 7 out of 10. I like the cheese one, too. I thought the cheese one was pretty good. Fox ears for a minute. Oh, I missed the fox ears. You already knew? Yeah, that's why we get along. Wow. Fox ears. So this is where I have to give the actual medical advice, because imagine taking medical advice from a World of Warcraft streamer who's wearing fox ears, but it actually changes your life and heals you. You wouldn't be able to explain that to everyone. No one would believe you. Imagine that in the next 1 minute, I basically solve all of your life problems. No one would believe you. I should do my last folio quest. I should, actually. I should just go do it. I mean, eventually I'm going to have to do it anyways. This is not a financial advice. I mean, I'm wearing fox ears and leggings right now. You think I have financial problems? I've got abs, I have fox ears and leggings. What if, instead of actually going to the gym, I do some workout here? Because I can do all the things that I was going to do at the gym, I could do at home today. I can't actually work out. Like, I can't really, like, lift. What I could do, what I was going to do is mostly PT stuff. Definitely not tall deck. I haven't been okay for a very long time. I don't know. It was fun. Yeah, but I'm going to break this lamp over to the left here. Yeah, you should not leave me at home alone for long. Oh, I broke my chair. Actually, I need a chair company to sponsor me because I need a new chair. This is like $40, and I don't think it's not very stable. I need like a proper chair. All right. My fox ears are getting in the way of this lift. I should make a workout for gamers. I could sell it for like $99. Oh. You know what would make that way harder? Probably doing it while kneeling. Is this is this good stream content? What's up, Guilty Harvest? Oh, it's gonna hurt my knees. Here, we'll do the forbidden. We'll do the single knee. There we go. Do you feel bad when you dark harvest? It's not that heavy, it's just awkward. It's just bulky. Oh, that's good mobility. I'm kneeling. Oh, a few hundred reps of this. I'll get you into shape. Just gotta switch legs. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, it's actually getting tough. Oh. Whew. Ooh. That was actually kind of tough. That wasn't easy. Oh. Whew. I feel like Kaminari from My Hero Academia. I felt awkward for streaming at the gym before. And it's now the evening. The only way I would stream at the gym, I think, is if I went in the afternoon when no one's there. If I went right now, it'd be crowded. I feel like it's rude to stream during peak hours. I don't mind streaming at the gym sometimes, but it has to be not during peak hours, I think. Thank you, Mr. Knight. I like anime. Mr. Knight, tell me some of your favorite anime, and also have you ever shoulder pressed the chair in the half kneeling bent over posture? Oh, I was reading your previous comments. I didn't recognize your name right away. You asked me about blood decay. You asked me about blood decay one day. You know, I'm going to record a video tomorrow morning, my time, with Kyrasis. And that should be a very interesting conversation. We'll obviously get to talk about blood decay. So that'll be exciting, actually. That'll be nice. So they have outside gyms? Yeah, like a park area. They have some like stuff at the park, actually. It's Fairy Tale. There we go. It's going to be a whole podcast, depending. I don't know how much time he has. I know he's an adult. But if we're vibing, I want to record like maybe a whole ass like hour and a half podcast with him, not just about blood decay, but also about theory crafting, WoW, UI, tanks, etc. I think he'll have opinions that are going to be interesting, to say the least. Does that mean? I think that it'll be very, very cool to just shoot the shit with him about WoW and do it in the podcast format. But I don't know him, which will be interesting. Because I don't know him, I don't know if we have chemistry. You can't force chemistry. Sometimes people just don't get along. But it seems like he and I would get along. You know what I'm talking about? Like sometimes you're like, oh, I like Fairy Tale. And then other people are like, isn't that one show with the weird cats? And you're like, oh. Yes. What about it? There is a problem with Fairy Tale. The main problem with Fairy Tale, people will wonder, is it the plot? Is it the this? No, it gave me unrealistic waifu expectations because I really liked Urza. Like, really, like a lot. I just genuinely was like, that's the ideal. Like, you know, fit, on the spectrum, big boobs, can fight. It's very difficult to find people like that in real life. I think that's one of the hardest things about Fairy Tale for me. You don't think so, Wiz? That was Moise.
Yeah. I've always been an Urza fan instead of a Lucy fan. Lucy was not really my type. Oh, I'll take that, please. That's fair. Mira Jane is a good contender. How much the chair? It's not actually that heavy. It's just bulky. It's like a bottoms-up kettlebell raise where it just keeps going off balance because the wheels are stuff. It's I don't think it's that heavy. It's just awkward to lift. I feel good. Yeah. It's not. I don't think it weighs that much. How tall are your roofs? I'm kneeling. Otherwise, when I was doing it standing, I had to really bend back. Yeah. Not that tall. This room. The downstairs I have a big ceiling. But this room, like a normal ceiling, I guess. Oh, man. That was good. Honestly, Mr. Knight, I don't move enough when I play World of Warcraft all day. I have no problem just sitting in keys. I like doing keys. I really enjoyed. I actually really like playing with Arson and Deco today. I know we didn't time that Algothar, unfortunately, but I think I just enjoy playing the game, and I like that we didn't rage. It's nice to play the game with chill people. And also, since I suppose I have no real desire to push higher IO in game now, so I'm kind of just chilling. Whew. I'm excited to share the podcast tonight with Mr. Touchpad Warrior. But I need a title for it. What do you think, Wiz? You want to give me title suggestions? So before, the previous one was easy. It was like, tanks don't need fixing with Shaw. That was easy. Korame was just spicy healer takes. In the One Azeroth TV podcast, I never contacted him. I don't know. TH, would we get along? Do you think we would have a good podcast? I don't know him that well. You think so? Should I reach out? I'm sure I can find him. I've played with him once or twice on his Blood DK. I have Kyrasis, and then I have a housing episode with Nicole and Gifo. I'll talk about housing and what that means to them. And then after that, it's open-ended. You have a perfect icebreaker with him already? What's the icebreaker? I do? What is it? I'm on his list, but I don't think he knows I'm on his list. He's Giga Chill, while strongly disagreeing on some points. I mean, it's not a problem to disagree on some things. Yeah. I am on the list. I'm on the list. He can get along with anyone? Okay, maybe I don't know him that well. I think I've only seen 1 or 2 videos from him, and maybe I do the thing to him that people do to me, which is that they only see a video like come up every now and again. And so, oh, okay. For some reason, I thought he was not chill. I thought he wasn't chill. But more people are telling me he's just chill. This is the second time that this has come up.
I guess you don't really know someone, right? You think you know somebody, and then all of a sudden they're like, nah, it's not Mira Jane or Lucy or Urza. It's actually Gajeel. And you're like, what? And they're like, that's the one. And I'm sticking with it. And I'm like, okay, I don't disagree, but I'm not sure I agree either. He's not chill when it comes to changing his opinions, I see. Which would make for a good podcast. He politely pops off. I see. Okay. All right. It's interesting. I'm not against it. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to me that Shaw and I can both be tank content creators and agree on the main principle that tank should be fun and that tank should be accessible while completely disagreeing on some topics, actually. He wants the game to be hard and challenging. Ooh, that's interesting. We would strongly disagree on that then. I think the game should be easy. Okay, so we would like debate. Interesting. It would be the great debate. I strongly believe that the game should be easy and highly accessible. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I don't know him that well. That's interesting. But at this point, I'm not going to the gym. I'm just going to do my workout at home. So we've got 3 sets of chair raises. We got to do one more set. And we'll go from there. At this point, I'm just doing my whole workout here. I really haven't been lifting. This last month, I've been just trying to eat. Oh, I'm going to order bacon too. Tanks should be building towards... Tanks should or should not be building toward damage? Oh, should not. Okay. That'd be interesting. What's up, Rabbi? Hello. Good morning to you. Good morning. We're doing a weird part of stream where I guess I'm just lifting a chair above my head and about to order some food. For this workout, we're going to carefully deadlift our PC tower. No, PC tower is too light. What I do need to do is I got like the setup to mount my PC so that it doesn't just hang off the side like this. But yeah. Well, Gelly, I wouldn't be able to comment. I've only ever been in a key with him once, and for what it is worth, I genuinely thought he was a good tank at that point. Odd thought, but how would you feel if the game got rid of kicks entirely? Ooh. The game got rid of kicks entirely? No kicks at all? I think if you put me in charge of game design, I would probably fuck it up. Because I know what direction the game should go in. I'm pretty passionate that I have a good answer about this, but I think I would take it too far. And you need to give people, you need to create some level of friction. The question is how much friction? And that's the debate. I don't think anybody can really debate that there shouldn't be any friction. The question is just how much. And inherently, I believe the answer to that question is very little. Does that make sense? Okay, hold up. I'm ordering some food. Yeah, so it won't come out for next week. I started a podcast, Rabbi, but only recently. I've been doing it for that long. This is episode 4 is coming out tonight. Every Saturday, once a week. It'll be pinned in Discord or whatever. Once a week. It's on Spotify, which, by the way, I got a little email like 2 days ago. It was very cool. I got an email that just said, your podcast has over 100 downloads on Spotify. And I was like, whoa, that's so cool. It was really interesting. I liked it. That was a nice. I was like, wow, there's 100 listens on Spotify. That's so cool. On YouTube, the thing has like
20,000 views. But the Spotify thing was cooler for some reason. I was like, yo, look at that. Ooh, like people are listening on Spotify. I'm a Spotify content creator. I always knew I could be a rapper. I always knew. Like, this is not news to me. This is not news to anybody that knows me. I always knew that I would make it as a rapper. The only reason I decided not to was to nerf myself. That's it. I would represent. Too little stress equals boredom. That's the problem, Sepple. How do you make it so that people are challenged? Challenged adequately. So you need to be right above what they can overcome. So they feel like they have a progress. Because personal progress is good in game. MMORPGs are based around personal progress. But not overwhelm them. Because if you make Dark Souls twice as hard, people don't like it. But if you make Dark Souls twice as easy, people don't like it. How do you land on that balance? Very difficult. If you made Dark Souls, does that make sense? What is your way in the game? I have a lot of takes about the game. The takes, when I say them, let me order the food first because I'm going to forget. My takes about this game are very specifically not for me. When I am suggesting things, I don't want this. It would not be for me. But I think it would be good for the game. Does that make sense? So that's a lot of my takes are actually not from my perspective. If I just unleashed my own personal perspective, this game wouldn't be good. Because I engage with it in a hyper-specific format, and I know that I do. Which is why, when I actually give you my opinion, I have to go outside my own thought process. I wish more people were willing to do that. Does that make sense? That's like first and foremost. Like I made the Boomy take, and people were like, oh, just be a better tank. And I was like, no, it's not me. I don't actually have a problem with Boomies. I very rarely lose threat. I think that threat is one of the biggest. I think I'm very good at threat as a tank because I've been tanking for so long. It's not me that I'm worried about. But people misunderstand that because if you only engage with one or two videos, you wouldn't realize that that's what I'm trying to do, is think, how does this not impact me when I say tank should be easier? Not for me. I've been tanking in this game for so long that it's second nature for me. I'm chilling. I don't think tanking is that hard. But that's because I've been doing it for a long time. That doesn't mean that it's actually easy. That's the disconnect that happens. Because I think that tanking is more than difficult enough. But not for me. It's very easy for me to pick up a new tank and just go do it. Am I going to die sometimes? Of course. But I already know how to do it. I already know all the skills that I need to know as a tank. How do you get new people to learn that? That's like impossible. It's very difficult to learn how to tank. It's very overwhelming. I actually lost some friends in season 1 who just don't push higher than weeklies. But they found weeklies so easy this season they got bored. It's tough. It's tough. It's not easy to do. But no kicks at all, random. If you took Mythic Plus out of the game, WoW, I think, would be dead. Would you agree with that? Teddles made a video yesterday. It came up. I didn't watch the whole thing. It was a good video. Watched most of it. It was like the system that saved Mythic Plus. Would you agree that if they took Mythic Plus out of the game, WoW would kind of be dead? I think a lot of people would play, but I think it would be kind of dead. I do think that Mythic Plus is a literal cornerstone of why people play. It would remove a lot of people. That being said, World of Warcraft's not an inherently competitive game. I don't think it should be. I don't think that kicks would solve that random, but I think it's the right direction. I think the perspective behind removing interrupts entirely from the game is the right thought process. I think those are the steps they need to take, actually. So I don't think kicks solve it. but that is the direction I would go in. Yeah, I think you're right about that. One more set. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh my, no. I didn't quite get it overhead. All right, getting fatigued. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Okay. Stabilize. Shaky. All right, we good. One. Nice. That's the one. There we go. Yeah, I'll turn and face you for this so we can have a call. Oh my God, it popped. That's okay. There's no problem. It's still connected. 1. Okay. Season 1 of Midnight, did you like the kicks? Yes or no? This is the thing. Did you like season 1 of Midnight? That's funny, Wiz. But this season of Mythic Plus, I actually think, was the least impactful for interrupts that we've maybe ever had. There just weren't a lot of fears and overlaps that would really kill you. Like, no one kicked this season. Whoa. That is a great exercise. I should do that more often. Holy. Oh my God. I talked about dungeon design earlier, and Midnight Season 1 I thought was a pretty good. I thought it was actually pretty good for dungeon design. But you have to check people somehow. If you don't check people with interrupts, then how are you checking people? And what they kind of decided on this season was that DPS were going to get mostly a free ride, and that the checks were going to be on tanks and healers. What they're doing next season is shifting that responsibility back into DPS. The way they have done so is by putting 3 to 4 kicks into a pack, and all of them must be got because they're 25% damage reduction or 25% haste on the entire group. That's problematic because that just has a different problem where your tank is probably going to be the last one to be alive, but your group's dead now. And if we can't get a single kick this season, how are we going to manage this pull next season? I just don't know how you do the first pull of Void Scar Arena unless they remove a caster from it. Like, I just don't know how you're supposed to always make sure that Altar of Fangs goes well, because you will miss the kick. Like, you're going to miss the kick. I also think that one thing they could do is just remove the CC element, and they could add that back so that one person could carry better, and then maybe take a look at classes that have multiple stuns. But I think that you could make it so that actual like stuns and CCs don't recast. I don't think that was a good change. I actually think that ended up hurting people instead of helping. That's a bit of a controversial take. But I wonder if I could walk in as a Guardian and I could in-cap roar and that would actually make a difference. I would feel much more rewarded for that gameplay. Whereas right now, if I walk in and I in-cap roar, I might have actually messed up somebody's kick. You know what I mean? Like that's a weird thing where next season, if kicks are a big factor, it will disproportionately affect people like Prop Pally versus Guardian because Prop Pally can actually kick and I cannot. Or even Warriors interrupting Shout will actually kick and I cannot. And as a Brewmaster, if you leg sweep, you have stopped the mobs, but if somebody's into their kick, they're just all going to recast and you synced them, which could be problematic. So I think that might be a good change if they want to make more interrupts, is you have to make it so that more whoever wants to take responsibility can. I like agency in dungeon design, where if the kick is super important and we must get the kick, what if it was a situation where I, as a DPS player, think I can stop my DPS and get these 2 interrupts by using my CC package? That's a choice I can make. But if I don't do that, then I, at least as a tank, can do that. Or my healer has agency because I still have cap totem or leg sweep or something. You might have to take a look at classes who would have 3 to 4 stops. That may not be good. Too much. Maybe you would have to think about that a little bit. But I like the idea that you could design it to be challenging, but if one person can do more and isn't somehow feeling required to do so, but feels rewarded for doing so, that's like peak dungeon design, where it feels good to be better, but you are not punished for being bad. That's very hard to do, but I think that's kind of the goal, if that makes sense. Does that kind of, am I right on that? Am I cooking? That's right. That's correct. Yeah, that's good. That's exactly what I mean by this. What's the order? Good question. Depends. We'll see next season. Depends on what's meta. But in general, I believe that it's tank kicks first. However, I don't know if that's always. I think it's in general, it's supposed to be in pugs. It's like tank kicks first. Then it's your range are supposed to kick the thing that's in range, but nobody seems to know that. I actually don't know why nobody knows that, but I swear nobody knows that. Your range just go, I'm going to kick the thing in melee. It's like, no, the whole point of your kick is that you do it on the thing that's over there so that it comes into melee so that we can grip it. Like half the refund on kick. That's a possible, I think that would be less punishing. But then the thing is, if they did that, in order to check you, they might have to design more kicks. And I think that overlaps are definitely a problem, but they've done a UI element that they took from Fellowship where it'll show on the nameplate next season if somebody's with their kick. So you can at least see that no one has a kick. Not a kick tracker, but on the actual nameplate, I think they said they were going to do something like this. Yeah, let me go to the bathroom real quick and then get some weights. I'll just do my whole workout here. Mind. We could also just go downstairs and do it too. But let me just run this ad. I'll be right back.
I realized if I'm actually going to work out, I might as well just take you downstairs. I don't know why I'm trying to work out in here. That would help so much. Very much like dispels only go on GCD if you remove something successfully. I think that also would work. But then that implies that everybody would get their kick. And again, if everybody's going to get their kick J2 day, how do they challenge you? I have to be careful. A lot of my takes about the game are very almost dependent on fundamental directional shifts that I want them to do because I think it'd be better. But if they did those shifts, where would be the challenge? Like, if, for example, you are upset that tanks might just be damage bots next season, what are you asking for? That's the last video I made where if the argument is, and I'm not sure what the answer is here, but one of the arguments is, well, if tanks are not checked by survivability, like if you don't put battle axes or bleeds or whatever, you will only bring a tank for one of two reasons, which is your damage, primarily, and your utility. So do you want to be a damage bot or do you want to be a utility bot for the meta tank? If you don't want to be either of those things because they both grate you and they irritate you, what are you asking for? Because the alternative is, well, you're being brought because you're tanky. But that means, and it implies, that your tank is being checked constantly. And therefore your tankiness matters because some tanks can't live. So we have to be careful about what we want. And that's the hard part about this conversation because it's actually not easy. Does that kind of make sense? Where it's like, wait a second, what am I asking for? If kicks did not go on cooldown, if you miss it, they could technically just put 4 kicks in a pack because that means everybody would have a kick. Technically. Now, I don't think you need to do that. I still think you could make it 2 kicks, but I wonder if that would be the end result of them attempting to do a change. Like, does that make sense? You have to think like past that point. I have some cooks, but I don't have a good answer. The cooks are cooks, and if I talk about the cooks, you have to understand that they are cooks. They're not fleshed out. And I know how much you guys like flesh. It's a big problem on the internet. I want perfect damage to survivability balance. Oof. I mean, we'll talk about some of the solutions that I've come up with. Well, let's talk about it, but I'm going to bring you downstairs. Let's walk through some of it. I've really thought a lot about this. So let's talk about it. Shall we? Oh, I'm going to need to give the cats dinner. He's going to scream. Where's my thingy? Oh, here. I'm scared. So I think about a little bit what would make tanks fun. What if, hear me out, this is going to land me in trouble. What if AUG was not a mistake, but the future, and they just did it wrong? I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, out of curiosity, what if... Okay? I'm gonna bring you downstairs. So let's not be too hasty in this. Well, let's consider it. Let's hold up. No, hold up. Let me just rename it. I gotta do this, okay? I don't know. Let's call it home workout plus cats. I have to change the category. Apparently, you can get in trouble for not changing category if you're actually just going to go downstairs. It's got to be just chatting or IRL. I learned this. You can't. Yeah, I'm not allowed to keep it if I'm actually going to take you downstairs and like work out and stuff. Then I have to change the category, and I will be very respectful. I actually very much like playing by the rules. I do not like this not playing by the rules take. Okay, I'll leave the YouTube stream on, but I can't read YouTube while I'm downstairs. Okay. But what if, okay, I'm just saying, what if? Because I kind of think that the support playstyle is something a lot of people want. What if I think that the only way AUG isn't a mistake is if they leaned heavy into it. And there was a whole support role in WoW. But they would have to redesign some stuff. But I feel like it would be a lot of fun. Like, what if Prot Warrior could shield wall, but it was a shield wall for your whole team? And it was like 50% TR. Or like Blood DK could give your group like 3 seconds of immunity. Or like a cheat death. Like proper, like really, really, really like all the way. Like play with me here, play with me. I'm not saying you should do this. I'm just fucking play with me. Think about it. Yeah, that's Final Fantasy. I know. But play with me a second here. I won't be able to see if the person is delivering the food. It would require, it's basically as WoW 2.0. But they're announcing WoW 2.0, right? We are getting WoW. Stop being weird. What is this? What? Why are you being weird? But they're announcing WoW 2.0, right? We're getting it very soon. Aren't we? Please. We are getting it, right? Camelot class, we don't know what it is. But the assumption is that they're going to do something at BlizzCon. Right? Right? They are going to do something at BlizzCon, right? I would actually be kind of upset. Honestly, I think I would be upset if there was no new game announced at BlizzCon. I genuinely do think I'd be upset about this. Okay. You don't think so? I think I would be upset. I actually think I would be upset if we weren't getting this. All right, here we go. We're going downstairs. That's not good. Okay, hold up. This isn't actually working the way I need it to. Why isn't this connecting as a source? Oh, because I haven't hit go live. Motherfucker. I'm not good at technology, dude. I'm so bad at technology, it's unbelievable. There you go, it should work now. Hi, hello. Why am I so bad at technology? I actually just didn't hit go live. You can hear me now, right? It should be on this microphone. Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. You should be able to hear me now. Now you can hear me, right? There's a little bit of a delay. This is on, I'm pretty sure. Hello? 4, 5, 6, thank you. I was like, why isn't it working? I was like, oh, I forgot to hit go live. Damn. Bad at things. Making my way downtown. Do 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 do. Yeah, buddy, can you not? Really gonna meet my cats if you haven't met them already. I know, buddy. So, It would require an insane level of rework that probably just wouldn't actually make sense. But people like supports. Let's see. There's some underwear on the table, and I guess that's fine. Yeah, he does this. I'm just checking. The maid was here earlier, so I just want to make sure she didn't accidentally put like my name and address in the background. Cookie, you know there are weird people on the internet? Now this has a high ceiling. What do you think, Cookie? Yeah? You agree? What do you think? Would you play a support? No. You have main character syndrome, so you would have to play, probably, he'd just be a DPSer. Look how many brain cells he has. I think you would make a great rep pally, buddy. Yeah, you would make such a good rep pally, because there's no thoughts in his head. There's not a single thought behind those eyes. Just food. Just Zug Zug. Maybe a Fury Warrior. Fury Warrior or Ret Pally. It's one of two options. Not BM Hunter. Just Fury Warrior or Red Pally. Oh, do, 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 do. Wow. 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 Oh, sorry, buddy. Oh, not even considering. No, he doesn't dispel. This is why you should remove interrupts in World of Warcraft. Yeah. No, I mean, this is literally like you gotta remove interrupts because of him. That's actually why. Problem is raid spots. If you have a support spot, okay, good question. How many spots on raid? That is actually a problem with tanking. It's an underrated problem with tanking is the fact that there's only one spot. There's 2 raid spots for tank, and it's very difficult to find a raid as a tank player. That's actually a good point. I still wonder how much challenge is enough challenge. Is a plus 10 enough challenge right now? Is a plus 12 enough challenge? Where's the challenge that needs to happen in keys? Plus 15? Plus 18? Plus 20? Like what is the challenge that needs, like how far do you go? I don't think it's an easy answer necessarily. Plus 20? I think it's too high. I think by default 1% of the community actually gets into this. The challenge has to be considering the majority of players. Ready? He's been attention starved, so he just needs attention right now. Making my way downtown. No, he just wants dinner. It's evening time now. Yeah, he just wants dinner now. He actually likes momentum. I would have no way of explaining this to you, but one of his favorite games is me dragging him on the ground like a TikTok girly. He loves it. It's actually his favorite game. He just likes, he really, like, he's asking for more right now. But show the people that you want more of this. They always get mad at me for doing this to you. You have to show them that you, here. Let me go get my weights real quick. I know. Life is pain. Yeah, we already did our chair shoulder presses, buddy. But if we're not going to the gym, as I don't really want to tonight. Wait, Juju, why are you in the room? Get out of there. Oh, I always have to clarify that the cat's name is Juju. I feel really awkward about that sometimes. She's getting older. All right. Now we've got some weights. Nice. Plus 10 should be easy. Plus 12 should be a little harder. I feel like it's around plus 15. That's the right answer right now. If I had to say based on current season and current tuning, it'd be around plus 15, I think. I think that's around the right answer of difficulty. Buddy, come here. Come on. Come on. See? So just so you know, he wants more attention. And he doesn't mind, he likes wrestling. So if you want to see the Pharaoh Druid rotation, you gotta go. I'm home alone with them right now, so you can hear him purring. He complains a lot, but listen to him purring, okay? Can you hear him purring as well? Now he's saying he wants to get up. But he actually just likes attention. Look at him, look at him, look at him. You see? You see? I don't know how to explain this to people. He likes roughhousing. He complains about it, but he likes it. He just wants more, see? See? I don't know how to explain this to people. I know. People think I do the abuse. I don't do the abuse. I don't play about it. I'm American, not Canadian. I do like maple syrup though. Holy shit, I did like 4 stereotypes in a row. Ha. In real life, streaming does things to me. So basically, like a dad throwing his kid in the air. Yeah, exactly. That's basically it. That's correct. Now, how well can you hear me, given that this microphone is over here? Can you hear me all right? We should be on this microphone, not on the phone cam. Just make sure that the audio is good, because I can't hear it. So just checking while we have this conversation. We did some shoulders earlier with the chair press. So why don't we just keep with the theme of shoulders? I should do exercises that I don't want to do. But it's what I would do if I was at the gym. If I was at the gym, I would play Hearthstone. I would work very light today, and I would specifically work on just shoulder health. Interesting. Well, while we're down here, whoops, sorry, I knocked the mic. Now we're gonna know if you can hear me. Listen to him purring. You want more? What was that twitch? Ooh. 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 Listen to him purring. I think this probably just feels like a spinal massage for him. I genuinely feel like, you know what this probably feels like? It's when people play with your butt. It's like when people just basically shake your butt a lot. Because I swear he likes that too. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like sitting like this. This one he gets mad about. Jiu-jitsu. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Okay. I mean, it's just a cat. I don't mind difficulty on Mythic Plus. Right now, it causes gearing to be very easy. Okay. So another spicy cook on the game is, how do we solve gearing? I think that the only way to solve gearing is to change the competitive atmosphere of WoW. While this competitive atmosphere exists, you literally cannot solve gearing. But gearing feels bad right now. Gearing is broken. So I think that they basically just somehow need to remove it without removing it. You can't remove it because it's an RPG, so people love gearing. That's like part of playing a game, is you get more gear and that makes you feel good. So you can't remove the good feeling. But they got to do something. So I wonder about that. All right, exercise number 1 that I will do that I really don't want to do. All right, let's do a side lying. Let's do a scap exercise. I don't want to do this. I hate this exercise. I don't like this one. All right, let me pull up my legging here. Accidentally flash somebody a thigh. Yeah. Well, the podcast episode kind of talks about it a little bit tonight, but it would be interesting to get somebody's opinion like Kyrasis tomorrow. I don't know if my version of WoW that I think would be better for the game even really exists anymore. This is no joke how you do this exercise. It's not really meant to be done on a couch. People will not understand this one. God, this is going to be an exercise that confuses every single person who's into fitness. You've probably never seen this. Oh, boy. Wiz, this would be good for you. Well, once you tolerate it, you have to build up to doing it. Ah, I hate this exercise. Oh my God. No, this is a weird one. Even when I do this at the gym, I just get weird looks. People can't figure out what the muscle is. I don't like that one. Holy shit, though. It does light up. It absolutely works. The elbow twister. You remember when we used to give each other purple nurples? The golden era. You don't know what it is. You literally physically cannot even tell what muscle I'm trying to work, I think, until you try this. But I would have to even instruct you how to do it. That's what they've done now. It's gone. Right now in season 1, I would say we either have, depending on your perspective, the best gearing we've ever had or the worst gearing we've ever had. And that's a debate. Genuinely, it's an interesting debate too. Okay, this angle is not going to be quite right. So you have to... One. Now, the other cat emerged. God, that feels so... That feels really stuck. Imagine somebody tunes into stream right now, and the first thing they see is me just leaning on the couch like this. Like I'm trying to have you draw me like one of your French girls. And they just hear cats screaming in the background. And then they just hear, God, really stuck. Ugh. It's a complicated world we live in. Ugh. It just doesn't work. It's just not working the way it's supposed to. That is frustrating. Use the cat as a weight. I can work out with one of them. I think it's really good that I get gear so easy and so fast, but it's really bad that others are getting gear so easy and fast. Hi, Macho. I think that item level has too much weight behind it. I don't even think it feels good to get gear anymore. You know what it felt like for me when I got my mythic Almseer? The emotion that I felt, it took me the max bonus rolls. I was unlucky. I got it on the last bonus roll. And I had to pug mythic Chimeras every week with a different group. Do you know what I felt when I got my mythic Almseer? Relief. Not happiness, not dopamine, relief. I felt relief. That's what gearing has become in World of Warcraft, and I think that that's a problem. I don't know how to fix it, but I genuinely was just like, finally, I can play the game. That's weird, isn't it? Like, that's not RPG element. That you're supposed to be like, yay. I didn't feel yay. I felt, oh, finally. And that's kind of what I feel like. I'm like, oh, finally I have now I can play. It's weird. Yeah, at least that has more of a community element to it, Wiz, I think. Oh, hi, buddy. So I kind of wish I almost wish I could take off my shirt and show you what this muscle is working. What? Wow, tell me more, buddy. I cannot do that. Wow. Wow. Nacho, don't let Naz, don't let Naz see this. Both of you guys are gonna want a cat if you look at him. Look how cute he is. Look how cute he is. But just remember all the screaming. Remember all of the despair and menace that he causes. Yeah. Like, you see him be so cute right now? Look at this. However, the problem is that he also vomited on the carpet this morning. And the maid was like, oh, one of your cats had diarrhea everywhere. And I was like, that's not diarrhea. That's just vomit because you got into the trash and you ate a bunch of things that you weren't supposed to eat. Wow. That's not vomit. Right, that's not diarrhea. That's just vomit. Oh, look at this. Wow. It was certainly pretty competitive. I used to enjoy Mythic raiding, but I had to pug Mythic Chimeras every week, and after a certain amount of attempts, I didn't even care enough. It's the Mythic raiding that's going to be worse next season. The pressure to pug at least the first few bosses is going to be massive next season, genuinely. If the cat screams, I'll scream at Nazalest. No, you won't. You'll scream more. It depends. There's different types of cats. This one, he will make you scream more. Games rely on intermittent rewards to bind you, make you committed. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like if WoW prioritizes short-term dopamine spikes, you will end up losing long-term gain. And it's like a burn it type approach to just say, I'm going to get everybody to log in now. But it means that 6 months from now, no one logs in. It's like kind of like the Diablo Immortal approach, where it's like, get everybody now because we know that no one's logging in a year from now. Kinda. And I'm worried that that's the nth degree of it. That won't ever happen to WoW completely, but it kinda is. Like, it's a little bit the direction they're going. Well, no, that's too harsh. I don't want them to go in that direction. Because games are supposed to be inherently fun. I don't think you should have to force fun in a game. That just feels weird. I don't think you should have to justify playing a game. I don't know. That feels wrong to me because it's a game, right? Doesn't that feel wrong to you? All right. If anybody could tell me the name of the muscle that this works, I would be very impressed. But
if you wanted to understand this exercise, you would have to not look at what my hand is doing, but look at the direction that my elbow is going. And check what's happening at my rib cage. This is not exactly the right angle for it. The hand is moving, but that's not where the motion is coming from. That is a weird fucking exercise. That's such a weird one. I mean, it works well, but it's weird. Forcing fun is wrong unless you have a safe word. Well, it's all about money. I unfortunately agree that a lot of it is money. Nope. That's a rotator cuff muscle, Wiz. It's not a rotator cuff exercise. It's close, kinda. Is it delts? Nope. Delts are a major muscle group. This is a smaller muscle. The delts are not leveraging. I'm stabilizing my arm, and I'm moving from right here. That's the muscle right here. Look at my rib cage right here. I know I've lost a lot of weight recently. I haven't been able to eat very much, but nonetheless, you should be able to tell. This is moving right there. And my hand is just oh boy. I'm trying to create a better angle here. I'm supposed to be leaning over more. This isn't quite the right angle for it. This is actually what I would do at the gym. If I went today. It like makes my arm numb, which is why I need to do it. Oh my God. Pecto, whatever it is called. No. Hold it. That's this muscle in here. I'm basically forcing my scapula to rotate. I'm forcing it to do a very specific motion. And I'm using that. Correct. AI is right. AI is so smart, Grill. It's scary how smart it is. Yep. That is exactly right. That is the muscle I am using. Hi, buddy. You want to play some more? You want to play some more? Well, I'm so used to your screaming, I didn't even hear you back here. I didn't even hear you back here. How is this possible? I didn't even hear you back there. I'm so used to you just screaming and yapping all the time. Yeah, except I wouldn't recommend that you start with this one. You have to learn how to do this, and this one is a hard one to instruct because visually speaking, it doesn't actually reflect. Well, look at him. Oh, look at the heavy pressure. Oh, look at that. Oh, bye-bye. Oh, no, bye-bye. That's such a cute little cat. Such a cute little cat. I love his floppy little ears. Ooh, don't hit your sister. She's gonna bite you. This is the spicy one. Oh, yep. This is serratus exercise. Don't hit him. I should probably give him dinner now. I don't want to ever feed them those pouches again. Cat food is easily, like the cat pouches are, they're just wildly uncomfortable and disgusting to feed. I don't know why they're so liquidy. I don't know why they're made like that. It doesn't make any sense. And they're premium too. A much better dinner is just straight up like tuna, like fish. Sometimes you can even feed them. They're Thai cats. You're allowed to feed them real fish. Like you can just get fish from the store as long as it doesn't have seasoning or something like this. But yeah, like we have done that before where we get local fish or something like that, and they can enjoy that a lot. They don't have any digestive problems with actual fish. But those pouches, they're a monstrosity for cats. I don't understand why they're so premium. They smell like really bad. Ugh. All right, Wiz. Now I know you're smart, but this is a weird time zone to stream it. It's like evening for me. So basically, what is this? Only wrong answers. You answer that, I'm going to give him dinner. Come on. You're being very respectful. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, we'll play after. Come. I know. Where's your other slow feeder? Wait, where's your other slow feeder, buddy? Oh, it's here. Come. I know. You're very excited about this. It's amazing how they complain less when Kitty is not home, actually. They have this tendency to scream wildly during dinner, especially him. But when I'm home alone, he knows that I don't like it, so when I actually have food in my hand, he is heavily motivated to be very quiet. And this is him being quite quiet. Can you watch your head, honey? Yeah. I'm gonna feed them like a little bit now, and then probably a little bit later too, because I am home alone with them right now. And they're menaces to society. Like, I respect the fact that they're menaces to society, but they're gonna complain in about an hour. They'll be happy for about an hour, and then they'll realize they can get more food out of me, and then they'll start complaining again. Okay. So my serratus, it's a funny word for a muscle. My shoulder's pretty lit up right now. That was 2 sets. Why don't we do one more? No magical recipe for this. Give Naz and I your cats for a week? Absolutely not. I will convince him to let me get one. I mean, look, I'll give you them for a month, but Kitty will say no. It's not me you have to ask. They're not really my cats. I'm the stepdad. Except that wait, no. Yeah, that was a bad joke. Pineapple. It's a smooth pineapple. It's close. So, it's a European soccer ball. This is a real sport. This is the good sport. Risky thing to say at this time. I stand by it. One, 2. Don't people only watch hockey because people fight? I'm not gonna lie. I think pretty much every sport is rough to watch, except American football. American football, I actually like watching. Wow. Okay, that's done. No more on the last side. Wilson's lost brother.
I don't know what Castaway is. What's Castaway? If I was stuck, well, let me ask you this. If you were stuck on an island, would you eat people to survive? Like hypothetically. Not actually, because that's a crime. And I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying in like a survival scenario. I think it depends who I'm trapped with. Yeah. Kick a ball maybe 5 times during a game. Let's call it football. I don't know, to be fair. I don't know why they call it football. I will acknowledge that. It doesn't make any sense why it's called football. I actually don't know the origin of it. I'm pretty sure the origin most likely just doesn't have a good reason for it. But if you like sports, I think that the reason that you like watching sports is because you understand what's happening. It's kind of not that different, actually, if you were to compare it to esports. I don't like watching a League of Legends tournament. You know why? Because I don't know what's happening. Because I don't play League of Legends. So when I watch League of Legends, I don't understand what I'm watching. When I watch American football, I grew up watching this. I grew up playing it. Not actually playing it, I grew up playing flag football. But I played catch with my dad, basically. I actually had no joint stability, so these are market muscles. I'm not very tough. And the idea is that you have to understand the thing you're watching because there's nuance behind it. Behind every play, I think to myself, oh man, like what are they going to run? This is going to be really interesting. Or how are they going to make this decision? So I can catch what's happening. Otherwise, anything on my TV that's sports related just looks like a mishmash of people running. And if I really wanted to watch something entertaining with a bunch of sweaty bodies, there are far more entertaining things for me to put on. I think that you might only enjoy sports if you can understand what's happening or have played it yourself. So for me, the only sport that I enjoy watching is American football. When I watch actual football, by every other nation's standards, I don't get it. I don't get it. I was fit enough in the end of my high school journey that I could run. So I played European football. Can I call it football? What about that? Does that make some sense? So watching football, basically to me, just looks like people running back and forth, like a lot. There's just like a lot of running. It's a really good example. It's basically like watching track and field. I was never good at it. I could do the running. I just missed the ball every time. Like every time I would go to kick the ball, I would miss because I have terrible hand-eye coordination and I'm about as coordinated as an awkward penguin fumbling down a hill. It was not my sport. Don't get it. So I do think that's interesting, you know? Watching football with commercials, that's death. It's the commercials are tough, but isn't that true for any sport? Out of curiosity, I don't know. I don't watch other sports. I have a different take on the subject. Okay, hypothetically, if I'm on an island in a survival scenario, I'm sure other people are too. So that's what I was thinking, right? If I was on an island, statistically speaking, the person I'm on an island with is Kitty, right? And if I'm on an island with Kitty, I'm not eating her because she'll beat me in a fight. Like in a survival situation, I have a feeling that I'm the one being eaten. And I don't really think I'll even have the opportunity to make that choice. I like hockey because it's a contact sport and it's really fast. I feel like that makes a little bit of sense. I mean, the thing is that people are always missing the macro issue, which is that you would only be able to eat people if you actually beat them in a fight. And I actually am not a good fighter. Like I'm vicious. Like I'm like a honey badger. Like I'll claw at you, but these muscles are market muscles.
These are market muscles, and I am no longer on the market, so it's a tough scenario for me. Like, I'll go for the eyes. Like, I have no remorse, but I also have no joint stability. So as I go for the eyes, my thumbs are just gonna bend back in weird ways, and then all of a sudden, bam, it's over for me. Like, I don't even get to. Like, I'm too bendy. That's the reason I can't fight. Because if I punch you, like, my hand just goes horrible. Like, I just bend in weird ways. My joints have zero stability. I have muscles, but I have no joint stability. So it's like, boop. It just, you know. So there's not really a lot of impact. People don't realize joint stability has a lot to do with strength. So that'd be tough for me. That's why I resort to other tactics and just wear leggings. Jiu-jitsu would be good. Opposite. So technically, it would be tough to... It would be harder to submit me, kind of. But the problem is that you would just dislocate my joints way easier. I have no joint stability. I can't actually train jiu-jitsu because if I went to a jiu-jitsu class, you are dislocating my shoulder, you are popping my knee out, and every other joint in my body. Anytime you put me in any hold, before I even get the chance to tap, you've already dislocated the joint. So I cannot train. Physically, I would not be able to train jiu-jitsu. It would be a terrible idea for me. I would actually just not be able to do it. It would not be good. That would be the problem. That's one of the things about having EDS. There are many things. You could pattern a new style. It wouldn't work. The joints move too much. No. I don't enjoy it. It does not feel pleasant. But keep in mind, every joint can not just move, but I can also crack them. Like, if I just decide to do so, I can crack any joint. Pretty much. Maybe not any joint. Cracking is a little bit different than just moving. But everything moves. My body is weird, dude. My body is super weird. People don't appreciate it because I look the way I look now and I'm healthy now. People have zero appreciation for the fact that I have random genetic conditions. Genuinely, people have no idea how weird my body is. Connective tissues are weird. I'm sure you're exploring the option extensionally. But, I mean, you know, listen, I've been working in health and fitness for a long time, Mr. Hobo. First of all, there are pretty strict guidelines about me talking about this, so I can't answer that directly. I wish that I had stable enough health that I could experiment with it. To be honest with you, I've been working, there's like a pipeline. I've been working in health and fitness for so long that everybody I've pretty much ever known has experimented before or currently. And I fucking wish. But I have health problems, so no. That's just the end of the story. Is like, it wouldn't even be a consideration for me because it almost certainly just wouldn't be productive. Like, I don't think I would feel fitter for doing it. I would just feel worse. I don't think it would work. But goddamn, it would be so fucking cool. I mean, not really. Would never do it. And I think that fitness culture promoting it is a bad idea. I think that it actively hurts people. I'm very upset with the fitness culture. I hate the fact that teenagers in today's world, especially growing up on social media, have such unhealthy relationships with physiques and bodies that they would be willing to do things that they shouldn't do and fuck up their health for a vain aesthetic goal that will not actually make them feel any less depressed than they currently feel. It is a cheap solution, and I don't like how openly people discuss it now on social media. To be honest with you, I've been in social media. I've been in health and fitness for a long time. I actually do think that some content is funny. Like, I think Togi is pretty funny. Sometimes I see clips of Togi and I'm just like, bro, the fuck is this? Like, how is this a real person? Like, I do think that. But the openness to just do things and talk about it in that way, it's not good. When I was a teenager, I was an idiot. I was super stupid. I would not have had the fundamental apparatus to process things emotionally and make intelligent decisions from YouTube. Oh yeah, Stargazer. If you just want on YouTube, sorry, Mooks, if you're listening, I can't see the YouTube comments right now. I left it live just in case people want to hang out, but I can't see the YouTube comments. Sorry, I'm hanging out downstairs. Supposedly getting my workout in, although I've only done like 6 sets. Need more. That's a joke from earlier. I've talked about that once or twice. There's only so many life facts. Eventually we'll have to make some. Thank you. I appreciate that, Stargazer. And I'm glad that my videos have helped. Thanks for your time and effort. You don't realize how many people... Do my videos help? I've recently been getting a lot of negative comments, and my health has been frustrating. Mooks, I gotta say, I have been feeling upset, I suppose. And so I've been getting a lot of negative comments on the recent videos, and they've been getting to me a little. I admit that. Normally they don't. Normally I brush them off the shoulder. But I actually like hearing, like it's helpful when I get a message that says, oh, hey, your videos are actually helpful. I'm like, thank you. Because some people are weirdly negative about all this. You refuse to feel like you could fall in that, though. What's up, Chance? But it is true. I mean, you think about what we used to consider health, but you just had dinner. You don't need more food. Why are you stalking? You don't need more. You just had dinner. Don't do this. I'm really not a fan with how the fitness industry operates today. It is entirely for profit, and unfortunately being divisive is profitable. And I think that almost anybody who started out with the intention to help people ended up in a scenario where now they're doing it for money, and they're not trying to help people anymore. I think there are a lot of people, a lot of social media influencers who have made really good content in the past, and they really set out with the goal to make a fundamental difference in people's lives. And I don't know if that's what they're doing now. Thank you, Ophel. I appreciate that. And I remember what you had said before as well. Thank you. I try my best. I don't know about a human being. Stuff. Started gym 1 month ago. What's up? I like seeing the numbers go up. That makes sense. It's like a game. It's a progression. 6 times per week. I think that when you're first starting the gym, I think 6 times, unless you have a very big life event that's happened, most people will not benefit from that much effort. Mr. I'm going to call you L. If you are thriving off doing 6 times per week, I understand that this is the formula for push-pull legs. That's a lot. You're telling me a lot of statistics here. Your height, your weight, what you're lifting, 6 times per week, your calories, your protein. Like you're doing a lot of good stuff here. 6 times is a lot. I think that depends on your scenario. Like, did you just get divorced? Like, what has happened in your life that would motivate you to go from, I'm assuming 0 or like not a lot, to 6 times per week? That's a big change. I think most people would benefit from like 2 to 3 times per week. But if you really want abs, unfortunately, there is a secret to getting abs. You just don't want to hear it. Girlfriend's too hot. I mean, that'll do it. That'll do it. That makes sense. There is a secret to abs. And you can take a look at Discord if you want and go to the gym section. When I was doing fitness modeling, I cared so much about my abs, and I was just trying to get shredded as much as humanly possible. And I chased that aesthetic of just getting abs all the time. 6-pack, 8-pack. I accomplished it. And the way I got abs was the most backwards shit ever. When I was in America, I worked out crazy hard, and the secret is low body fat, correct? But the idea is, I remember I used to eat super healthy back in the day. I would get the, I ate on a budget, super healthy, but still, it was high quality ingredients as best that I could find, and doing everything by the book, trying to cut out dessert and sugar and happiness. Then when I moved to Thailand, I had bubble tea 2 to 3 times a day and cheesecake pretty often. I was experimenting for a few months with gluten at that point, not since. I got sick. I didn't feel great. But I just basically had bubble tea and cheesecake mostly. But then the only thing I would eat for breakfast and dinner was just chicken. Was this healthy? Absolutely not. But again, this was like 10 years ago, so I was an idiot. But I had abs. And I didn't get abs until I started having dessert all the time. This is the thing. Like, people get this backwards. Don't stalk him. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Don't do it. No, don't hit the camera. No liquid calories. Caloric management is key. But understanding where calories come from, and the truth is that abs are made in the kitchen. Like, if you're trying to get a six-pack and that's actually the goal, eat less. It will make you feel much better to move and work out. But the answer is eat less, unfortunately. Oi, don't fight him. Why are you hissing at him? Oi, you're not a snake. You're a cat. You've just had to, both of you have had dinner. Are you playing with him, or I don't know how to understand cat behavior. Are you playing with him right now? Or are you about to start a fight with him? I don't know how to read their body language. She's on the table. She's pouncing like this. She looks like she's in a play posture, but she's growling at him. Older cat, she's on the table. She's growling at him. He's walking past and kind of like doing this. That's a good question, Liz. Cheesecake sounds like a dream. When it comes to getting shredded, there are factors that you should think about: health or shredded. The conversation for both is different than the conversation for either or. If your goal is to get abs, some of the recommendations that might help you with that will not necessarily help you with your organ health or your genuine functioning. But they'll get you abs, if that makes sense. Yeah, separation will come, just time. You can speed run separation. There are some aesthetic things you can do, but it's limited. Oh shit, my phone's at 5%. Where's my charger? Let me go run up and get it. Where's my charger, buddy? I need to work out more. I'm not even close to being... I gotta do more workout. I've done literally 6 sets. I don't remember where I put the charger. Ah, it's here. Right now, I'm not trying to make you jealous, Mr. L. I have pretty defined abs at the moment, and I hate it. I have defined abs because I haven't been able to eat food properly recently. Like, I've been just struggling to eat because I've been sick for a little bit. So I have extremely defined abs right now, and it's annoying. That's like my signal that I'm not eating enough, because that's what I struggle with. I have just ordered bacon, which I will cook for dinner. I will make bacon, eggs.
Mike's gonna get weird for a second. I have to make sure this is plugged in or my phone is gonna die. Is that charging? 1 second. It might disconnect. No, it's not charging. Okay. This is gonna be. Sorry, 1 second. There it is. I look like I'm at 7% body fat right now. I don't know what it is, but I'm not eating enough. You can see, literally, like, you can see definition that I'm not trying to get. This is annoying to me. I actually want, my ideal body is more of a Viking. I wish that I had more weight on me. I would trade. I'll take 10 of your pounds if you want. If there was science that would do this, I would gladly take some of your weight because I would feel better. Health is a weird thing. I think that might be my bacon. 1 second. Let me go get the bacon. Buddy, no. Oh. สวัสดีครับ ครับ Nope. All right, perfect. We now have bacon. What's up, buddies? We always want what we don't have. It's true. It is true, actually. No, I will not tell him I want extra sauce in Thai. It's a bad idea, Macho. What if he says yes? Look at this. Wow. 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 Ready? Let's drum. I'm going to put the right hand on the hi-hat and the left hand on the snare, okay, buddy? We're going to go like this. I'll do the bass pedal. Are you ready? I'm ready for the drum roll. Okay, now he's getting annoyed. Thank you, buddies. Oh. You know, buddies, there are some very negative people online. I've been making some YouTube shorts. And yesterday I made a YouTube short. It was a joke. And somebody said, "You suck. This is why your wife left you." That's what they said. And I was like, wow. This is a short about boomkins. What'd you do? The cat said stop. Human? Yeah, he lets me know. If he's actually overwhelmed, he'll let me know. But keep in mind, he really just likes attention land. Whoa, okay. Look at the little paws. Look at the little paws. You just had dinner, so I'm not going to squeeze him too hard. He will vomit everywhere. No, I know. It doesn't actually affect me that much. A little bit. I mean, I'm human these days.
I talk a lot about health because I've had to deal with some health conditions in my life, and this is the healthiest I've ever been. But this flare up over the last few months has been really pissing me off. I am irritable. Thanks, buddies. I'm irritated, to be honest. Yeah, there's no other way to say it. I'm just irritable. I'm just like, well, I don't feel very well. But I do have bacon now, so that's cool. I figured out this brand of bacon I can have. So for dinner, we'll make bacon. I gotta up my calories. It'll be some bacon, steak, and eggs. We'll make dinner soon. First, I'll do a little bit more shoulder work. I wonder what exercise I'll choose next. I've done some of the stuff I gotta do, and now let's choose the next exercise. How about some cat curls? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it right now? I have work tonight. Okay, I feel his tail. He wants to chill. Wait, give me a time check. Let's see, probably with this. All right, let's do some lateral raises. 12, 16, 7, 18, 7, 17 in Thailand. Perfect, okay. All right, I've got a little bit of time. I'm gonna take you over to the kitchen though. We're gonna make dinner. And then I'll do my lateral raises in the kitchen. Wow. Yeah, you like that comment, Wiz? I like that comment too. Do you feel like that? Do you feel like I put videos behind paywalls? I wonder what video they were trying to find that they were upset about. All right. Plant is good. Yeah. It is fun to watch the comments. Can I also tell you one of the... Hold up. Great, that happened. Didn't matter if it was big or small. Thank you. Sometimes I'm sarcastic, Emery's, but I hope that I'm always... I hope that. Like, Shaw, you're in good company, I know. I can be sarcastic. Like, I was about to tell you one of the first inventions of mankind is these wooden spoons I'm looking at right now. The bit rate is low in this corner. Can you hear me? Tell me if the connection is okay or if it's cutting out, because this is the exact corner of the house that just loses Wi-Fi connection. So if I put you here, is that okay? You just had dinner. Stop fighting. Both of you. Out. Both of you had dinner literally 45 minutes ago. Sorry, cats. It's like so. It'll be fun. Yeah, so let me tell you, Emery's. These are the worst invention that I think we've ever had. I don't know why we made these. These are terrible. I can't even touch them. They give me the ick. They're so bad. Okay, so what if I put you... Like, what if I just move you like this? Is this better or worse? What if I put you like this? Yeah, better? They're like, I hate wooden utensils. Wooden utensils are easily one of... I don't know why we made them. They're actually terrible. Is that better? I don't know. We'll have to find the exact spot of the house that actually works for this. Both of you have had dinner. I don't know why either of you think you're getting more food. I don't know why you think you're getting more food. You're not getting more food. You cannot play me like this. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if this connection here in this corner is a little bit better. Oh, I just need to cook. But let me do some lateral raises. Where can I even do them here? So far, no glitches. All right, this is better then. No, both of you. Dude, it is tough being a single parent. Emery's, I should ask that question more often. I gotta say, I have not been feeling fantastic recently. And I want to not feel bad, you know? I hate that the game sometimes makes me feel worse. That's just such a weird thing. The game shouldn't make me feel worse. I don't know. They are getting to me a little bit. I'm noticing them at least. There's a lot of good comments too, but sometimes they're just nasty. I don't know why. Maybe I should just start banning people. Maybe. All right, let me see if I can move a little bit. Okay. What if I did some? Let's try to move a little bit. Nope, not that. That's not the one today. All right. Shoulder press. Well, that's better. Well, we did the chair shoulder press earlier, but we'll do some of these. Let me find the angle that works. Okay, that's not terrible. I wonder what the psychology is of people who post stuff like that was. Like, do people really just scroll YouTube? But they watch the shorts. I'm assuming they don't. Maybe they just see the title. Like, I sometimes I really do wonder what the psychology is of somebody who would just actually go spend all their time commenting. All right. Let's make sure that we don't confuse catnip with black pepper as we're cooking. I know, that's basically that's what I'm saying, Wiz. That's why I was actually starting to think about it. I was like, that one did get to me. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, is my content negative now? I was wondering where it came from. I was like trying to really consider it. I was like, me? I was like, I feel like I'm the only like I'm one of the only content creators who isn't all negative. I know I've been critiquing systems recently, but that one did. There's a lot of comments like that. It is weird. That did kind of hurt. I mean, the ones that are clearly super negative don't get me. If they're too much, like the whole "this is why your wife left you" thing, like that's not funny, and doesn't actually affect me. And some of the other ones do. No, I was like, I want to be a positive force, but also sometimes I'm just sarcastic. Where are all the scissors? I don't think it's that. I don't think I've been being negative. But I guess I did think about it. But also I've just been sensitive. Like, I know my own patterns, and I want to not feel bad. That's why I've been spam scrolling social media, etc. Right? Backroom glitch corner. How is it glitching? Can you not stop fighting? No. Oh wait. Get out of here. Cats. Glitching a little bit. What if I put you like... Alright, no, it's closer. What if I put you closer? There are other places I could probably put the camera, I guess. But looking that way is weird. I mean, I do miss her. She's not home right now. She's out for the weekend. Okay, what about this? What about that spot? We'll have to experiment. It'll be a experiment. Better or worse? Better or worse is the question. My cats often have civil disputes too. Yeah, you just actually have to break it up sometimes. They're just mouthy with each other, especially because their mom isn't here, and I'm just the stepdad. I do like that question. Emery's, if you're still here, I think it's an interesting spot to be in on the internet. Better. Okay, good. I think it's a very interesting spot to be in. People, sometimes you feel like you can't actually be a real person online. I would like to completely shatter that because I refuse. But basically, if you start posting content and then it does well and people like it, what actually happens is you feel pressured into now continuing that content. I see it all the time. This guy made a video, randomly came up on my feed. It was like it was a fitness critique thing. And I was like, whoa, I really like this. I watched it a few days ago, and now I've been getting suggested all of his other videos, and they're all negative. They're all the same. And I realized, and I checked, and I was like, he has 20,000 subscribers. And I was like, so he made one video and it popped off. Got like 2 million, got like millions of views on YouTube. And now he wants to make all these other videos that are the same thing because he's chasing it. I get that. I do. But I watched it because it was good information, not because it was a scathing review. But he's clearly trying to grow a channel, and I felt like, I was like, oh, I get it. And I felt like unsubbing, if that makes sense. But I think that pressure is very real. Because that $1 million video probably made him tens of thousands of dollars or something like this. And so he goes, whoa, that's a lot of money, and I want to keep doing it. But I find that that's a trap. I refuse. I will not go down that road. I will be myself. But basically, sometimes I'm just silly. Not everything I say is... I'm not always a beacon of positivity. Sometimes I have bad days. You know? Well, I appreciate that, Stargazer. I know I'm not actually toxic. Believe me, I know. I have too much empathy, not enough. The only thing I have no empathy for is these wooden spoons. They get me every time. They are literally the worst invention. I don't understand why we made any... I'm touching it right now, and it's almost as bad as their cat food that are pouches. Bacon. Wait, I gotta put the guard up. Worst part about bacon is that it hurts me. And a little bit of salt. I'm cooking for myself. I'm not cooking for anyone else. Just know. Yeah. The wooden spoons are not that much of a take. That's really supposed to work out more. Yeah, how do you eat ice cream with a wooden spoon? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. Let's do like a little bit more motion. Okay, that's popping like very close to my face. I feel like I know there's a guard on it, but that's scary. Yeah. No, I made the bacon too crispy. Flipping the bacon. That's crispy bacon. You have to stay genuine. So anyway, I'm gonna make... Oh, thank you for reading the comments from YouTube, Stargazer. Yeah, I should probably have just put that I can't read YouTube comments while I'm down here hanging out and making food. But I told myself I would start eating in a caloric surplus, so I'm just doing my best now. I have to eat more food. I am losing too much weight, and it's starting to make me feel really bad. Okay, I made that bacon way too crispy. We're gonna be better about cooking this. Now, we use the bacon fat and this, because it tastes good. take a little bit of the steak. I think kind of, I do subscribe to the philosophy of if you stand for nothing, or rather, if you make something for everyone, then you make it for no one. And I kind of believe in that, where I try to be very empathetic and understand people's point of view. And I like having debates. I think we had a great debate earlier. But I think that people should know that my stream or my home is a place where people can have respectful debate, not disrespectful debate. How loud is this? Okay, I don't know how loud that actually is. Oh. Guys, I'm gonna do something scandalous. This is an unbelievable literal cook from me, but I'm gonna use seasoning. I've decided that I want my food to taste like something tonight because I'm having a day. So let's use some seasoning. Human? Nice. Masala seasoning mix. Nice. Look at that. I'm proud of myself. And I think that's enough. Great. And then we just add a little bit more butter. Now, I'm kind of in the camp that I think bacon is better undercooked. But undercooked pork is not good for you. And then we add extra butter because I need more calories. Welcome to my life. Well, at the very least, I kind of hope that people know. I got the podcast idea. I like the podcasting stuff that I've been doing, but I actually have no other real future plans. I don't batch record content. I probably should learn how to do that, but basically I just record on the day. So whatever I post on YouTube is almost always recorded, like a few hours before I post it. I actually don't know how to do the social media thing where you film everything on like a day off, you know, and then you like schedule it. I've never done that. Watch some of it. I mean, my sister and I can yell and scream and cuss at each other while discussing things. It's because, Emery's, yeah, it does make sense. Because fundamentally, if I'm having a debate with you, I don't think you're a bad person. And that's what we conflate. That's the problem. That's actually the real issue. When people argue online nowadays, what ends up happening is people will think you're a bad person. And that's why I'm going to win this argument, is I'm going to start insulting you. But if fundamentally I don't actually believe that you're coming from a genuine place, I don't want to talk to you. If you have an opinion and it's different than mine, that does not mean you're a bad person. It just means you have a different opinion. That's it. That's all that means. You are, in fact, allowed to have a different opinion. Can you imagine the level of arrogance that it would take for me to believe that my opinion is always right? I know myself, and throughout my life, I have been an idiot. It is actually very arrogant, in my opinion, to believe that you are always correct. No, you're not. Oh, no problem, Stargazer. Thank you for hanging out. I guess I'll just try to remember to pin in the future that that's happening. But I can't read it. And they should come to Twitch. The bike in the way. Make sure I don't eat raw egg, and then I'm done. And then I have just enough time to eat this before work and consider like a little bit more exercise right before I actually eat dinner. Good, perfect. Nice. And then, big tip if you're home cooking, always wash your pan before you actually eat your food. Then you will never worry about the dishes. If I don't wash this right now, I am not doing it. I know myself. Well, there is a podcast episode coming out tonight with Touchpad Warrior. And I thought it was a good conversation about WoW. I thought it was a pretty genuine conversation. I liked it. And stay humble is a superpower. Kind of is, actually. Can't read YouTube chat while being downstairs. Come to... Oh, yeah. You typed it here. What's the... Yeah. Okay, so now we'll see if we can be on the table. I don't know if that will work either. That's okay, Wiz. It happened to me earlier today. I couldn't figure out why stream wasn't working, and then I realized I didn't hit go live on the phone. Hi, buddy. Yeah. Headbutts? Headbutts. Yeah. You're my friend, too. I like you, too. I know. Yeah, I know. You're very cute. For next time, 51. We're just waiting for the day we can be elderly and go sit in the... Yeah. That's the good one. You sit in the rocking chair, start yelling at people. Classic. It's a rite of passage. No, I don't know why you guys think you're getting more food. You're not getting more food. You already had dinner. Thank you, Funky. They are both very cute cats. The problem is that they had dinner already, and they're just upset because they're not getting more dinner. They are. You want to see them, Funky? Look. This is the little rascal, and the other little rascal's over here. But if I pick her up, I die. He just likes attention, so he doesn't mind. He likes it. He's gonna take a nap now. So you can flip him around and play with him. He's just a little baby. But the other cat behind me cannot play with her. You would die. He's purring right now. He's happy. He just wants attention and love. Oh yeah. No, yeah, you can't. If I did that to her, I would not be here. She is very strong and has claws. Oh, no. There's the little baby. There's the little baby. Always the orange cat. Yeah, this is the little baby. He is almost 11 years old. He is not actually a little baby. And she is 15, so she's the grumpy old lady. Neither of them are actually young. Now what she's going to do is she's going to go, because I'm sitting here, she's going to go jump on the counter and try to see if there's any bacon grease left in the pan, because she likes drinking it. Honestly, I don't disagree completely. I'm just It's a thing that she does. She's very food motivated. And I think her mind is going a little bit, so she forgets that she's eaten. She is extremely well fed. Don't let them fool you. Both of them are extremely well fed. Funky Sevens, do you have cats? You a cat or a dog person? Okay, I overcooked the bacon. This bacon is actually not even. This is how you like your bacon, Wiz? Really? I don't think that's so good. You know what pet I really want? I want a tortoise. Kitty wants a goat. I want a tortoise, to be honest with you. I think a tortoise would be super cool. Oi! What the fuck, bro? Stop. No. I cannot believe you are so food driven. She's sitting there licking the oil guard. She's just sitting here licking this. Bro, stop being so like this. You already ate. I can't believe her right now. That's a new low, even for you. That's a new low. The pan, drinking the oil out of the pan, I understand. The oil guard is a new low. Don't even start with me. You can't be mad at me for that. Don't lick your lips. She's looking for it again. I put it in the sink. You're not gonna get it. She's literally going right back on the counter. No. Hey. Oi. We can see, I see you. No respect. Unbelievable. I don't actually normally eat bacon, but I need more calories right now. Bacon is expensive. It's weirdly pricey per gram. But the way I do my nutrition, this is funny. I price out protein or calorie per cent because I buy things in bulk. So bacon per calorie is way more expensive than beef. Beef is way more expensive than chicken or eggs in Thailand per calorie. But it makes me feel better, so. It's because chicken and eggs are so cheap here. So those are smaller eggs, but just as an example, 30 eggs in Thailand is what? $5 US? 4? No, like 4. You can get smaller eggs, $4. Bigger eggs, like $5. But, and that's for 30 of them. But this beef is still $20 per kilo. Yeah, I mean, you can go to the store and get any chicken. You can get like, you can just choose at the store. You know, chicken breast, chicken legs, chicken thigh, wings, whatever. I mean, and it's like a few dollars. It's like $1 or $2 per pound, or a few dollars per kilo. I think chicken breast, if you go to Macro, it's like Costco here. You can get it down to chicken breast, like $2 US per kilo, 2.5. So there's beef because it's ground. pretty much all beef and Thai is imported. So it's like 5 to 6 times the price of chicken. The country of Thailand is still cheaper. I live in the main city, Funky. I live in Bangkok. It's even cheaper in the countryside. If I live closer to it and I care to go outside, it's an experience and it's not for everyone. But the best tasting like chicken that you can possibly get is from the wet market. It's really good. Oi! Off the count. I can see you. Look at this. Look at this. She's just there. Why do you think this is going to work? There's nothing here. It's hot. Be careful, honey. Get off. 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 Oi. Off. Stay down. What's up, Equinox? This is the most stubborn cat ever. We're eating dinner. I've got work. I've got a bunch of calls tonight, actually. How to make the podcast with Touchpad Warrior. And then I actually have Carassus tomorrow. She's very dramatic. She's just older. But the thing is, she's very cute, and I kind of let her get away with it. The only problem is she doesn't respect me when I tell her no. It's okay. Chilling. I have no goals for WoW right now, Equinox. I'm kind of just existing. When Season 2 starts, I'll be more excited to, I think, play more. I'm enjoying making YouTube vids and stuff. Ooh, congratulations, Mango. Very nice. What's your least favorite key this season? Yeah, I've been enjoying PTR. How do you feel about tanks now that Pally's been nerfed and stuff? We had some cooks about tanks today. We had a lot of conversations about tank design today. And I fell off the bridge in the 21 Alvathar Academy. Well, I walked off the bridge. You think so? Yeah. I think I'd be surprised if Seat wasn't everybody's least favorite key. I wonder if next season it'll just be universally... Is it Equinox? I wonder if it's a high level thing. A Seat is like the most annoying key to pug by far. I think. I genuinely feel like Seat of the Triumvirate is twice as bad as everything else. I would rather do the first pull of Skyreach with the first pull of Algathar Academy combined into one pull than Seat of the Triumvirate. For me, that's the champions. Adepts are okay. We can literally see... Stop. Stop. Can't even get my dinner in peace. Stop. Get off the counter. Get off the counter. She's going to do it again. She has no regret. There's no regret. She's just looking up on the counter. There's nothing even there. I already cleaned up. There's nothing there. I cleaned up the counter. It's perfectly clean. Don't. Hey. Uh-huh, ma'am. What was the point of me getting a vasectomy if this is what I deal with every 5 minutes? You're 15. You're not young. You're not a kitten anymore. She's gonna bite me. I've picked her up twice now. She's not happy. No, she's the smart one, unfortunately. He's the muscle. He's the smart one. Yeah, I mean, so, because she knows she's being naughty. So that instance right there, I picked her up, but it's because I have food in front of me. Now she's going to try to hop on the table and just eat from my plate. Funky, do you actually play World of Warcraft, out of curiosity? Sometimes when I switch, I have to switch stream categories when I come down here and hang out. It's very against the rules to not do that. So I switch the categories, but I feel like nobody new clicks on this stuff. What workout split do you recommend? What for? Mickelson, what for? I think if you really want my thoughts on workout, you have to careful while texting while driving. Stargazer. I think if I were to give you my genuine thoughts on fitness, I would need way more information. I don't think anybody can tell you what you should do with workout until I know way more about your life, your goals. What does your day look like right now? Yeah, you can press your chair above your head. That was fun today. I should do that more often, Wiz. That was actually a good workout. No joke, that was a genuine, it's like basically like a bottoms up kettlebell press. It was pretty good. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi, Equinox. I cannot believe you right now. I cannot believe. Bro. She's really right here. She's just gonna inch closer to my plate. Look at this. I'm just chilling, man. I'm trying to eat dinner. Hard? No. Depends on what you mean by PT, though. To get the base certification to become a PT, PT is a personal trainer. Anyone can do it. It's just money. They want you to pass the test because it makes them money. So any organization, no matter where you go, in every country, Macho, you can go through NASM, you can go through ACE, you can go through basically whatever sports organization is in your country. The base qualification is not complicated at all. Furthering education, still, depending on where you go, is mostly about you spending money. And there are specific certs for sure, but ultimately it's a business for them. Working with people is nuanced, and if you don't have a passion for it, you might not be able to help a lot of people. That matters. What's up, Rufio? Remember you. You have a very specific name. So learning to work with people is important. That is hard because people are unique and their life circumstances, like Mickelson. How stressed are you right now? How did I get clients? I've been doing this for a long time. All of my clients are word of mouth because I'm very good at what I do. Macho. The statistics are pretty clear. If you become a PT for the sake of making money, it's probably a bad business idea. believe, I don't know if the statistic is still true, but as far as I know, around 97% of people who obtain a PT license quit within the first 3 years. And anyone who is still working past that, like 90% plus, quit within the next following year. There are some people who view fitness as just muscles. Do bicep curls. And that's not bad. But you are not working with muscles. That's a surgeon. You're working with people who are very much awake. Your ability to be a good PT is your ability to work with people. That has almost nothing to do with your ability to understand what the body needs. Just does it genuinely. There are very successful trainers that know nothing about shoulder mechanics, but are infectious. They know how to work with people. They're good people. They're good people. And that's what matters, actually. If that makes sense, Macho. Mikosen, tell me, how stressed are you these days? Your work as a mechanic, you've built a little home gym. That's super cool. Your job is pretty physically demanding. So you're already moving a lot, which is cool. I'm sure you've got really strong forearms working as a mechanic. But out of curiosity, just tell me a little bit more, like how stressed are you these days? What does your life look like? You married? You have kids? How you doing? And what's your goal for fitness? That's what I would do. I'll walk you through the actual intake. You moved to Hua Hin? That's super cool, man. That's very cool, Rufio. How's Hua Hin treating you? I like it down there. Best bubble tea place. One of the best bubble tea places ever. Market Village, Hua Hin. I don't know if the shop's still there. Many years ago. Market Village. There was a shop that used to combine. Used to combine all the flavors for me. Just me, your girlfriend, and a dog. Okay. So you walk the dog. What's your goal? Buddy. No. Why? Why? Hey. You fighting a Thai person, Rufio? Good luck. Well, Thai people are strong as hell. I wish you luck. I would not want to fight. I would not want to get in the ring with a Thai person. They're so tough. Almost 8, yeah. I got work at 8:30. I got to go make a thumbnail for the podcast tonight. That's actually a good point. The podcast will be delayed. Yeah, I'll finish dinner. I'll try for a little longer. I won't really have time between calls tonight. Make a thumbnail, write a quick description. No problem. Oh, man. Good luck, Rufio. How many days a week, genuinely, do you think you would train for? Give or take. I mean, be honest. Like, not 7 days a week, obviously. You got a life, you got a girlfriend, you have movie night, Sunday, whatever it is. I don't know how many hours you work. You already walk your dog? Steps are great, just for general fitness. So that's cool. You're pretty active. You work as a mechanic. But how many days realistically you think you'll train? That's the answer to your split question. What do I do besides stream? I work as a trainer. Online only. Both of you have already had dinner. So you know. You also know. You have both had way more food than normal today. Cats. Fair enough. You only need 2 or 3. 2 or 3. Perfect. I'm going to make certain assumptions, Mickelson. For general health, movement is great. If you want to work on your aesthetic and you're interested in lifting some weights to improve the way you look And what you see in the mirror, you want to be able to flex in the mirror and be like, ooh la la, haha, my girlfriend is very lucky. Or you want to look in the mirror and be like, I am considering trying new things instead of, ooh. If you want that reaction, then basically what you're probably looking for as a guy is better defined arms, carved out shoulders. You want to be able to see your chest and maybe learn how to flex your chest. That'd be cool. But you just don't want a gut and you want a little bit more definition. It would be good to throw in some legs, but in general, guys don't really look at their legs. Come on. You might if you look at yourself in the mirror. But the idea is you just want to be a little fitter. If you're not competing, you're just looking for a general level of fitness. Lift some weights. Get the basics right. Okay, so that's a different goal, to be fair. That's a slightly different goal. That's strength training. So I'm making assumptions and I don't actually know you and I can't see you right now. That's a goal. Then you want to actually strength train. But still, 3 times a week. That's all you need. Rufio, I will respectfully decline your invitation. I don't like meeting people in real life. I will go to BlizzCon, but I've never met anyone from stream and I don't intend to. Those doors right there, I stay inside. Even if it means I had to deal with the cats. It's a pretty good dinner, but I am already struggling to eat the rest of it. I should. There are many people. If your goal is strength and you care more about how much weight you lift, it is a very different recommendation than caring about how you look. That is a different goal. Because if you wanted to get as strong as possible, you would, generally speaking, want to put on weight, not lose weight. If you want to get aesthetically, like for example, right now, I'm thin. I'm not eating enough. What's cool about that is I got muscle striations. So if I do like this, you can see here lines throughout my body. But I would feel better if I put on 5 kilos because I would be way stronger. My bench would go up, my lifts would go up. I would just feel better, but I would not look as good because I would not have those striations. That's a choice that you make. That's a little bit nuanced, but I think it's a fair consideration. If your goal, and that's how you measure your fitness, is just your bench, your deadlift, you might want to train differently for that. Or rather, eat differently. I don't like being thin. My ideal body for myself would be more like Viking. I just want to be big and stocky, and I would like to have a little belly. I want like a little belly. Not like a big one. I just want a little bit. Like this. I mean, how old are you now, Mickelson? I don't know how long ago the military was. It's a fine goal to want to feel strong. General recommendations. Sounds like you're pretty fit. That's good. Do you have any pain when you move? BlizzCon? I'll be social. Oh, not too bad. 29. You don't have to be hardcore to get results. General recommendations. You gotten fat and lazy after? I think that the biggest piece of advice I can give you, if you're asking me, without actually knowing you, is don't feel like you need to start all at once. It's a recipe for disaster. If you try to do 6 days a week right now, you are asking for failure. It would almost certainly just be a better idea to get the basics right, 2 to 3 days, give yourself a baseline, and then progressively overload from there. But that baseline, intentionally make it 20% below what you think you should do. I don't know what that means for you, but definitely do not push yourself that hard right at the start. Because if you want any amount of results, you need to be doing this a month from now. It is July. In September, you need to be on the same routine. So whatever that means for you, just consider that. It would be great if you lifted even once a week. That would be pretty good. Twice a week? Nice. 3 times a week? Wow. Just do something. But I would not recommend starting with 6 times a week. I think it's a lot of adaptation. You're going to be quite sore. Might not even be helpful. If you're really after strength, that probably wouldn't be helpful. So 3 times a week. And in terms of a split, just do whole body. Depends. You want to focus on lifts? That's different. No, I mean, if you want to focus on bench and deadlift, that's a different story than just general fitness. I would say full body. Cardio separately, not the same session. 1 adaptation per session. Cardio is walking with your dog. Take your dog for longer walks. Walk faster. Cardio is heart rate crosses certain threshold. Do that consistently. You don't have to run for cardio. If you want to get better at running, you practice running. But first, make sure you're not in pain. Why are you stocking my plate? You're not going to get any food. Why are you stocking my plate? You're not going to get any. Is lifting IO squat count? Depends if you're carrying me or not. There's no magic formula or reason why splitting it into a bro split where you do biceps and triceps and shoulders and chest is necessarily more effective than push-pull legs versus whole body. Mostly it's time and scheduling. And then factoring in your own individual recovery time. No, you don't need a lot of fancy equipment. You can do home workouts. For you, strength, you need a squat rack, a bench, that's fine. You got a bar. Make sure you don't injure your shoulder by trying to bench too heavy without a proper setup. So if you have a rack, you got a squat bench, easy. Dumbbells, that's all you really need. A lot of times, my clients are starting from a place of not being very fit, and they have nothing except a pair of, I make them get bands from Amazon, $20. They just have bands. And maybe an adjustable dumbbell set. That's it. That's all you really need. I'm gonna go. Nicholson, let me give you one actual piece of advice. This is very important. easily the most important piece of advice I can give you for starting a fitness journey where you're at right now. No pain unless you like it. That's it. That's the advice. If you do not like the pain and you do not like being sore, don't pursue it. Now, if you like that, go for it. But otherwise, no pain. And make sure, for sure, no pain in the shoulder, no pain in the ankle, no pain in the knee, no joint pain. It's one of the harder things to adapt to when you were working out in the military, when you were 20, 21, 22. It's different a little bit than working out as an older adult after 4 to 5 years. When you go back to it, there's a tendency to want to go back immediately to what you were doing before. Your body is not the same as it was before. Your life is very different. Maybe you are carrying around a little extra weight. No pain. That's a loophole, man. People go back 5 years later, 10 years later. They think, I used to be fit. So they do what they used to do. And then they land with their shoulder injury or their elbow starts hurting. And they go, okay, I'm just going to stop. I'm going to lay off of it for a bit. And then 10 years later, you're like, well, I used to be fit 15 years later. Anyways, I don't know. Both of my cats are extremely well fed. Solve your knee pain first. It is not sustainable. Do not load up a bar and start squatting if you have knee pain. It's a bad idea. You're 29. By the time you're 30, you will not be doing it. Pain first. It's a long-term goal here, Mikkel. Solve the pain first. Make sure you're moving well. Then you can move. I mean, Wiz, think about how you've recently spent your time. You are literally having to ask random-ass Twitch streamers how to fix your shoulder pain. And getting MRIs, X-rays, seeing PTs, probably spending a lot of money on that. Should have listened to random-ass Twitch streamers beforehand. She is being so cute right now, and she's slow blinking at me, which she never does. It's a sign of trust because she wants the last bit of food on my plate. You're not getting it. Get out of here, Tina. It's not happening. No, because I moved toward my plate doesn't mean I'm giving you the food. I don't know why you think you're getting food. I don't know where this mentality comes from, but it's not happening. Look at this. Look at this behavior right here. Here, let me turn this on the camera. No, you're not getting this. I don't know why you think this is happening. I don't know why you think this is happening. I'm showing you look at this. I don't know. She's just sitting here waiting for me. And every time I move toward my plate, look. She's like, ooh, I'm going to get food? No, you're not getting any food. This is the end of my food. I don't know why you think this is going to happen. And now, because of this behavior, everybody has seen my waffle underwear. Unbelievable. I don't know why you think this is going to work. Aside from knee pain, doc took some scans, so the way my knees are built, it would inevitably mean knee replacements in the future. Check that, Ophil. Okay. Ophil, you got to tell me more. That could be true. It's possible. It's very possible that what you just said is true. But listen to me. I cannot tell you whether that is true or not. I have not seen your scans. I am not your doctor. Make absolutely sure that you need a joint replacement before you get one. Make absolutely goddamn sure that you have exhausted every other potential before you actually get a joint replacement. Do not willy-nilly just go replacing joints. It is amazing to me that doctors are so willing to just fire the gun on that one. Don't do it. unless you need it, and there are people who do, but just make sure. Something about your kneecaps being angled outward. Bro, my kneecap literally rotates around my joint. It moves. I have a floating kneecap. It's just EDS. My kneecap is not even stable. It moves like this. That does not mean I'm going to need a knee replacement later. At least 65. At least. That's good. That's very impactful. Like, at least he's saying at least 65. That's actually pretty good. Because some doctors will just straight up do it when you're much younger. I don't know how old you are. I don't know what your situation is. It's possible that you do need it and it could help you. I don't know. But just make absolutely damn sure that that's what you need. Like, go to PT. See many PTs. Make sure you understand the issue before you just go replacing joints. Because if you don't understand the issue and they're not addressing the root cause, you will literally just get the replacement and 6 months later be worse than you were. And they don't take responsibility for that. You say knee to me? I would 1000%. Yeah. So first of all, make sure that it's the right issue, because Emery's, what I would think immediately is, how can I secure that joint? You tell me knee, Ophil, and I immediately think to myself, I'm going to look at your glute. I'm going to make a look at your ankle. You better not have ankle problems. If they're willing to do a knee replacement on you, your ankle better be damn secure. Because that's a red flag right there. A lot of times your knee is the joint that feels it, but this is not the problem. The problem is downstream or upstream. The problem, I'm wearing leggings right now, it's weird. The problem is here. It's your ankle. It's your ankle or your hip. And they better be damn sure that it is your knee, for sure. Because sometimes you look at the problems here, the muscles around your knee are nearly irrelevant, unless your kneecap is crazy floaty. But the muscles here are not what actually impact where your leg is. My knee is going to face out or in based on my hip and my ankle. Again, maybe there's a local issue. Pretty rare. Pretty rare that this is actually the issue right here. It can be, but if you have patellar tendonitis, that means hip or ankle. Nicole, I mean, I can't like fix it for you, but I would take a look at your hip. That's what I would look at. I can show you this super easy. Wow, I also have work in 10 minutes. Okay, so the podcast episode is coming out a little bit later than normal time tonight. Because I will need to work. I need to make a thumbnail for it. I didn't make the thumbnail before. No. I mean, obviously you're not getting any replacement anytime soon, but Phil, come ask me that question another day, okay? I will show you. I will literally show you how easy it is to understand that this position of my knee going out or in is very dependent on my ankle and stuff. Make sense, Phil? I'll wait till the ad is done. I'll do that later. You mean with Touchpad Warrior? I surprisingly did not mention the touchpad. Yeah, okay, you're a sub, yeah. Ask me that question another day. But do not get a knee replacement unless you need it. And Mickelson. That building up my calf muscle. Because your knee is a hinge joint, your knee just responds to the rest of your body. But I'll show you that another day because I'm going to run out of time. Can you not? I got work soon, honey. Yeah, off the counter. Off the counter. Oi. Off the counter. Come on. You can't even jump up there. Wait here. Come on. Off the counter. Off the counter. Holy shit. No respect. Off the counter. Come on. I'm literally watching you. I will take you off the counter. I'll give you 3 seconds. No respect. Okay, I'm picking you up. I'm picking you up. Off the counter. Stop. I'm sorry. Please stop going on the counter. You're not allowed up here. You know you're not allowed up here. I don't know why you keep trying that. You're just going to go. You're looking right back up there. There's no food up here. Look, I'm throwing away the can. It's already washed too. Nothing there. There's nothing there. I put it in the sink. It's soaking in water. No. I don't accept. Unbelievable rascals. The rascality. I apparently just have zero authority. You're absolutely right. It's like to tell your DPS. You know, if I woke up here, she's just going to go right back on the counter. Luckily, there's nothing for her to eat. Wow. Maybe, Wiz, if I timed a 23 Algathar Academy, she would respect me. What do you think? Mickelson, it's a good question. I'm glad you're asking. It's better that you ask than not. But do note, it's very dark in here. Let there be light. I can't obviously tell you what to do because I don't know your body. But if you wanted to ask AI, 24, that must be a yeah. All right.
So, I gotta go in literally 2 minutes. Nicholson, look up your hip. First thing I would look at is your hip. Glutes are pretty much everything when it comes to stabilizing. I'll look at your ankle and I'll look at your hip. But if you wanted a general piece of recommendation, that may or may not help you because I don't know you and I don't know what you look like and I don't know what your history is. I don't know. But if I had to suggest something based purely off statistics and what you've told me, I would definitely look at your glute medius. If I had to choose one muscle, it would be that. That's what I would look at. All right, I gotta get more chocolate sundaes tomorrow. Somehow, after eating ice cream, that breakfast, and that dinner with extra butter, I am still probably not eating enough calories. It's crazy that that's true. All right, maybe I launched the podcast tonight with no, I'll do it with no, what's it called? No thumbnail, no title, no description. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Thanks for hanging out while I had dinner. Ma'am. Boom. First person over here. Wait, what is this? I guess Chazon. Boom. Rar. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe? What kind of awesome food? Leon, awesome food. Well, first of all, I appreciate the compliment. Thank you very much. Bacon, steak, and eggs. The classics. Thank you. That's the one. I appreciate that, Leon. Thank you very much for saying awesome food. Wow. That's cool. That's tasty. It was tasty. I like to think it's healthy. Works for me. Okay, I gotta go work. Bye. I'll be back tomorrow. Discord's here if you want.
Thank you for saying my food looked yummy, Leon. I appreciate the compliment. Bye. Oh, I pushed it. I pushed it. I pushed it.